Chapter 392. Demigod Jinn. Elemental form of special life. Basically, as long as the four major elements were related to the title of Jinn, they were all creatures with divinity. However, the most active of the four elements were the fire and wind elements. In most cases, adventurers still encountered the Jinn the most. They were also the most interesting Jinn because the Jinn liked to ask questions to others, or give a question to test others. As long as one could answer the Jinn's question correctly, then it was possible to get its help or even reward. This was the same whether it was good or evil, because the Jinn were basically neutral creatures. There were some special legendary items in this world. It could be a magic bottle or a magic lamp. There were sealed or trapped demigod Jinn in it. If one could find them, they could control the Jinn and make it serve them, but there were also corresponding rules. Because the elemental life had its own contract, the Jinn rarely intervened in the affairs of mortals. It seemed that there was no need to fight. Soren stopped and turned to look at the ice Jinn in the distance, but he did not approach because Soren was very careful. Yes. He nodded slightly and said, "Your Excellency Coronagus, I released you." Demigod Jinn were very powerful. Unfortunately, they also had a fatal weakness. That was, they could be imprisoned by some special means. Therefore, many legendary spellcasters had tried to imprison the Jinn. The ice Jinn in front of him seemed to be one of them. Soren carefully observed his opponent. Among the enemies of the demigod level, the most difficult to deal with was the demigod lich. Although the challenge of the Jinn was much lower than that of the demigod lich, it was also a legendary creature with a monster level of 24 or above. You can only become a demigod when you become a legend. Very good. Coronagus turned his huge body, frowned and looked here, and said in a deep voice, "I don't like the material plane. Mortals, I will soon return to the elemental world, so are you ready to accept my test?" Test. Soren was startled when he heard the words, and then said, "What test?" Coronagus looked at Soren in front of him and said in a low voice, "Even if you release me, I can't let you take away the elemental stones at will, and I can't give you a reward in violation of the contract. Any seal will be broken one day. The person who removes the seal must pass the test to take it away. Of course, you can also try to escape. However, according to the contract, you will have to defeat me." Speaking of this, the ice genie raised its hand and pointed to the front. The ice and snow in the distance cracked, and then turned into a big avalanche in an instant, blocking the way out of the valley. Soren's eyes turned cold when he saw this scene. If he had tried to run away, he would have been buried by the snow. Although it wouldn't threaten his life, his escape plan would have failed. All right. Demigod Titanic Karanagos frowned as he looked at the sun and said, "Mortal, I don't have much time to waste, so prepare to accept my test now. I will ask you some questions. Please choose your answer carefully, because it will determine what you will face next." It stared at Soren and said in a low voice, "Then, mortals, if you are trapped in a dungeon now, there is a button in front of you. If you press it, you will be saved, and an innocent person will die. What will you choose?" Soren frowned when he heard this. He glanced at the ice genie in front of him and said, "I will press it." Very good. Karanagos nodded, not knowing if he was satisfied or dissatisfied. He then asked, "Because you pressed the button, an innocent person died. However, although you escaped from the dungeon, you encountered a powerful demon. You can't defeat this demon at all, but you found your former companions in other dungeons. If you gather everyone's strength, you may defeat this powerful demon, but it is more likely that all of you will die here. However, you can also bewitch others to help you delay this demon, and then as a rogue, you can easily escape. What will you choose?" Soren frowned even more when he heard this. He didn't know when he put his hand on the hilt of icing death, and then said in a deep voice, "I will choose to fight." The ice genie's smile suddenly became a little playful. It raised its hand and waved gently, and a dice with 20 faces appeared. The numbers on it ranged from 1 to 20. Karanagos looked at Soren and said in a deep voice, "Do you know the war chess game during the Arcane Empire? If you want to defeat an invincible enemy, you must have absolute luck." The dice made of ice spun rapidly. Then it fell to the ground with a click. The numbers on it rolled, and the final number was 20. It seems that the goddess of luck is on your side. Karanagos's expression was a little indifferent, and he continued to say in a low voice, "Congratulations. You have killed this powerful demon. You and your companions have been saved, and as a reward for defeating the demon, you have gained a lot of wealth." The ice genie raised its hand and waved gently. A dimensional pocket appeared in front of it, and then pieces of blue gems fell from it. There were exactly 20 pieces, and all of them were placed in front of Soren. The demigod genie glanced at the surprised Soren, and said with a playful expression, "Mortal, this is an ice crystal from the elemental plane, a very rare and expensive gem. It is also the reward you deserve." However, at this point Karanagos paused and continued in a low voice, "It's not over yet. As you defeated this powerful demon, you found that this dungeon was a very complicated maze. You saw something next to the demon's body. It came from the most important person in your heart. The person you care about most seems to be trapped in the dungeon." Soren's face changed slightly, but the expression of the demigod genie was still very playful. It said in a low voice, "You are ready to enter the dungeon again to find the person you care about most. But there was a disagreement in your team. Some of your companions, after experiencing the battle that could be said to be a fluke victory, thought that they should leave here first instead of putting everyone in danger for one person. Half of them supported you and were willing to follow you back to the dungeon, and the other half opposed you and were ready to leave here and find a safe way out. But at this time, a demon's shadow appeared. It accused you with insightful words and told others that your original plan was to let them out to delay the demon. And then you were ready to run away. Your companions believed it. Because the demon's words were so bewitching, you finally became alone, and your companions decided to leave here. At this time, what will you choose? Will you go with them to find an exit out of this dungeon maze? Or will you return to the dark and dangerous cave to find the person you care most about who may be trapped here?" Soren looked up at the demigod genie and said without hesitation, "I will choose to go back to find the person I care most about." As soon as his voice fell, the demigod genie nodded, then raised his hand and waved, and some monster's shadows appeared out of thin air in front of him. "Very good," Karanagos continued in a low voice. "You choose to return to the depths of the dungeon, and your companions go to find an exit out of here. It's quite dangerous here, because you just met a demon that you can hardly defeat. Soon, you will meet a new enemy. A strong Tauren warrior." The light of magic emerged. The demigod genie seemed to cast some kind of summoning spell, and the shadow of the abyss appeared in front of it. Then a strong Tauren with a height of 3 meters and full body armor appeared. It held a battle axe that weighed more than 300 pounds in its hand. After it appeared, it roared at Soren and swung the huge battle axe at him. Unfortunately, Karanagos's expression seemed to be quite interested, and he continued in a low voice as if he was explaining, "You met a Tauren from the bottomless abyss. It may not be as strong as the demon at the beginning, but it is still quite difficult to deal with." Rumble. The ice on the ground was split by the battle axe, and Soren leaped to avoid the enemy's attack. At the same time, he pulled out his curved sword with a clang. This test seemed to be a bit interesting. In his past memory, it seemed that only a very small number of demigod djinns could do this and turn a simple problem into the current situation. And one of them seemed to have the name Nagus behind it. Clang. Soren swung his sword to block the attack of the Tauren from the abyss. His whole body could not help but take 3 steps back under the huge force. Then he turned around and swung his sword, leaving a mark on the Tauren's solid armor. A creature level of more than 15. This was a demonized Tauren that was teleported by mid-grade and high-grade summoning spells. There were many such Taurens in the abyss because one of the powerful demon lords was a Tauren. Roar! A dull roar sounded. The Tauren from the abyss stepped on the ground, and a wave of air raged around like a shock wave. Then it locked onto Soren's position with its scarlet pupils, and swung the heavy battle axe again. Shadow strike. Sword form beheading. A cold light appeared in Soren's eyes, and his figure suddenly swooped up. In an instant, he passed like a shadow, and then his curved sword icing death slashed across the throat of the Tauren from the abyss. Plop! A headless body fell to the ground, and Soren stood on the ground, and put his sword back into its sheath.
Oh.
Chapter 393. Blood gushed out from the wound. Soren stood there expressionlessly, but he didn't relax at all. The demigod ice genie didn't seem to be too surprised by this result. Instead, it continued to say in a low voice, "The enemy in front of you doesn't pose a threat to you, but as you entered the depths of the dungeon, there was a strange noise from the ground, followed by a wave of sharp arrows flying towards you. It seems that you have triggered some kind of mechanism." As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its hand and waved. The ice on all sides suddenly turned into ice arrows and attacked Soren directly. Clang, clang, clang. Another curved sword appeared in Soren's palm. The two swords in his hands turned into a stream of light that blocked the ice arrows coming from all directions. At the same time, he rolled back 3 meters, held the two swords in front of his chest, and vigilantly watched the demigod ice genie in front of him. The spell attack that the opponent had just launched was completely without warning. The enemy at the level of a demigod was really different from all the enemies he had encountered in the past. The realm of the gods had its own rules. The ice arrows just now were completely improvised spells. You dodged the trap with some skill. Coronagus looked up at the sky, and his expression seemed to change slightly. Then it continued to say in a low voice, "You found the person you were looking for in a dungeon room." But at this time, there was a loud rumbling sound in the dungeon. When you opened the door, you seem to have triggered some kind of mechanism. Now the whole dungeon is about to collapse. Hot magma is gushing out from the ground, and the scorching atmosphere is enveloping the dungeon. This place may be engulfed by the gushing magma at any time. The ground around them shook. The frozen ice gradually shattered, and the whole valley seemed to tremble as if something terrible was about to happen. A divine light appeared in the eyes of the demigod ice genie. It stared at Soren in front of it, and its smile suddenly became strange. It said in a low voice, "At this time, the devil that first appeared suddenly appeared and stood in front of you." The figure of Coronagus seemed to be distorted, as if it was not a body made of matter. It smiled strangely and said, "I can open a portal to let you leave here. However, this portal will only allow one person to leave. The other person will be buried. Who will you choose to let leave?" Rumble. The mountains on all sides of the valley began to collapse. Ice and snow rushed down like a flood, and the rock structure of the mountain gradually cracked. It was like an earthquake spell, and the cliffs around the valley began to fall down. It wouldn't take long for the entire valley to be buried by the falling rocks. The light of a teleportation gate appeared. A blue portal appeared in front of Soren, and the demigod ice genie was staring at him with a strange smile. It was as if he was waiting for Soren's answer. Soren furrowed his brows as he lightly dodged a boulder that fell from the sky. The boulder created a crater in the ground, and with such force, even he would be severely injured. He wanted to leave here, but he felt that the demigod ice genie had locked onto his body. It was waiting for his answer, and its smile was as ferocious as the devil's. "I'll stay." Soren slowly pulled out his curved sword, and his muscles tightened. He was ready to fight at any time, and said in a deep voice, "I will choose to let myself stay." Rumble. The ground gradually cracked, and the nearby mountains collapsed. A boulder with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell from the sky. The demigod ice genie stared at Soren, and then smiled playfully. "Very good. You have passed my test. Mortal. Goodbye. I hope we can meet again one day." The figure of Coronagus gradually disappeared. However, the drastic changes around did not stop. Boulders fell one after another, and the collapsed mountains were about to bury this place. Soren took a deep breath. Then he quickly cast a spell. With the help of the fly spell, he rose into the air. When his figure flew in the air, the valley in front of him had been buried by ice, snow, and rocks. The whole valley had become a ruin, and almost half of the nearby mountains had collapsed. If he didn't have the fly spell, he wouldn't have been able to escape at all. In the end, he would inevitably be buried under the rocks and ice. The original elemental altar had completely disappeared. The elemental energy here seemed to have changed. The breath of the ice element had completely disappeared here. The figure of the demigod ice genie was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know if it had returned to the elemental plane, or went to other worlds. Soren's figure stayed in the air for a moment, and then flew to the east. The mountain collapsed and buried everything behind him. It was estimated that the ice element would never appear here again. Intuition told him that there might be a magic circle under this valley, but it should have been completely destroyed now. He didn't care where the demigod ice genie would go after the seal was lifted, because with the arrival of the Avatar crisis, creatures of this level would become more and more common. But he didn't know why. He always felt that the demigod wind genie was a bit strange. It seemed to be different from the elemental spirits in his memory. Maybe this was the reason why it was sealed. Soren didn't stay here. He went directly in the direction of the eastern desert. There wasn't much time left for him because according to the progress in his memory, if there were no particularly big changes, there would soon be important news coming out of the Underdark. When he heard the news, he was near the misty forest. The time should be around April. The gods had appeared. Among the first batch of gods that fell to the mortal world, one of them appeared in the Underdark and eventually died there. Note: for details, please review the chapter near Whiterun. It mentioned the gods who fell to the mortal world at that time. 3 days passed quickly. Soren crossed the snow plains and left the cold country from Icewind Valley again. He didn't go to the elves' territory because recently he heard that the elf kingdom was not very stable. The Droll Church seemed to have a fierce conflict with the elf god system. So many legendary Droll were dissatisfied with the elf royal family. The Droll organization's recent actions were quite abnormal. People who paid attention could basically feel that they were planning something, but because it was difficult to sneak into the Droll's territory, there was no specific news yet. Note: for details, please review the chapter near the elemental stone earth. Soren would naturally pay attention to this news. Night fell. Soren came to a place called Blackwater Town near the misty forest. There were rich coal resources here, and it was an open-pit coal mine, so it was much more prosperous than other towns. He had been here before, but at that time, it was already in ruins. Due to excessive mining and cutting of trees, the humans near Blackwater Town had offended a group of powerful natural beings. But now Blackwater Town was still very prosperous, with many caravans and a population of more than 10,000 households. There were some supernatural beings in the misty forest. Some of them were existences that even Soren didn't dare to provoke, so he was just passing by. The hotel was very lively, but this was the hinterland of the continent, so there was basically no news from the south coast, and no major events happened in the Frost Kingdom. People were still talking about Whiterun. It was said that the mayor of Whiterun had pulled out the legendary dragon-slaying sword, and was preparing to gather the army and powerful adventurers to kill the entrenched red dragon. The cunning ancient red dragon had yet to reveal its identity, so Soren knew the fate of the mayor of Whiterun almost without thinking. He just hoped that this time there wouldn't be too big of a deviation, and Whiterun wouldn't decline so quickly, because the decline of Whiterun meant that the environment in the surrounding area began to deteriorate, and other races gradually launched attacks on humans. Humans had a greedy nature. If they were strong enough, other races would naturally retreat, but once they declined, hatred and desire would reignite the flames of war. Soren sat in the room and pondered, playing with the elemental stone water in his hand. Item type: elemental stone water. Item grade: legendary grade 1. Item description: a special treasure from the water elemental plane. A stone formed by the spirituality of the water elemental. It has been endowed with special magic, and when activated, it can cast powerful spells. It doesn't seem to be a single item. From the patterns on the edge, it can be seen that it used to be part of something. Requirements: none. Special effects: summon water elemental, 7 days once. Ice storm, 3 days once. Compared to the earth elemental stone, the water elemental stone was a little less practical. The water elemental it summoned was much weaker than the earth elemental, and its speed was not as fast as the wind elemental. However, its combat power in the sea was amazing. Among the 4 elemental summons, the fire elemental was the most practical because it was a burning flame. As long as it walked around, it could cause damage to the enemy, and it had a crushing effect on many weak enemies. As for the spell Ice Storm, it was an AoE spell. Although it was not as good as Soren's Stone Skin, it was still useful. Ice Storm, Level 4 spell summons an ice storm to deal AoE damage to enemies within 20 to 40 meters. Enemies in the area will receive 18 points of blunt damage and 12 points of cold damage. Enemies in the area will receive -4 points of attack and have their movement speed reduced. The effect of the reduced movement speed is determined by the enemy's constitution. This spell's damage was not as good as the level 3 fireball spell. However, it had one advantage. It could freeze the enemy and affect their movement speed. It was a relatively common spell. PS Today's update. Chapter 394. After passing through the edge of the Misty Forest, the land gradually became barren. The Misty Forest was a special place. There was a certain dead magic area here. Simply put, it was a place where the elemental energy was chaotic, and there were loopholes in the magic net. Spellcasters would be affected here and might fail to cast spells, or even cause confusion. Most of these places were very dangerous because of the strong energy radiation and the appearance of powerful mutant creatures. The depths of the Misty Forest was the place where the gods fell. A powerful god once fell here, and there were very few people who could enter so far. It was difficult for even the incarnation of the gods. Only a small number of legendary droll could connect there with dreams. There were some fragmentary rumors back then. It was rumored that the depths of the Misty Forest were connected to a divine kingdom, a huge half-bit wall directly embedded in the material plane. Unfortunately, no one had been able to confirm this. The wind and sand gradually became more violent. After entering the Gobi Desert, everything in front of him gradually became desolate. This Gobi Desert was the territory of the gnolls, and there were many gnolls active here. Many of the half-baked wild monsters in the hinterland of the continent had advanced into professions due to the harsh living environment. And there was the belief of the Lord of the Abyss, King of the Gnolls, Yeenagu, the demon lord of the 422nd floor of the Abyss, one of the most powerful gnolls. Perhaps it was not a powerful Lord of the Abyss, but no one could underestimate it. This was because its archenemies were the Succubus Queen and the Tauren King. To be able to fight against these two archenemies for thousands of years without falling, it was either very lucky or it really had some tricks up its sleeve. The King of the Gnolls was not a very complicated Lord of the Abyss, because Soren had been to its territory before. Its lifelong goal was to make the gnolls prosperous. For this reason, it hunted as many weak creatures as possible, or plotted against some enemies. Unfortunately, the gnolls were born to rely on hunting for food, which was destined to make their numbers difficult to prosper. A gust of wind blew. The gnoll scouts' excellent tracking ability allowed them to find Soren walking alone in the Gobi Desert. They carefully lurked behind and communicated with him in a special way. They were smart enough to understand that people traveling alone were not so easy to deal with, but their desire for flesh and blood still made them feel restless. Swoosh! A sharp arrow flew out. To avoid trouble, Soren took out his elven war bow and shot an arrow at a gnoll scout's shoulder. Due to the direction of the wind, the arrow deviated and should have hit the gnoll scout's head. An appropriate display of strength could reduce trouble. Oh! A series of screams rang out. The Jackallan scouts finally realized that the target in front of them was not something they could deal with. These creatures quickly retreated into the desert. The further they went into the Gobi Desert, the fewer traces of plants there were. In the end, Soren began to see a desert in front of him. It was a desolate scene with yellow sand filling the sky. There was almost no greenery in sight. This was a disaster brought by the Arcane Empire. Many of the once glorious cities were now buried under the yellow sand. Part of the reason was humans. In the past, the land had been severely deforested, so much so that there were no traces of plants left. The rivers dried up and the land became desertified. Humans had migrated from this place after excessive destruction, leaving only other creatures to occupy this place. Beyond this desert was the Eastern Kingdom. This was the largest desert in the material plane. It would take a few days to reach this place even if he used flight. Soren's goal was to reach the inner part of the desert. To do so, he needed to find a city in the desert. Oasis. Since the environment began to deteriorate, some of the noble droll came here. They formed the legendary Tree Shepherds, and had been trying to create greenery in this harsh desert for hundreds of years. This was a very difficult task because it was difficult to repair the deteriorated environment. Moreover, there were still remnants of radiation in many places. The tree shepherds were another branch of the drool. They rarely interfered with the affairs of the continent. Their task was to plant plants and build oases in the desert. These tree shepherds had a very high reputation in the desert. They were the ones who built the oases on the eastern trade route. Note: the details are mentioned near the Elven Kingdom. Finding an oasis was not easy. This place was unfamiliar to Soren as well. He could only rely on flight to determine the direction and follow the traces of life in this barren land. The first day, he had to spend the night on the sand dunes and continue his journey in the morning. As they gradually went deeper into the desert, some dilapidated buildings appeared in front of them. They were magnificent buildings that looked like the pyramids of Egypt. Unfortunately, they were now damaged beyond recognition. They were surrounded by yellow sand. If they wanted to enter, they could only dig out a tunnel. This was very dangerous. Soren had almost been buried by the quicksand in the past. The land under his feet used to be a city, but it was now an ancient ruin in the desert. Apart from the occasional adventurer who came here to look for wealth, no one would easily enter this place. This was because there were too many dangers. This desert had buried almost a third of the cities of the Arcane Empire. There were also ancient monsters that were sealed here. Exploring this place was equivalent to exploring a city. It was a very large project. Most of the time, you could not even find the way out. You had to dig a path yourself. The most dangerous place was the Eastern Kingdom. There were many ancient ruins under the monks' monastery. Many of them were sealed with terrifying monsters. Half a day passed just like that. Soren finally saw a green area in front of him. This was because he saw a river. A river in the desert. Tall trees were neatly distributed on both sides of the river. These were not natural trees. They were planted and modified by humans. The work of tree shepherds. Since he found a river, it meant that there was an oasis nearby. Soren could not help but quicken his pace and move forward. A city wall made of sand and stone appeared. A tall flagpole was erected at the city gate. This place was completely different from the hinterland of the continent. The whole city was surrounded by sand and wind. The traveling caravans did not use horses. Instead, they used camels. The camels were carrying heavy goods. Beside them, there were Eastern merchants wearing Arabian-style clothes. Many of the surrounding buildings were built with sand and stone, giving off a rough and desolate feeling. Soren entered the city in the desert. Chapter 395. There were a lot of pedestrians in the town. The city in the desert was called Hadar, which meant the Watcher of the Desert. It was an ancient language from the east, and many wizards probably didn't understand it. Soren felt like he was back in the Middle Ages in the western region. The mixed population was a bit like Jerusalem, with both desert people and Westerners, and they were trading with different accents. Merchants from the east were reluctant to enter the western continent, so most of their goods were sold in the cities on the edge of the desert. After coming here, Soren realized that he had forgotten a very important thing. That was to learn the language proficiency spell. Damn that dialect. Although there were many people who knew the common language, the main language was still the Eastern one, and there were also some dialects from the desert. He didn't have a translation system, so he could only understand a little bit of what was said. It was troublesome for him to communicate normally. Fortunately, he was just passing by, so he could only talk to merchants who knew the common language. The buildings in the city were domed, and the most eye-catching one was the desert temple. It was the church of the god of death. The clergy of death had always been an important field for the gods to fight for, so almost every pantheon had a god who was involved in the field of death. The desert temple in front of him was the church of the eastern goddess of wealth and death, Nefertis. Soren saw a golden bowl at the top of the temple, with the emblem of the ring of life floating above it. It was a goddess of the chaotic good alignment, and the clergy of the guardian of the dead extended from the field of death. It was the kind of clergy that protected the dead from being disturbed. Therefore, the followers of this goddess were not difficult to deal with. The Eastern gods were outsiders during the ancient empire, and no one knew where they came from. However, The ancient empire had once kidnapped a large number of people from other worlds, and that was how the Eastern Desert Gods were born. For a long time, the Eastern Desert Gods rarely interfered with the struggles of other gods. Even during the chaotic era of the Arcane Empire, they were just bystanders. The belief of these gods was limited to the desert, and the Eastern kingdoms were blind spots. Because of the influence of the monks, the Eastern kingdoms were more inclined to believe in the Tao of nature, rather than a specific god. This Tao was a bit like the so-called heavenly Tao. However, it was not the same as the heavenly Tao that people knew of. Instead, it was a Tao that leaned more towards the spiritual. Martial monks pursued personal sublimation. If one had to use a word to describe it, Soren thought that it should be the so-called unity of man and nature. In any case, he still could not tell the difference between the spiritual transcendence pursued by the nature droll and the warrior monks. From his point of view, the will of the heavens and nature were basically the same thing. Soren wasn't the kind of person who was too rigid in the spiritual world. There was a passage that went like this. It was a book written by a droll wanderer who traveled to the Eastern Kingdom. This droll wanderer eventually became a powerful legendary champion. In addition to daily training, the monks' cultivation is mainly spiritual. They had a direct and mysterious connection with the spiritual world, and could feel the mysteries of nature through meditation. Therefore, they did not need priests or gods. In the process of traveling to the east, I saw many powerful monks. They did not know any magic at all, but they could master many magical abilities through cultivation. This ability did not come from the gods, nor was it any arcane magic that I knew of. It was more like a gift from nature to the cultivators. I think this is another kind of Tao of nature. Therefore, I decided to join them and use my cultivation as a monk to explore the mysteries of nature. Soren temporarily found a hotel to stay in, and then prepared to inquire about some information. It was quite difficult to find a place in the vast desert. Even Soren himself only knew the general direction. If no one had explored the place, as a pioneer, he might have to dig a hole. Because his next target, the anti-detection cloak, was in the underground ruins, and it was buried in the depths of the desert. Exploring this kind of underground ruins was not like finding a random dungeon to explore. It was more like excavating an archaeological discovery. The specific operation could be compared to the European plunderers who excavated the Egyptian pyramids. The first batch of underground ruins were almost all excavated by the adventurers. The geographical environment of the desert did not allow for an entrance for thousands of years. Soren wandered in this desert city. Here he could see adventurers from the east. Every year, there would be monks embarking on the journey of cultivation, visiting the droll church on the other side of the continent, and learning from other professions. These were their daily practice. The number of monks increased as he approached the east, but most of them still kept their hair. Only those who were prepared to strictly abide by the commandments of the monks, or those who had made the poverty oath, would shave their hair. Violence. If it's not for justice, then it's meaningless. Soren first walked around the place, but when he was about to return to the hotel to rest, there was a sudden commotion in front of him. Then a loud and hoarse voice came from the front, and he could not help but stop. There were many people gathered in front of him. It seemed that it was human nature to like to watch a commotion. There were many people in front of him. Even the nearby guards were attracted, but they did not mean to stop it. The expressions on their faces seemed to be a little overwhelmed. Soren also walked over quietly. Then, in front of him appeared a paladin with a face full of vicissitudes. From his face he looked vaguely young, but the wind and frost on his body were too strong, making him look at least 10 years older. The paladin was wearing a shabby silver armor and a fish-scale gauntlet on his wrist. In front of him was a man dressed as a desert warrior. The man's scimitar was held in his hand. He couldn't stab it in and couldn't pull it out at all. The paladin's face made Soren a little stunned. Then he seemed to remember something, and his expression changed slightly. Judgment of justice. Facing the desert warrior in front of him, a white light appeared in the palm of the paladin's hand. He suddenly let go of his palm, pulled out the two-handed sword at his waist, and pointed it at the enemy in front of him. A blood-red light appeared. The man standing in front of the paladin appeared with an evil aura. This blood-red aura startled the others. Anyone with a little knowledge could not help but step back because the desert warrior in front of them was a person with bloody hands. It's a desert bandit. He's one of the skeleton desert bandits. A merchant next to him seemed to remember something, and then said in an angry and scared voice, "They rob the passing merchants and never leave anyone alive." The paladin did not care about the others around him. He looked at the man in front of him and said in a low voice, "A week ago, you attacked a caravan from Oasis City and killed 27 innocent people. You should pay for the crimes you have committed." The paladin held the heavy greatsword in both hands and slashed out. The desert warrior in front of him waved his sword rather awkwardly, but his whole body flew out directly. Bang! His body hit the wall behind him, and he could not help but spit out a trace of blood. Justice. Either by force or by the law. The paladin waved his greatsword again and said in a low voice, "But the law here seems to be protecting you, so I can only rely on force to uphold justice." A faint aura appeared on the greatsword he held in both hands. When the paladin waved his sword again, "Kacha!" A crisp breaking sound was heard. The desert bandit in front of him was directly cut off and died instantly under his sword. Evil slash. The paladin glanced at the others and paused for a moment when he passed by Soren, but he quickly looked away. He did not recognize Soren. He came to the body of the desert bandit, leaned over the body and whispered a few words in a special language. Then he looked at the stiff guards around him, picked up the body with one hand and walked out of the city. The others did not hear what he just said. However, when Soren heard the strange language, he could not help but be startled because he was very familiar with this passage. This was a very ancient language. It was impossible to even find out where it came from, but the translation was roughly like this. In the name of justice, avenge the weak. In the creed of the paladin, there was a very important sentence. Sympathize with the weak, protect the women and children. Perhaps even Soren himself did not expect that his words would really let the young paladin he met in the City of Wealth embark on the road to become a holy avenger. But it seemed that he had not completed his test because the real holy avenger was not what Soren saw now. But from him, Soren had seen that he had completed a lot of training because the holy avenger also had the test of asceticism. The real holy avenger was close to the legendary level. Although the sword he waved just now was very strong, there was still a big gap between it and the avenger in Soren's memory. And his weapon was not an imitation of the holy avenger, but an ordinary two-handed greatsword. This meant that he had not obtained the real qualification yet. The paladin left alone. No one dared to stop him. The city guards just looked at the paladin carrying the desert bandit's body with one hand, and then watched him go away. Any city had dark corners. The goods looted by the desert bandits eventually needed a place to sell. Soren watched the paladin leave, and his eyes seemed to move slightly, then he quietly followed him. Chapter 396. Soren was far behind. The other party's strength was not what it used to be. If he got too close, he might be discovered. As soon as the paladin left the city, Soren noticed that someone was rushing outside. He had openly killed a skeleton desert bandit in the city, and it seemed to be a leader. It was almost impossible for him to leave the city without being retaliated against. Desert bandits ranked first among the mountain bandits everywhere, and their fierceness was not far from that of pirates. Pirates' desire for revenge was very strong. Since this city sheltered the desert bandits and sold their stolen goods here, it was absolutely impossible for there to be only one member here. The paladin left alone. The possibility of being caught by them outside the city could be said to be more than 80%. That was why Soren quietly followed. He didn't like to help others, but he also didn't want the paladin to die here. So he decided to follow behind and see. If the paladin was not a match for the desert bandits, then he would intervene in this matter. However, seeing the paladin leave so calmly, it seemed that he also had some confidence. The wind and sand became a little stronger. The paladin's speed was not fast, which made Soren wonder if he was deliberately slowing down to wait for the desert bandits to catch up with him. Sure enough, about an hour later, a sound of horse hooves came from afar, and then dozens of masked desert bandits gradually approached from the side of the sand dune, and divided into two groups to surround the paladin and block his retreat. Kill. The cold-blooded and fierce desert bandits did not have the slightest superfluous words. There was basically no possibility of them sitting down and talking with the kind paladin, because under the command of a desert bandit who seemed to be the leader, the other desert bandits shouted and rushed forward. Some of them sped up and rushed down with swords, while others took out their bows and aimed at the target. The number of desert bandits was nearly 40, and it looked like a bandit group. With so many people, even a legend would feel a little tricky. Looks like he's in trouble. Soren narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not move at all. He had to make sure that the paladin was not courting death. If he did not even anticipate the situation in front of him, then he was completely courting death. Such a person was not worth saving at all, because in the end he would still die. Charge! With a clang, the young paladin threw away the corpse of the desert bandit he was carrying, and then rushed forward with his great sword in both hands, roaring, "You are guilty! Get rid of all evil." A holy radiance that seemed to have materialized appeared. The sacred warrior's body seemed to be shrouded in some kind of energy. He waved his giant sword and rushed forward. In an instant he swung his sword horizontally. Accompanied by the whine of a horse, he directly cut down a desert bandit and his horse. "Justice be with me." Tyr's hand. The paladin pressed his palms down on the two-handed greatsword, and the seemingly ordinary two-handed greatsword actually separated from the middle, turning into two one-handed greatswords. He held the sword hilt and soared into the air. In an instant, another two desert bandits were beheaded on the spot. Dance of death. The whirlwind created by the single-handed greatsword was even more frightening than Soren's spinning strike. It could be said that all the enemies that were caught in the whirlwind were split in half. Blood, corpses, broken limbs. At this moment, the violence shown by the young paladin seemed to have a tyrannical aura. This was the Holy Avenger in Soren's memory. Clang! Clang! The arrow hit the paladin's body, but it failed to penetrate his silver-white armor. He blocked the oncoming arrow with his fish-scale gauntlet, and then suddenly accelerated toward the archer in front of him. Justice! Holy! Courage! The young paladin pressed his hand on the sand. The cunning desert bandits immediately turned around and retreated when they found him approaching. It was difficult to catch up with these enemies on foot. However, the next moment, the sacred warrior seemed to have launched some kind of special ability. With the holy white light turned into a summoning circle, a tall white horse rushed out of it. Superior summon mount. Celestial horse. The white horse rushed out of the summoning circle. The sacred warrior turned over and jumped on the horse's back. There was no need for him to guide at all. The celestial horse automatically chased after the enemy under telepathy. This was a warhorse from the upper plane. Only a few professions could summon it, and the sacred warrior happened to be one of them. They were stronger and smarter than the warhorses in the material plane. They were a creature of the upper plane with a creature level of 10 or above. Blood splashed. The sacred warrior rushed into the group of desert bandits like a hot knife through butter. Soon the enemies were cut down one by one. Clang! Clang! The young sacred warrior was like a ruthless reaper. He had no mercy like the other sacred warriors. His moves were fierce and ruthless. He was even more aggressive than Soren when he reaped the enemy. Almost none of the enemies who died under his great sword survived. Even if one or two desert bandits knelt down and begged for mercy after being shot down, he did not hesitate at all. He directly swung his sword and cut off the enemy's head. The fierce battle was still going on. The sacred warrior gradually had more wounds on his body under the siege of the desert bandits. Even the strong celestial horse was a little breathless at the moment because it was shot in the abdomen. Hand of healing. The holy light emerged. After the sacred warrior felt the holy energy, he could use it to heal injuries. However, the healing effect was not as good as that of a priest. This ability could only be used once a day, but the holy energy could be used separately. The paladin wasn't healing himself, but the celestial horse he was riding. He let out a low roar and suddenly jumped down from the horse's back, swinging his sword horizontally. His power was a little weak. Without entering the realm of legends, he could not master powerful legendary abilities such as armor skin, legendary health, legendary battle skills, perfect constitution, and so on. This made his explosive power unable to be supported enough. The desert bandits suffered heavy casualties, but after finding that the sacred warrior was weak, they rushed up again. Sacrifice, glory, unyielding. The young sacred warrior still looked resolute. He put the two one-handed greatswords together again, then took a deep breath and roared, "Judgment!" Sword form cross slash. The ruthless and overbearing sword light appeared, and the enemies who rushed in front of him were instantly cut into 4 neat pieces. Soren's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression suddenly became a little surprised. Advanced swordsmanship. There were not many abilities in this world that could be called advanced swordsmanship. The complete White Raven tactics was one of them, but Soren had not really mastered it until now because he did not have a complete learning program. Sword form, cross slash, was another advanced swordsmanship. Its origin was the crusade against pagans. The complete version should be called silver cross swordsmanship. This kind of swordsmanship was beyond the scope of mortals, and it could even touch the field of chi, like the sword saint. This chi was difficult to describe in words, but it could be roughly explained by an example. A sword saint who was close to the legendary level, under the condition of using chi slash, swinging his sword at a wooden pile 5 meters away could instantly split the wooden pile into 2 halves without touching it. If you really wanted to say something, perhaps it could be understood as sword chi. This ability was very difficult to practice. Basically, anyone who mastered it had gone through a long period of hard work. Basically, the difficulty was similar to that of a sword saint that Soren once saw slashing water with a sword. The young paladin did not use the complete version of silver cross swordsmanship, but the power of each strike was as fierce as a sword saint who activated chi slash. The more powerful the move, the more it would consume the body. Soren could see that he was close to the end of his rope, but when he was about to secretly help the paladin, he suddenly seemed to feel something and retreated into the shadows. Judgment. Another incomparably burly figure appeared. It was a very tall man who was close to 2.4 meters tall. He looked like a small giant. He held a war hammer in one hand and rushed in like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Wherever he went, there were instantly corpses everywhere. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 desert bandits were killed by his hands. This incomparably tall man held a heavy warhammer in one hand and a thick book with a metallic luster in the other. He was expressionless, but he ruthlessly and cruelly slaughtered the desert bandits in front of him. Almost none of the desert bandits present could withstand a single blow from him. All of them were killed in one blow, leaving no survivors. Soren was shocked. He looked at the burly man in front of him and murmured in his heart, "Warden." Warden, a legendary paladin, the mentor of the Holy Avengers, and also their training instructor. Very good. The warden glanced at the corpses all over the ground. Then his eyes fell on the young paladin. He slowly said, "Although it's a little worse than I expected, it's already good enough that you can do this with your strength. Young man, you've passed my test here." A paladin with a professional level of around 16 dealt with a group of desert bandits alone, and killed 2/3 of the enemies. This record could be said to be glorious. The young paladin knelt down on one knee and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency Warden." The burly man glanced at him, and suddenly his face changed slightly. He said in a dignified voice, "Is that rogue nearby? Please come out and meet me." Was I discovered? What a strong sense. Soren took back his footsteps and slowly walked out from behind the sand dune. The Holy Avengers had been hiding in the Gobi area. They were active in the desert most of the time. Because they also belonged to the Order faction, the paladins of this organization also received some training techniques from the Eastern monks. This may be the reason why he could discover Soren. Listen to the wind to determine the location. Chapter 397. There were many special training methods in the Eastern world. For example, the ascetics of the East had a special ability called Wisdom, which was more powerful than the legendary ability Sixth Sense. In addition, the training methods of the Eastern monks could also give many additional abilities, such as Fleetfoot, wind detection, hidden weapon deflection, and so on. Many of these abilities were universal and could be mastered by other professions. Among them, Droll and Blademaster were the professions that learned the most from the monks. The warden in front of him should also have mastered some special ability. He was able to find Soren's trace when he just moved, so he didn't need to continue hiding. He walked out directly and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, long time no see." Hearing Soren's words, the warden's clenched warhammer fell slightly and frowned. "Who are you? Have we met before?" Soren's words were a psychological hint that they had met before. In this way, the possibility of the opponent directly attacking him was very low, which made it easier for him to say what he wanted to say next. "We met a long time ago." Soren glanced at the paladin next to him. The young paladin did not recognize him because Soren was wearing a cloak at the moment. At that time, Soren did not have the momentum he had now. As long as Soren was not willing to expose himself, even people who had met him before would not recognize him easily. He glanced at the warden in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Actually, I'm just passing by. But since I've met your excellency, I'm going to make a deal with you." "A deal?" The warden's expression was a little surprised and he said in a low voice, "What deal?" The one in front of him should be a legendary rogue. Whether he was evil or not, he was not sure of winning. And fighting with a legendary rogue, the paladin next to him was likely to be affected. He did not want a young seed to fall here. The number of holy avengers was very small. Most of the paladins were gathered under the Lord of Light. Compared with the avengers who were fierce and decisive, the Lord of Light's deal was more in line with the beliefs of the paladins. For example, exterminating all evil was one of the creeds of the holy avengers. They advocated cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, showing no mercy to the enemy, but other Saint Samurai advocated treating captives well, not attacking the unarmed. Those who have committed lesser sins can be forgiven if they repent, and so on. Using the desert bandits in front of him as an example, the holy avengers would kill them all, while the orthodox paladins might let some of them go. Soren stared at him and said in a low voice, "I heard a piece of news by chance. Perhaps this information will be very useful to you. However, if you want to get information from me, you have to pay a price. It just so happens that I have a favor to ask of you." Thieves' Union? Or rogues from other organizations? The warden frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "What news? What do you want?" Soren smiled and said, "I accidentally heard a piece of news during my travels. I know where the gem on the Holy Avenger, Karsamir, is. I know you've always wanted to repair this divine artifact, so I thought you'd be interested in this news." Holy Avenger. The warden was a little shocked when he heard this. He couldn't help but take a step forward, locked his eyes on Soren in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure you know where Karsamir is?" Holy Avenger Karsamir. A +5 divine artifact, and one of the most powerful weapons in the mortal world. However, it was not complete now because this divine artifact still lacked the most important part, which was the Eye of Tyr, the eye of the previous god of justice. This eye was similar to a gem. It could be used to repair the Holy Avenger, Karsamir, and turn it into a real divine artifact. For a long time, the Holy Avenger organization had been looking for its whereabouts, but unfortunately, there had been no clues. Naturally, Soren had never seen this eyeball before, but there were clues about it in his memory. That was something that Soren couldn't get at the moment, but he didn't mind telling the warden in advance. "What do you want?" The warden's expression gradually calmed down, and he said in a deep voice, "I'm curious about what a rogue would want from us." He believed it. Because if it was an ordinary profession who said this, he would probably scoff, but if it was a legendary rogue, then the credibility was quite high. Among many professions, rogues were the easiest to inquire about information. "It's nothing important." Soren glanced at him and said slowly, "I know that your organization has been active in the Gobi Desert for so many years. I want a map here, but not an ordinary map. I want a map of those ancient ruins. One of the ruins has something I need, so this is a fair deal." There were many dangerous ancient ruins in the desert. Many places were remnants of the Arcane Empire. The paladins also secretly monitored these places to prevent the terrible monsters sealed in them from appearing. The energy radiation had produced many mutant creatures. The existence of ancient evil creatures had always been a great enemy of the Eastern world. And the paladins also shouldered part of the responsibility of the Eastern monks. Map. The warden was silent. As Soren said, this was not something too important. The worst result was that the rogue in front of him had opened some dangerous places. Even without a map, if a legendary rogue insisted on looking, he could still find what he was looking for. Where is it? The warden looked at Soren and said in a deep voice, "Tell me where it is first. I'll have someone send the map to you." The paladin's words were more reliable. Soren glanced at him and said slowly, "In a beholder's nest in the Underdark. It is currently in the hands of a Death-Eye tyrant. With your ability, you should be able to ask a legendary wizard to use prophecy. As long as you use prophecy, you can know the truth of the news. As for the specific location, I'll tell you when the map is sent." Prophecy had great limitations. But as long as there were certain clues, it would not be so difficult to determine whether it was true or false. Even if he couldn't directly predict the location of Tyr's Eye, he could do it in another way. For example, whether or not the Holy Avenger Karsamir was there, whether or not an item from the God of Justice, Tyr, was in its hands, or using another method to make the prophecy. As long as there were clues, there were many things that could not be completely covered by magic shielding. The paladin in front of him could determine the truth of the news as long as he changed his method. Of course, this was the case where Soren was telling the truth, and the legendary prophecy could only be confirmed. If there was nothing he said, it was basically impossible to get any clues just by using Tyr's Eye to prophecy. The warden looked at Soren deeply, and then said in a deep voice, "Okay. As long as the news is true, the things you want will be sent soon. Let's go." The legendary paladin turned and left, as if eager to confirm the authenticity of the news. But before he left, the young paladin couldn't help but look at Soren a few more times, as if he felt that he was a little familiar. Although Soren didn't say the specific location, as long as the news was true, the Holy Avenger's strength could still be found. But the price would be huge, and they had to find the Death-Eye tyrant in the Underdark first. Even the warden in front of him might not have much confidence in dealing with such a monster, not to mention that he had an eye from a god in his hands. A day passed quickly. The Holy Avenger's movements were fast. Almost at noon on the second day, Soren got what he wanted. A map marked with most of the ruins in the desert. Soren could determine whether it was true at a glance because even if he wasn't too familiar with the terrain of the desert, he still had some impressions of the locations of the ruins that were tracked by many adventurers in the past. He vaguely remembered more than 70% of the desert ruins on the map. As for the place he wanted to go, it was naturally marked on the map. There was a baler in the deepest part of the ruins, and there was an obvious mark on the map. Soren's memory coincided with this because the Holy Avenger was among the people who sealed the baler. This was a baler with a monster level of 27. The thing Soren was looking for wasn't in the place where it was trapped, so it shouldn't have much interaction with this monster. Nearly half of the things on the map were marked. From golems, evil creatures, demons, all the way to devils, there were many places where things were clearly marked. Such a map was only in the hands of a small number of powerful organizations, and he only got half of it in the Eastern world. Soren told them what he knew. As for whether they could get it or not, it was up to the paladins. The Underdark was full of danger, and it wasn't easy for them to enter. It must be a legendary party to complete the mission. Now that I've got it. Soren didn't need to stay here, so he went directly to the underground ruins. But before that, he needed to hire some people to find a way to dig a passage into the ruins. Although these ancient ruins were buried by the desert, many things inside were still intact. If necessary, Soren could dig a passage himself. Of course, he definitely needed to prepare some tools in advance and see if he could recruit some cannon fodder. Chapter 398. The Pearl of the Desert. This was a city very close to the Eastern world, and it was also the border of the Desert of Death. If you continued to go east from here, you would enter the Desert of Death. It was a very dangerous place, and it was also the gathering place of Naruto's believers. There were many clergies in the realm of death, but the most evil were undoubtedly the believers of Naruto. This ancient god was known as the enemy of good, the abomination of life, the emissary of darkness, the king of gloom, the reaper of flesh and blood, and so on. Since he appeared until now, although he had risen and fallen many times, he still had not fallen. This was one of the few surviving ancient gods of death. Naruto's believers did not need a reason to attack others, because their doctrine was to reap lives. This god of death hated life and hated living creatures. Soren's figure came here. In this bustling desert city, there were not many people like him from the mainland. This was the territory of the desert people, and people of other races rarely went too deep. In the center of the city was a towering palace, and the walls on all sides were carved with exquisite reliefs. At the top of the palace was a huge statue of the undead bird. It was said that the undead bird once appeared here, and was reborn in the flames, so this place had always been a thorn in Naruto's side. There were many people in the Adventurers Guild. Soren unexpectedly saw elves, dwarves and halflings, but most of the elves who came here were droll. Since the Eastern monks' practice spread to the mainland, many droll would travel to the Eastern countries. "What can I do for you?" An Eastern woman with a veil and a slender waist appeared in front of Soren. She was the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild. Because of the different regions, it was naturally different from the mainland. Don't underestimate this woman. Soren saw at a glance that she was an advanced Oriental dancer. In her exotic dress, there were at least a dozen deadly throwing knives hidden. An advanced profession similar to the clown dancer. The Oriental dancer was proficient in some of the fighting skills of the bards, and at the same time, she had received a small number of training methods from the monks. These women's movements were fierce and deadly, and sometimes they would also act as assassins. They were very good at using their beauty and charming dance moves to confuse the enemy. Even in battle, they were like dancing fairies. This was an advanced profession that required a lot of talent. Not only did it require agility, it also required charm. There were many special advanced professions in the Eastern world. Soren only needed to glance around to find 2 or 3 special advanced professions, including the Ronin near the Eastern Sea. An advanced variant of the Ranger class, a dangerous group of people who were proficient in swordsmanship. "I want to issue a recruitment mission." Soren glanced at the Oriental dancer in front of him, raised his hand, took out a task list, and handed it to the woman in front of him. The Oriental dancer glanced at him, looked up at him with her blue eyes and whispered, "Exploring the ancient ruins? Mission difficulty level C? We'll need to recruit some experts. The cost is 1,000 Kindler. We'll announce your information. If someone wants to take this mission, we'll send someone to inform you. Please leave us your current address." Soren quickly left the location of the hotel, then glanced at the Adventurers Hall, turned around, and walked towards the hotel. He still needed to learn some new spells, and it was not easy to recruit a group of experts. Low-level professions were not even qualified to be cannon fodder in the ancient ruins. Soren was going to stay here for 3 days. As Soren's figure left, the Oriental dancer quickly entered the back of the hall. A middle-aged man with a beard was sitting inside. After glancing outside, he said in a low voice, "Where did he come from?" The Oriental dancer glanced at him and said slowly, "A high-grade rogue. Good skills. He should be from the south. He has the smell of the sea. It's the same smell as that Ronin. I guess he used to be a person who drifted on the sea all year round. I don't know why such a rogue would come to the desert." Observing people's expressions, the Oriental dancer was very good at collecting information. Her knowledge was no worse than that of the bards. As long as it won't cause trouble. The middle-aged man glanced at the mission list and said in a deep voice, "Exploring the ancient ruins? Every year, these adventurers come here to die. They don't know what's in the depths of the desert." The Oriental dancer shrugged her shoulders and said playfully, "What can we do if they want to die? We can't stop them." Soon, the mission announcement was posted. Because it was a sea-level mission, the position was quite obvious. Exploring the ancient ruins? Recruiting experienced veterans? The reward is at least 5,000 Kindler? The person who posted it is a rogue? It looks like the reward is quite good. The announcement quickly attracted a lot of people's attention. However, most of them weighed their own strength and chose to give up because many of them were mercenary groups. At most, they would take on the task of escorting caravans. This kind of ancient ruin exploration was too dangerous. Even if the reward was good, they were not sure. Most professions still wanted to be safe. It looks good. A bearded dwarf in heavy armor glanced at it, then put down his axe and said in a deep voice, "Maybe we can talk to this rogue." Taking on a mission was naturally not that simple. Not many veterans would make a decision easily. They must know the specific content of the mission. Another person who was attracted by the mission was the Oriental Ronin sitting in the corner. There was a jug next to him, and he had been wiping his blade. After hearing the movements of others, he looked at it seriously. 5,000 Kindler. It was already a very generous reward, enough to make a professional like him excited. Spellcasters were as rare as ever. There was not a single wizard in the whole Adventurers Guild, not even a warlock. The droll did not seem to be interested in this kind of mission. They had always rejected the act of exploring the underground because they thought it could easily cause disasters. Many of the droll here were tree shepherds, not droll of the warlock fighting school. The polarization of strength was more serious. 3 days passed quickly. Soren recruited some useful veterans with generous rewards. A dwarven heavy shield warrior, an Oriental Ronin, and a desert warrior. Including Soren, there were 4 people in total. It was a relatively good team. The only shortcoming was that they still lacked a priest. High-grade priests were as difficult to recruit as ever. These guys had high status and rarely took risks to make money. Because he could not recruit spellcasters, Soren had to delay the time. Although he didn't care very much, these temporarily recruited teammates hoped to have a spellcaster around, so that they would be safer. In the end, Soren had to raise the reward to 8,000 Kindler. Unfortunately, this still did not make the spellcasters interested. In desperation, he could only turn this investment to buying supplies from the desert temple. Expensive healing potions were more or less useful. The potions made by priests could reach the effect of heal serious injuries at most, but the price was not cheap. Just as Soren was considering whether to find a way to recruit a high-grade profession to make up the numbers and make up a 5-person adventurer team, a small accident happened. Someone actually took the initiative to find him and was ready to accept this mission. It was a woman. A very beautiful and dangerous woman. Time went back to a day ago. Soren was just about to return to his hotel. He went out today and hired a group of workers to dig a passage to the underground ruins with tools. But just as he walked to the door of the hotel room, Soren's expression suddenly became serious, and then he put his hand on his curved sword. Someone had touched his door. Before leaving, Soren left a very slight mark, but now this mark was not symmetrical. The door had been opened. Soren told the innkeeper not to clean up the room, so there was a high possibility that someone else had sneaked in. There was no sound in the room. Soren was sure that if there was someone inside, the other party could hear his footsteps upstairs. He reached out and grabbed the door handle. Then he took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. There was nothing unusual in the room, but Soren could find that the things placed on the table were slightly offset. The distance was about 1 or 2 millimeters. If it wasn't for his amazing observation and memory, it would be impossible to find out that someone had come in and rummaged through his things. Squeak. Soren gently closed the door. He did not relax his vigilance because he could not see anyone in the room. There were many masters who were proficient in sneaking in this world, and there were many people who were not worse than him. Swoosh! There was a slight sound of something breaking through the air. Soren's body tensed up for a moment, then he rolled sideways and pulled out his curved sword with a clang. There was a strange throwing knife at the door. It looked like a twisting snake, and it was aimed at Soren's throat. There was a slight sound of wind. In the dim light of the room, a hazy figure appeared. With the sound of breaking through the air again, 5 throwing knives came from different angles, blocking all of Soren's escape routes. Dang! Dang! Soren instantly blocked the enemy's attack with his sword. At the same time, he jumped over. His figure disappeared strangely when he was in the air, and suddenly appeared behind the hazy black shadow. Shadow leap. Shadow strike. Soren did not show any mercy, and all of his attacks were fatal. Giggle. At this moment, the strange figure made a crisp and charming laugh, and then the hazy shadow divided into three and dodged in three directions at the same time. Hazy dance. Illusion. The strong and tall figure turned over and tapped the roof lightly with her toes, then swooped down and stabbed out a black dagger. The Oriental dancer. Soren's brows furrowed tightly. Facing the figure rushing down from the roof, he suddenly closed his eyes. His ears twitched, and without even looking at the attack above, he swung his sword at the foot of the bed. The shadow rushing down from the roof suddenly disappeared, and the corner of the wall was distorted, and a hazy shadow flashed again. Illusion again. The enemy had not appeared so far. Chapter 399. Eastern Illusion. As the birthplace of the monks, the Eastern Kingdom's illusion was not like the Western world, which was mostly mastered by wizards, illusionists. Many of the people here who were proficient in illusion were combat professions, among which the Oriental dancer was good at using illusion. Many illusions were illusions, but when one's strength reached a certain level, the illusions would be real. Even the bards who played tricks would not be much worse than the orthodox spellcasters after advancing to a certain level. The Oriental dancer could master the ability of mirror image after advancing to a legendary level. Soren did not dare to make any moves, but waited quietly for the other party to make a move, looking for an opportunity. The woman who attacked him was very strong. She was at least a high-grade profession, and there was a possibility that she was a legendary because she obviously had not done her best. Ring. The crisp sound of the bell rang, which seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of people. For a moment, Soren was a little dazed, but he quickly recovered. At the same time, three phantoms appeared in front of him again. They were wearing light silk dresses and dancing lightly. Although their faces could not be seen clearly, they were full of endless charm. These three charming figures were not in a hurry to attack, but surrounded Soren and made a burst of crisp laughter, as if they enjoyed the feeling of fooling the enemy. Shadow leap. Sword form spinning strike. Soren's figure leaped out, and the scimitar in his hand turned into a cold light as he slashed down. The three figures in front of him chuckled, dodged slightly, and then waved their daggers to stab at him. Dang. Dang. The three figures were all real, and they directly blocked Soren's attack. Mirror image. Soren frowned, and his expression was quite serious. Enemies who could master the ability of mirror image, even if they were not legendary, would not be too far away. Where was the real body? The combat power of mirror image was very low, less than 1/3 of the real body. Even the legendary sword saint who practiced mirror image could only retain half of his strength at most. These three mirror images did not pose much threat to Soren, but the Oriental dancer hiding in the dark was very dangerous. Soren had not been threatened by this kind of enemy who was proficient in stealth for a long time. What was that smell? Just when Soren was a little at a loss about the enemy's position, his nose suddenly twitched, and then a light burst out of his eyes. He leaped toward the position of the bed. Shadow strike. Sword form beheading. Fragrance. There was a faint fragrance in the room. It was the fragrance of a woman. Clang. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard. A pair of snake-shaped daggers suddenly appeared, and a slim figure was forced to reveal herself. She was sent flying a meter away by Soren's explosive force and crashed into the wall of the room. Oh! The hazy shadow gradually became clear, and the figure of the Oriental dancer appeared. She said in a painful voice, "Wait a minute. Stop. I admit defeat. So painful. Bastard. I admit defeat. Don't fight anymore." Soren's eyes were cold, and his fierce offensive did not stop at all. After the sword form beheading, he immediately slashed out horizontally. At the same time, he shouted and launched the sword form, spinning strike, sealing all the blind spots of the opponent. Every move was fatal. Although the opponent had admitted defeat, Soren did not mean to stop. Shuanpa. The Oriental dancer's face finally changed. She finally knew what a dangerous enemy she had provoked. She turned around to avoid it. Her slender waist was almost folded in half. Her amazing flexibility allowed her to avoid Soren's attack. At the same time, her figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Soren. "Stop." The Oriental dancer jumped back and said anxiously, "I'm just testing your skills. Not an enemy. I'm going to join your team to earn some money, so I'm here to test you." "Wait a minute. We've met before. In the Adventurers Guild." Clang. The sound of weapons colliding sounded again. Soren frowned and took back his curved sword. He looked at the opponent coldly and said in a deep voice, "Take off your veil." When the Oriental dancer saw him stop, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She first gasped for breath, then frowned and looked at her arm. On her bare white arm, there was a faint bloodstain. If she had not dodged fast enough, she would have been cut in half by the man in front of her. The Oriental dancer looked at Soren with a strange expression, and then slowly took off her veil, revealing a beautiful face with an exotic Oriental style. There was a small mole at the corner of her eye. Soren looked at the woman in front of him, and his memory ran quickly. After a while he said in a deep voice, "Who is the Oriental princess to you?" "The Oriental princess?" Soren's words made the woman's face change greatly. She clenched the snake-shaped dagger in an instant and said in a nervous voice, "Who are you? Why do you know this?" Sure enough, it had something to do with the Oriental princess. Soren couldn't help but think of a beautiful figure, which made him touch his ear subconsciously. After he advanced to the legendary rank, he traveled the whole continent and fought with countless legendary powerhouses. He even fought with the incarnations of the gods several times, but he was defeated by a mysterious woman from the east. Not only did he fail the mission, but he also lost nearly 1/3 of the people in the team. In the end, he also lost one of his ears. If he had been a little slower at that time, he would not have lost an ear, but his whole head. The Oriental princess. She was an advanced dancer with a profession level of 30+. She was proficient in illusion, mirror image, charm and other abilities. She was good at sneaking, assassination, and inquiring about information. She secretly controlled many brothels in the Eastern Kingdom. No one knew her true identity, and her alignment could not be judged. She had a very special thing in her hand. It was said that it was a divine artifact passed down from the Eastern Kingdom, which could make people have an ageless face and a long life. "Say it." Soren's eyes were slightly cold. He held the hilt again and said in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" The Oriental dancer in front of him had a complicated expression. She didn't seem to understand why a person from the western part of the continent would know the existence of the Oriental princess. She took a step back gently. After thinking for a moment, she slowly said, "I really just intend to test your skills. I just received information that in the underground ruins you are going to, there is something that Her Excellency is also very interested in. So I was ordered to take it out. I mean no harm. Otherwise, I would have used the ecstasy powder before you entered the room." Ecstasy powder, the effective means of the Oriental dancer, could sometimes even defeat legendary powerhouses. "What is it?" Soren frowned and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid you didn't come here to test my skills, but to steal the information of the underground ruins from me, right?" It seemed that Soren was right. The Oriental dancer in front of him seemed to be avoiding his eyes. During this time, she had been secretly observing Soren's actions, and found that many of his preparations seemed to be for certain specific situations. This made her very sure that Soren had specific information about the underground ruins in his hands. If he didn't know the general situation in the underground ruins, he would never deliberately prepare so many things. The Oriental dancer didn't speak. It seemed that she acquiesced to this point. Then she said, "There is one thing in this underground ruins. It is a gem left behind by the Desert Kingdom. My task is to find it. As for the other things, I don't want them. If you think it's okay, maybe we can cooperate. Since you know the existence of Her Excellency, you should also know our strength. With our help, it will be much easier for you to explore the underground ruins, and we also need your information about that place. After all, there is a terrible Baylor demon sealed below." The other party's words made Soren fall into deep thought. For people like Soren, there were basically no eternal enemies. He could even deal with the unpredictable and sinister drows and cooperate with them many times. Now it was not impossible to cooperate with the Oriental dancer in front of him. However, he couldn't believe the woman in front of him, just like he never believed the promise of the drows. The people of the Oriental dancer would not be easier to deal with than the female drows. However, their strength might still be able to be borrowed. Soren was used to the insidiousness and cunning of the drows, so even if the woman in front of him was not very trustworthy, he was still confident in his heart. It was nothing more than using each other and relying on their own means at the critical moment. Although Soren suffered a loss in the hands of the drows, in the end, he was also fiercely stabbed by her. When it came to playing tricks, Soren had some confidence in his heart. Okay. Soren looked at the other party, nodded unexpectedly, and said in a deep voice, "We will set off the day after tomorrow. I still need something. Maybe you can help me get it." The Oriental dancer didn't seem to expect Soren to agree so quickly, but in the end, she smiled and nodded gently. She turned her eyes and said, "No problem. The things you want will be delivered tomorrow." Things seemed to be settled like this. Soren finally decided to set off the day after tomorrow, and in the group of cannon fodder, there was an additional Oriental dancer above high grade, as well as some people she brought with her. Although Soren could not know everything about the situation in the underground ruins, after all, there was a cloak that was like a divine artifact for rogues, so he remembered the general situation and the distribution of areas inside more clearly. In this case, he had the geographical advantage. Even if there was an accident, he had more than a 50% chance. So, on the morning of the third day, this group of adventurers set off on the road to the ancient ruins with nearly 100 people and materials close to a caravan. Before everything began, Soren must find the right excavation site and open a passage into the ancient ruins. Chapter 400. The group of people slowly moved forward in the yellow sand. The closer they got to the desert of death, the stronger the sandstorm became. Sometimes there would even be terrible sandstorms. Even a powerful professional like Soren could be buried in the sand after a sandstorm. Energy radiation not only changed the environment, but also the abnormal climate of the desert. Although the tree shepherds had worked hard for hundreds of years to build some oases and plant defenses in the desert, but in the end, they were easily destroyed by the terrible sandstorms. Sometimes, the wind from the desert of death was like a storm, and it could directly bury a river. Of course. But that was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was the desert tornado. This was the real disaster, or even a nightmare. The gigantic tornado engulfed everything in its vicinity. Any caravan that encountered it would not be able to escape. Gigantic tornadoes were formed due to the mutation of energy radiation. When the intensity of the tornado exceeded level 5, it could cause energy chaos in the nearby area. This was the so-called dead magic area and magic chaos area. In this area, the wizard's spells were very likely to be ineffective, and in that case, there was no place to escape. Soren had seen a giant tornado with a range of more than 15 kilometers, from the yellow sand below to the clouds in the sky. It was as if the whole world was about to be sucked in. Note: giant tornadoes can be encountered about once every 3 years. He still remembered the first time he came here with other teams. At that time, they realized that the terrible natural climate was sometimes more troublesome than the powerful monsters. The group moved forward very slowly. This was because they had prepared more than 30 camels, and there were also a lot of supplies on them. Although there were only 5 adventurers in the team, the amount of supplies they needed was quite large. When Soren first came to the desert to explore the ruins, the whole team was a little dumbfounded when they arrived at the place. Because there was no way in, the poor dwarven juggernaut was forced to dig for 2 whole days because of their high stamina. Only then did they open a passage into the ruins, but after they met a sealed wall, everyone had to go back and prepare more tools. Later, when exploring the ancient ruins, the adventurers would bring a team of 30 to 40 people. Just like that, the group advanced for 3 days. Along the way, Soren also gained a better understanding of the others. For example, the dwarven juggernaut was a chatterbox. Of course, Under the circumstances where he didn't drink, he was still relatively quiet. Dwarves didn't have much resistance to good wine. Along the way, while others drank water, this guy had been drinking. If it wasn't for his amazing physique, this fellow would have been drunk to death. The name of the dwarven juggernaut was Sauron Tatandin. He was a very young dwarf, only 46 years old this year. He had a thick beard and a strong body. He had the dwarven bloodline of Helm's Deep, and his body could be slightly petrified, as if he had been blessed with stone skin. Bloodline of the Hill Dwarves. The name of the Eastern Ronin was Ingzong. He was an advanced Ronin from the Eastern Sea region. There were many islands there, and many Ronins were advanced pirates. This was a very quiet guy. He had been polishing his sword all along the way. He should be quite strong, but what surprised Soren was that he was using his left hand. A left-handed Ronin swordsman. As for the other desert warrior, he was a more famous adventurer in the local area. His name was Muhammad Nord, a desert warrior with a profession level of about 15, an advanced profession of the warrior. Like Soren, he was good at using two weapons to fight. His weapon was similar to a Persian scimitar. His dress was also a bit similar to that of the Persians. Note: the desert warrior's advanced profession is similar to that of the northern warrior. It belongs to a regional advanced profession and has received special regional combat training. As for the last Oriental dancer, she should be the only profession that Soren didn't know the depth of. He could only determine that her profession level was above 16, proficient in illusion, and also mastered mirror image. In the afternoon of the third day, Soren and others finally arrived at their destination. There was a landmark building here, which was a broken obelisk. They didn't know what it was used for, but in the underground ruins buried in the desert, many large ruins had such obelisks. Here we are. Soren looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "It's here. Let the workers get ready to work." He quickly came to the bottom of the obelisk, and then began to move in the direction of the sun. Soren counted his steps and walked about 150 meters, and then about 50 meters to the north. Finally, he squatted down, reached out and touched the yellow sand on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "Start digging from here. Dig a passage about 3 meters in diameter." There were many dangerous places under the ancient ruins. Digging in the wrong place could lead to accidents. Moreover, the whole city was buried in yellow sand. When the disaster happened, almost no residents in the city survived. Under such circumstances, the possibility of undead creatures appearing in the city was very high. Nearly 100 workers began to get busy. Digging a passage with a diameter of 3 meters was not so easy. Because this was a desert area, there was sand above, and there might be quicksand below. It was very difficult to dig a passage in the sand. It needed to be cleaned up nearby, and a lot of tools were used. Nearly 100 people seemed to be a lot, but when they really started to work, it wasn't very fast. They had to dig a passage with a shovel, and they could only do it slowly. The sky gradually darkened. Soren supervised the workers' work, and then got up and walked around to see if there was anything unusual. At this moment, there was a shrill scream from the construction site, and then all the professionals present rushed over. Soren also rushed over. Before he got close, he saw a worker twitching on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and soon stopped breathing. He pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword and said in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" The one who answered Soren was the Eastern Ronin. There was a yellow scorpion on the blade of his sword, and he said in a deep voice, "It's a sand scorpion. It's very poisonous." They had just started work, and a person had died. This was a considerable blow to the enthusiasm of the workers. Many people were a little timid when they worked. Soren had no choice but to let Dongfang Ronin supervise from the side, and deal with the sand scorpions that might appear at the same time. This guy's sword speed was very fast. Just now it was he who killed 3 sand scorpions in an instant. Night fell. A group of people set up tents near the construction site. The workers gathered together to sleep, while the professionals took turns to keep watch. The wind was very strong at night, but fortunately, it only lasted for a while. It was quiet all around, and occasionally a slight rustling sound could be heard. Soren sat by the campfire and meditated. From time to time he turned his head to look at the hole that had been dug, because there were more than just a few poisonous scorpions below. Light footsteps came from behind him, and then he saw the Oriental dancer sitting in front of him in a wide cloak. "What are you worried about?" The Oriental dancer met Soren's gaze, and said with a meaningful expression, "Since you came here, you seem to be a little worried." Chapter 401. Soren did not answer the question of the Oriental dancer. He looked up at the sky, and his eyes seemed to pass through the sky and see some fragments of the future. The stars in the night sky were already very dim. As they entered the latter part of April, some of the stars became very inconspicuous. No matter how one looked at it, the moon was a bit gray, as if it was covered with a layer of haze. There were still 8 months before the end of this year. These should be the most stable 8 months for Soren. When the spring of next year came, he was afraid that he would not be so relaxed and stable. The Oriental dancer looked up at the sky, and she seemed to be a little absent-minded. She murmured, "Have you heard of the legend of the East?" "What legend?" Soren stirred the fire and said in a deep voice. The Oriental dancer stood up and looked at the moon. Then he said in a low voice, "When all the stars in the sky become dim, a demon star will streak across the sky. At that time, there will be a huge disaster. It is said that there are rumors in many places, and the monks seem to be secretly preparing to deal with something. There is news in the Eastern Kingdom that many ascetic monks have come out, including the ascetic monks of the Prajna sect. The actions of the monks make many people feel uneasy. After completing this task, I will return to the Eastern Kingdom. Her Excellency Empress asked us to withdraw from the Desert of Death before the second half of the year, although I don't know what will happen." The Eastern Empress. This woman's professional level was above level 30. She was a legend among legends. Soren was not surprised that she could detect the signs of the Avatar crisis in advance. The Desert of Death was the first to bear the brunt of the Avatar crisis. There were too many evil things sealed here, but there was no monastery to suppress them. It was easy to become a chaotic place of killing. "It's good to leave here." Soren turned and glanced at the woman behind him. The Oriental dancer had a charm that was different from other women. This exotic style made it easy for them to gain the favor of others. But it did not include Soren, because the woman in front of him was very likely to want to get closer to him. If one had to use a kind of person to describe the Oriental dancer, they were like the Yin Gui faction of the Devil sect. The Oriental Empress was proficient in charming techniques, and the lethality of her dance was definitely not much weaker than the demonic dance. Moreover, they were inextricably linked to the brothels of the Eastern Kingdom. On the surface, many Oriental dancers were the top hostesses of brothels, but secretly, they were ruthless assassins. Soren stood up and looked at the woman in front of him. "Time's up," he said in a deep voice. "It's time for someone else to keep watch. You'd better rest early today. We can enter the underground tomorrow." The second night watchman was the Oriental Ronin. He sat by the fire with his sword in his arms. He glanced at the Oriental dancer, but his face showed a lack of interest. After a while he pierced a scorpion with his sword and roasted it over the fire. Surprisingly, he drank some wine. The night passed quickly. The next day, the laborers were urged to work again. Their progress was much faster in the morning. They dug up the broken walls of some buildings. However, something unexpected happened once again. After digging a hole in the wall, a large number of sacred beetles suddenly rushed out. The black mass of sacred beetles crazily rushed out and submerged the 3 workers who were closest to them. Not to mention these ordinary people. Even the other professions present, especially the Oriental dancer, could not help but turn pale after seeing the dense sacred beetles. Desert sacred beetles. They were like marching ants in the outer islands, a creature that could drown even high-grade professions. Fire. Soren had been prepared for this for a long time. With his order, someone poured kerosene on the side of the passage, and then the fire spread to the passage. It burned for more than 10 minutes before the sacred beetles were driven to other places. There were a lot of burned sacred beetles at the entrance of the passage. There were probably thousands of them. Many ancient ruins in the desert had this kind of creature. If one did not prepare in advance, Seeing them would make one's scalp tingle. 2 dead and 1 injured. The casualties were still within Soren's expectations, although they had just dug to the edge of the underground ruins. Get ready to go in. Soren looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, hold the torch. Everyone else, get ready. There should be an ancient ruin square below here. There are some unclean things inside. We have to clean them up first before we can continue to dig the passage. Ordinary people would die if they went down. Soren had to clean up some monsters inside before they could go in and continue to dig. I've been waiting impatiently for a long time. The dwarven juggernaut knocked on his shield, jumped up from the sand dune, and said excitedly, is there treasure below? Didn't you say that you know the situation inside very well? There should be some good things near the square, right? Treasure. Except for Soren and the Oriental dancer, the rest of the people present came for wealth. Soren glanced at him and nodded. There should be some. According to the distribution of buildings during the Arcane Empire, we should be able to find a lot of arcane gold coins nearby. The value of this gold coin is very high, and the exchange ratio with Kindler is about 1:10. Arcane gold. Simply put, it was gold refined by alchemy. The stability of gold was very strong, and the gold coin manufacturing technology of the Arcane Empire was at least 2 eras ahead of the current era. Is it so valuable? The dwarven juggernaut was a little excited. Doesn't that mean that if we find 100 of them, we can exchange them for 1,000 Kindler? Hearing his words, the expressions of the Oriental Ronin and the desert warrior changed slightly. It was normal to find thousands of ancient gold coins in an underground ruin exploration, which meant that there were tens of thousands of Kindler's income, not counting other treasures. Don't be happy too early. Soren frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, there may be undamaged golem guards below. Our task is still to clean up the square first, and then explore other areas. The dwarven juggernaut patted his chest and said seriously, I know. It's not the first time I've come out to explore ruins. Don't worry, I won't mess around. Rumble. There was a slight sound of collapse in the passage, as if a wall had been pushed down. Soren glanced down and immediately said, prepare the rope. We've dug an entrance that looks more than 30 meters deep. Torches, hooklocks, pulleys. Soren walked in the front as a rogue. Although he could easily go down with the help of levitation, he still slowly slid to the bottom with a rope. At present, no one knew that he was a part-time wizard, so it was better to keep it a secret for the time being. Safe. Soren's night vision was very strong. He glanced around, immediately lit the torch, and said in a deep voice, you can come down. The second one to come down was the dwarven juggernaut. He was the orthodox meat shield. His heavy armor was more than 60 pounds, and only the dwarven juggernaut could afford to wear it. Good strength, the highest constitution among the conventional races. Dwarves who don't advance can reach 19 points if they have good talent. The dwarven juggernaut is a top meat shield in all aspects except for his height disability, and these guys are born with good taunting ability. Bang. Because of his weight, the sound of his landing was not small. The sound echoed in the dead underground, and soon there seemed to be some slight movements coming from all sides. Never expect the juggernaut to move quietly. Soren listened for a while, and his face gradually became dignified. He said in a deep voice, come down quickly. Get ready to fight. The desert warrior and the Oriental Ronin were both agile melee professions. They soon landed and stood firm, while the Oriental dancer landed quietly. Woo woo woo. Strange sounds came from all directions, making one's hair stand on end. Damn it. The dwarven juggernaut listened for a while and muttered, it's really the undead. What the hell? A faint blue flame appeared. The breath of the undead appeared with the cold wind. There should be little ventilation in the closed underground ruins, so they knew at once that they had encountered the undead. Ghost. Ghost fire. There seems to be a skeleton undead nearby. Soren frowned and looked around, and said in a deep voice, get the holy water ready. You can smear it on your weapons. Everyone, don't be too scattered. No one knows what monsters are here. Woo woo woo. Translucent figures appeared, and these undead, who were buried together with the city, rushed towards them. Clang. Soren slashed his sword in an instant. The curved sword icing death had energy damage, which could directly deal with these undead creatures. I hate the undead. The clumsy dwarven juggernaut had no way to deal with the ghosts. He could only turn his eyes and find an awakened skeleton undead, challenge rating 6. All the people present were high-grade professions. They were also the leaders of a town organization, so it was naturally easy to deal with these undead. The battle lasted only a few minutes. All the undead were dealt with. Soren put away his curved sword and began to light the torch. This was the first stop to explore the underground ruins. Because it sunk into the depths of the desert, many places were buried. The exploration must be done step by step from here. Although the light became abundant, everything in front of them was also displayed in front of them. This was a square with a large diameter, and in front of it was a broken obelisk. Half of the square was buried, and the other half was the location where they dug. If Soren hadn't found the location, it would have been useless for them to dig here, unless they dug out all the soil and sand. There was a passage near the square, which was the street of the city. It was very open, but many had been buried, and the collapse of the houses was quite serious. Only a few of the buildings in front of them were intact. These well-preserved places were not simple, and there were traces of arcane magic. This should be the location. Before Soren acted, he was still prepared to give them some benefits. After all, they were all high-grade professions, and it was difficult for them to really work hard if they didn't see the benefits. He still had a deep impression in his memory that there was a place nearby with a lot of loot. Follow me. Soren looked up. It had been buried for thousands of years, and it was much more solid, but he did not rule out the possibility of abnormal collapse. He did not want to be buried under the sand. The group of people moved forward very carefully. As they gradually approached a relatively intact building, some plants unexpectedly appeared in front of them. Mossy plants. There were mottled traces on the wall, and there were broken artificial crystals. This was the craftsmanship of the Arcane Empire. They used artificial crystals to transmit magic energy. Intruder found. Intruder found. Reserve energy activated. Magic-powered device activated. Level 1 defense system activated. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the wall in front of him, followed by heavy footsteps. A 3-meter-tall puppet golem made entirely of steel stepped out. Soren stepped back vigilantly, letting the dwarf warrior stand in front, and said in a deep voice, "It's a puppet golem from the Arcane Empire. Be careful. They may have the means of energy attack." As long as it was an underground ruin related to the Arcane Empire, it was easy to encounter these steel golems, because they completely replaced the city guards during the Arcane Empire. Target found. Magic-powered guard Type 1 received attack command. Click. The arm of the steel golem in front of them suddenly turned, and then a black cannon barrel stretched out. This was a rare golem craftsmanship in the current era. Soren just glanced at it and his face changed greatly. Spread out quickly. Boom. Boom boom boom. 3 energy cannons hit where they were, directly blowing up pits in the ground. The power was not much different from that of mortars. Ba ba ba. The dwarf juggernaut spat out the soil in his mouth, roared, rushed over with his shield in front of him, and shouted, "Tadandon hates puppet golems. Go to hell. Steel monster." The mountain dwarves also had brilliant alchemy, which was finally destroyed in the hands of the dwarf defender, construct golem. They created. Clang. With a harsh sound of metal collision, the dwarf warrior's axe hit the leg of the steel golem, and sparks came out directly. Attack the joint position. Soren's figure also moved and went around from the side. The Oriental Ronin also reacted quickly. He slid sideways and swung his sword at the leg joint of the golem. Activate the energy shield. Elemental fission shield activated. Insufficient energy. Elemental fission shield failed to activate. Magic-powered guard Type 1, switch to the melee form. Under the attack of Soren and others, the joint part of the steel golem began to operate, like a transformer, and the black muzzle entered its body and transformed into a pale golden square shield, and a giant sword forged with magical steel craftsmanship. At the same time, The key part of its leg that was hit began to gradually recover, and the metal seemed to come alive and gradually return to its original appearance. Memory metal. Soren's face changed in an instant, and then his expression became a little surprised. He murmured, "Is it a high-level construct golem?" Chapter 402. Memory metal. As long as the advanced technology of the Arcane Empire was not completely damaged, it could gradually be restored to its original state. This was an alchemy process that was only used on the high-level golems of the Arcane Empire. The memory metal allowed these golems to have the ability to repair themselves, which would allow them to continue fighting for a long time. For example, what Soren saw in front of him was a wound on the leg of a high-level construct golem, but it quickly recovered to its original state. Memory metal had a great relationship with the weapons of the Githyankis in the astral realm. Many wizard organizations were secretly studying this metal to strengthen golems. Unfortunately, the progress he had made so far wasn't that great. Focus your attacks on one spot. Soren twisted his body to avoid the giant sword wielded by the high-level construct golem. At the same time, he backhanded his sword and slashed at the enemy's leg. The golem's strength was infinite, and only the dwarven juggernaut could withstand it. If the others were to face it head-on, they would either die or be injured. Fortunately, it had been buried in the underworld for too long, so the high-level construct golems didn't have much energy left. Otherwise, Soren wouldn't know what other terrifying attacks they had. A fully constructed golem of this level was sometimes similar to a simplified version of a transformer. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard. The Arcane Empire's alloy steel craftsmanship was very strong. Soren felt like he was using a cold weapon to dismantle a tank. The strength of the alloy steel was almost at the level of aerospace craftsmanship. Soren had a sense of helplessness as he gnawed on a hard bone. The magic golems were highly resistant to spells, and ignored most of the negative statuses. The only way to deal with them was to tear them apart. Who would have thought that I would encounter a situation that was jokingly referred to as tearing down a Gundam with my bare hands so soon? Soren slid 3 meters to the side. Then he switched from holding the sword with one hand to holding it with both hands. He activated sword form, horizontal slash, and slashed at the high-level construct statue's knee. Perhaps their series of attacks finally had an effect, as the memory metal's recovery ability was damaged by the continuous attacks. The high-level construct golem's body shook, and then its movements suddenly became slow and awkward. Its leg rune had been destroyed. Good chance. Soren's face lit up, and he said in a low voice, "Attack its other leg and stop it from moving." Gale cut. The enemy's movement speed was impaired, and the Oriental Ronin, who was a little restrained at first, suddenly became brave. Among all of them, he was the only one who was inclined to the warrior profession, and did not wear heavy armor. Now that the enemy's movement was impaired, he was able to attack freely. The Oriental Ronin's left hand was like a gust of wind, and his technique was a bit like the sword-drawing technique. In an instant he slashed 3 times, all hitting the same position. And in an instant, the other leg joint of the high-level construct golem was split open with obvious cracks. Is it the Storm Ronin's faction? Soren glanced at him and thought to himself, so he's probably an Eastern Ranger who evolved into a Ronin? There were many special advanced professions in the Eastern countries. Soren's deepest impression was the Fist Master, that came from the Eastern world. In the Eastern world, there were many professionals who specialized in a certain skill, and they believed that this skill would eventually become compatible with the heavenly axiom, nature, and world. Boom. The heavy greatsword was smashed down by the high-level construct golem. The dwarven juggernaut, who had resisted it once, did not take it head-on again. After that, he used his short stature to avoid the attack. "Let me do it." After Soren jumped out of the battle, he put away his curved sword and replaced it with a small dagger with a pale golden luster. He said to the desert warrior who was fighting, "Attract its attack, I'll cut off its leg." The curved sword was a legendary equipment, but its cutting ability was not as good as the dagger in Soren's hand, because this dagger was a weapon forged with a lot of fine gold. Among all the special metals, the hardness and cutting ability of fine gold were the most amazing. A real fine gold weapon could even be used to cut diamonds. This dagger was better than many legendary equipment when cutting metal. Sword form, spinning strike. With a burst of sparks, Soren rushed to the side of the high-level construct golem. At the same time, the dagger in his hand cut through the broken steel armor with a cold light. Crack. There was a clear sound of breaking. When Soren's figure rushed forward to avoid the waving shield, the high-level construct golem behind him suddenly shook, and then rumbled and fell to the ground. One of its legs had been severed. Rogues still have to rely on equipment to survive. Without a suitable weapon, many skills are useless. Soren put away the fine gold dagger, and then took out the curved sword again. The dagger was too short, too small, and not easy to use. Even if he had trained in using the dagger, Soren still did not like this short and powerful weapon. Dang. Dang. The high-level construct golem with one leg cut off suddenly became a live target. Its incomplete movement speed was basically difficult to threaten the others present. However, another problem arose. It seemed to have activated its defensive mode and put the heavy shield in front of its body, which suddenly made people feel like they were facing a turtle shell. Losing a leg made it give up most of its attacks. The intelligent command input by the Arcane Empire actually let it know to switch to defensive mode in a disadvantageous situation. This time, everyone was a little dumbfounded. It was not that they could not kill it, but the opponent was obviously in a defensive counterattack posture. Unless they could deceive its counterattack, they were very likely to be included in the sweeping range of the giant sword after attacking. Damn it. Soren's face was a little ugly, and he murmured, "This golem actually has the ability, attack through defense." The puppet golems of the current era did not have any abilities. Only the high-level golems of the Arcane Empire could be inputted with some special combat abilities by the great arcanists. It was definitely quite depressing to encounter such a high-level golem. What a tough bone to chew. The dwarven juggernaut took a step back with his battle axe and gasped slightly. "What do we do now? This damn thing stays in place and defends. Why don't we go around it?" "No." Soren shook his head and said, "It's safer to get rid of it. Attack through defense." A very disgusting defensive ability. It was equivalent to giving up on offense and focusing on defense. At the same time, under the situation of focusing on defense, it could carry out part of the defensive counterattack. If other people mastered this ability, it would be a little better. They could more or less break through the defense ability. But when this ability was mastered by a high-level puppet golem made completely of steel, the situation became very troublesome. "Cover me." Soren frowned and thought for a moment. Then the pale golden dagger appeared in his palm, and he said in a deep voice, "Help me attract its attention. I'll find a chance to destroy its energy core." There was no energy. No matter how powerful a construct golem was, it was still a pile of scrap metal. Soren needed someone to cover for such a dangerous thing. Chapter 403. The others continued to harass the high-level construct golem. Soren, on the other hand, kept circling around it, looking for a breakthrough point. The energy core was generally placed in the most heavily protected area. This kind of golem was unlikely to place the energy core in its head. The most likely place was its chest. Because no matter from which angle, the chest was the easiest place to protect. The high-level construct golem only needed to put a shield or a greatsword across its chest to block most of the attacks. Therefore, its energy core was likely to be inside the alloy steel armor on its chest. Attract its attack. Soren turned his eyes to the oriental dancer next to him. She was the most agile and flexible one besides Soren. Against this kind of steel-shaped enemy, the oriental dancer did not have much fighting power, but she was one of the few people who could deceive the high-level construct golem to fight back. Soren needed her to open a breakthrough point. Otherwise, the shield would be too uncomfortable. Hazy dance. Moonlight step. The oriental dancer's reaction was very fast. Her tall figure suddenly jumped lightly like a dance, and her figure gradually became hazy. When she slid to the side of the high-level construct golem, she suddenly waved her dagger and stabbed it. Clang. Unsurprisingly, The high-level construct golem blocked the attack with a heavy shield. In the combined defense with attack mode, its defensive ability had increased by at least 3 levels. The greatsword swept down. The Oriental dancer's expression was not worried. With a light twist and a light tap of her toes, she dodged with a technique similar to Shuanpa. At this moment, Soren, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally moved. His figure disappeared into the shadows. Evade sight. Soren's figure disappeared in place. The next moment, he appeared beside the high-level construct golem out of thin air. Or it should be said that he appeared directly in the arms of the high-level construct golem. Time went back half a second. The high-level construct golem blocked the attack of the Oriental dancer with a heavy shield, and then waved its greatsword with a backhand sweep. At this moment, the shield in its hand was raised slightly, and at the same time, under the light of the nearby torch, the shield formed a shadow that was projected on its own body, and Soren's figure jumped out of this shadow. It was a crazy move. This was like walking on a tightrope. No, it should be said that he was dancing on the tip of a knife. Soren's silhouette appeared right next to the high-level construct golem. The golem's cold steel armor touched his arm. In this situation, as long as the high-level construct golem's reaction speed was slightly faster, it could instantly close its arms and trap Soren inside. The enormous strength was enough to strangle him to death. However, Soren was still one step ahead of him. After directly appearing beside the high-level construct golem with shadow jump, a pale golden cold light appeared in his palm, and then the fine gold dagger accurately pierced the chest of the high-level construct golem. Accompanied by a burst of crackling flames, the puppet golem in front of him trembled, and then its arms fell down powerlessly. Patter! Soren landed on the ground. His chest was a little undulating, and it seemed that he had consumed a lot of energy just now. This kind of risky move was more or less frightening, but it seemed that he had successfully hit the enemy's energy core. If he did not hit the enemy's vital parts, he would have to use shadow jump again to escape from the enemy's attack range. It's finally dead? The dwarven juggernaut gasped and sat on the ground, muttering, "This thing is probably more powerful than the dwarven defender. No wonder the arcane empire was destroyed." No one paid attention to his words. After Soren rested for a moment, he slowly stood up and said, "There should be some loot inside. You guys go and collect it." Loot. Hearing Soren's words, the dwarven juggernaut quickly got up and walked inside quickly. "Let's go. Let's see what's good inside." The others looked at each other, and could not help but follow. As normal adventurers, they were more concerned about how much they could get. Soren stood still. He was now the pirate king who ruled the 3 seas, and his value was comparable to the ruler of a small kingdom. The only thing that really attracted him here was the cloak against detection, which was undoubtedly a divine artifact for rogues. The other one who stood still was the Oriental dancer. She seemed to be very interested in the high-level construct golem in front of her and whispered, "Is this the craftsmanship of the arcane empire? It's really amazing wisdom." Soren ignored her. He reached out and took out some tools, and then began to disassemble the high-level construct golem in front of him. Although Soren was not an orthodox wizard, and did not know much about alchemy, many of the parts inside were at the level of the arcane empire's craftsmanship. It would definitely be useful for Gloria's research. The challenge level of this thing was probably close to level 20. They could deal with it so easily, and more importantly, it was because the enemy's energy was insufficient. The elemental fission shield sounded like a very high-end thing. Dang dang dang. Soren quickly disassembled the high-level construct golem into parts. Some things that looked like a construct body were all put in by him. And then he collected some samples of the memory metal. The golem craftsmanship of the arcane empire was very exquisite. The parts inside were more than 10 times more complicated than the current golem craftsmanship. It made people feel like they were disassembling a robot. Soren found the energy core in the chest of the golem that he had destroyed, and something similar to a crystal block in its brain. This should be its intelligence system, right? Soren held the purple crystal block in his hand, and said with a dignified expression, "It can actually inject special abilities into the puppet golem." How did the spellcasters of the Arcane Empire do it? It was very high-end stuff. It could even be said to be at the level of artificial intelligence. Soren became more and more curious about the craftsmanship of the Arcane Empire. He didn't know how to study this thing at all. So Soren directly put it away and planned to bring it back to Gloria to see if she could find something from it. At the very least, it could help her upgrade her steel golem. If the puppet golem could be injected with special abilities, then its growth would be quite terrifying. The dwarven juggernaut and the other two people came out of the front room. They brought out a lot of good things, and some complete light purple crystals. It was not clear whether they were artificial or natural crystals. Looking at their expressions, they should be satisfied with the benefits they obtained. This was good. Soren wanted to satisfy them so that these people would really work hard. Chapter 404. The spoils of war made the others more active in their actions. After disassembling the body of the high-level construct golem, Soren began to survey the nearby terrain. Many places had collapsed and buried. The only passage pointed to the north, which was not where Soren wanted to go. The scope of the underground ruins was very large. After all, this was a sunken city, but the places that could be explored were limited, unless a large number of people were arranged to dig out the city. Such a project was difficult even in the 21st century, so the exploration of the ruins was mainly concentrated in the core area. Let the workers come down. Soren surveyed the nearby terrain, then came to a thick wall and said in a deep voice, "You should be able to enter the interior if you break through here. Let them come down with tools and dig bit by bit. You can't blow it up with gunpowder." The light in the square was already very strong. The torches illuminated this area, and the monsters were basically cleaned up by them. The Oriental dancer quickly went up and asked people to come down. After a while, dozens of workers timidly landed along the rope. They glanced at the surrounding environment, and the expressions on their faces were still very scared. But at this time, it was no longer up to them. Under the orders of the professionals, these workers began to dig the side walls. The rhythmic knocking echoed in the underground ruins, as if the vibration had disturbed something. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the depths of the underground ruins, and some kind of aura that penetrated the soul. Baylor Monster Level 27. The Baylor, sealed in the deepest part of the underground ruins, felt the vibration above, but it could not leave the range of the seal at all. The only people present who knew what was below were Soren and the Oriental dancer, but they were wise enough not to speak because it was better not to let others know about this kind of existence. The workers stopped in fear under the slight movement, but were soon called to work quickly again. Soren could not stay here for too long. There seems to be something here. The bearded dwarf warrior murmured. The Oriental Ronin glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "There must be something under this kind of place. We'd better move faster." It took him more than an hour to do so. They finally opened up a passageway. Unlike the plaza, the space inside was very narrow. Broken buildings supported the gaps inside, and many places only allowed one person to pass through at a time. Of course, Soren was the one leading the way. His main goal was to get the cloak of proof against detection, so he was heading straight for the general area. This legendary equipment was stored in a special room. Its previous owner should have been a powerful professional. Now there was a monster that was very difficult to deal with. This monster had once wiped out the adventurers who first explored this place. Later on, only then did the adventurers figure out a way to deal with it. Since Soren was here, he naturally knew how to kill it, but he might have to pay a small price. The rugged passage gradually widened. This meant that Soren had entered another area. This should be the residential area of the city's nobles. Even though it was dilapidated, he could still see that the buildings here were exquisite, and there were many marble pillars nearby. The most conspicuous thing in this area was a tall house. It was one of the few buildings that was well preserved. From the side he could see 3 steel golems. Their surface was heavily rusted. They should be low-level puppet golems. Because they lost their power source, they were completely scrapped. "Be careful." Soren looked around and said in a low voice, "There seems to be an undead aura here." Hearing his words, the rest of the people present became alert. There were indeed undead here. But it was not an ordinary undead. Soren knew what was here before he came. Ancient mummy, challenge rating 18. Mummy. It was a very common monster among undead creatures. Some were man-made mummies, while some were naturally formed due to certain reasons. The desert was the most likely place for mummies to appear. These undead creatures were not difficult to deal with. A normal adventurer team could easily kill them. However, if an undead creature had the word ancient above its head, it would be quite difficult to deal with it. Ancient mummy, high undead, grade 5. Challenge rating 18, personal level 22, has spell-like ability. Highest and lowest attributes 25, lowest attributes 15. Total attribute points 100 to 115. Special abilities. High undead characteristics, negative energy erosion, spell-like ability, immunity to ordinary weapons. Challenge difficulty B+. The first group of adventurers to explore this place was the ancient mummy. It was a powerful undead creature that was created due to a special geographical environment. Soren looked around carefully. He knew that there was an ancient mummy here, but he didn't know where it was hiding. The group spread out and formed a defensive formation. They approached the building in front of them little by little. They didn't know where it was connected to the outside. There was a slight wind here, and there was a faint chill. Whoosh! A strange figure passed through the darkness in front. Soren's spirit suddenly tensed up. He clenched his curved sword icing death and said in a low voice, "There is a monster nearby." There was a faint light. He didn't know if the curved sword icing death sensed something, or some kind of aura stimulated it. The legendary curved sword's body seemed to have encountered ice, and emitted a faint light. This was the weapon's warning. Since the legendary curved sword icing death woke up, it seemed to have some special uses. Extinguishing flames. It emitted a dazzling silver light after coming into contact with sub-zero temperatures. And when there were evil creatures nearby, it gave an early warning. Be careful. The others could not help but hold their weapons nervously. Many of them glanced at Soren's curved sword, and some people's eyes flashed with greed for a moment. After all, the number of legendary weapons was quite rare. Soren's curved sword was not activated. Once it was activated, it would immediately let others know that it was a legendary weapon. Whoosh! The strange sound of the wind appeared again. A shadow flashed in the darkness. The ancient mummy was different from other undead. Its speed was actually quite fast. When the undead reached its level, it was already a legendary monster, and was no longer restricted by the mummified undead. It was even immune to the attacks of ordinary weapons. Fortunately, none of the professions present had white equipment. It's a mummy. The Oriental dancer reached out and picked up something from the ground. Her face changed slightly and said, "This fell from it." A piece of wrinkled dry cloth. She did not know how long it had been kept. There was a very unpleasant smell on it. It should be a high-grade mummy. The desert warrior knew a lot about mummies. He had probably encountered some before. He immediately said in a deep voice, "It has such speed. I'm afraid it's not so easy to deal with." The mummy was not in a hurry to attack. It seemed that its wisdom was good. It actually knew that the adventurer team in front of it was not so easy to deal with. Soren's eyes turned, and he immediately said in a deep voice, "You stay where you are and be on guard. I'll lure it out. Evade sight." His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, but he was not looking for traces of the ancient mummy. Instead, he quietly sneaked toward the building in front. That was where the legendary equipment, Cloak Against Detection, was located. Soren came here for this piece of equipment, which was undoubtedly a god-level equipment for rogues. Now that he had found the place, it was naturally the most important thing to get it in his hands first. Hearing Soren's words, the others immediately formed a defensive formation, and he himself went over little by little, and then quietly sneaked into the room through the broken window. He was very clear about the memory of this place. There was a dark room in the room, and the Cloak Against Detection was stored in the box. However, there was a magic trap on the box. Forcibly opening it would trigger a disintegrate. There was no other way. This was a relic from the Arcane Empire. The level of the traps on it was very high. Even when Soren was at his peak, it was not easy to remove them. But it was not completely impossible. Knowing what kind of trap it was much easier to crack it. Creak. A slight noise came out. Soren quietly entered the dark room, and a lot of things suddenly appeared in front of him. There was only a piece of powder left on the bookshelf, but other well-preserved things were basically extraordinary items, including some alchemy equipment, some unknown potions, a dark blue robe, and a staff of special texture, etc. The most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly the box in the corner. This was the most valuable thing in the vicinity, and it was also the only legendary equipment. The box had a special enchantment process. Even after thousands of years, it was still intact. Silver-white metal. There were strange patterns on the surface, which were engraved magic patterns. Any forcible destruction of the box would activate the magic trap on it. This was a treasure box that was difficult to open with brute force. The adventurer team that found it in the past had no way to remove the magic trap, so they could only let the warriors directly break it open. In the end, the warrior was directly disintegrated. Disintegrate level 6 spell. Disintegrate transmutation. After casting this spell, a green light will be shot at the target, causing a maximum of 240 magic damage. It can directly disintegrate inanimate matter, and can affect the effect of the force field. Any enemy hit by disintegrate must go through a compulsory test of immunity. If they fail to pass the test of immunity, they may be disintegrated. If they pass, some of the damage will be reduced. The level of this magic trap was extremely high. The warrior who opened it was a high-grade warrior, about a profession level 16 defensive warrior. As a result, he was instantly disintegrated along with his equipment. Even now, Soren did not have much confidence in resisting it. However, disintegrate had a flaw, which was that it would only work on the first target it hit. Soren basically had no way to remove this magic trap, unless his dispel trap skill was as high as 200 points. So the only way to open this box was to use disintegrate, or use a cross-plane method to avoid this attack. He turned around in a circle. Then Soren quietly moved the bookshelf a little, just enough to cover him in the shadow, and then took an alchemy crystal bottle in his hand. 1, 2, 3. Soren took a deep breath, swung his curved sword, and smashed it directly on the box in front of him. Clang! With a muffled sound, Soren suddenly let go of the crystal bottle in his hand, and at the same time, his figure became blurred in the shadow. The next moment he appeared 1 meter away. Shadow leap. A green light appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it hit the place where Soren was originally. And then the crystal bottle that he let go of was directly disintegrated, disappearing without a trace like melting snow. It's broken. There was a strange sound of wind outside, and the movement here attracted the wandering ancient mummies outside. Soren did not think much and directly smashed the box in front of him. Without looking at the other items, he directly picked up a black cloak and put it on himself. Cloak of proof against detection. He was finally 1 step ahead. He got this equipment that was undoubtedly a godly item for rogues. Item type: Cloak of proof against detection. Item grade: Grade 3 legendary item. Item description: This is a legendary cloak. Anyone who wears it will not be discovered by any spells after entering the state of stealth. It is immune to all detection spells, unless it is a creature with the natural ability to see through invisibility. Otherwise, even the incarnation of the gods would not be able to discover the person wearing it through detection spells. However, it is not omnipotent. Although this legendary cloak can make people immune to detection spells, there is no way to hide other movements in the state of stealth. Requirements: none. Equipment effect 1. Sneak plus 30. Equipment effect 2. Force field of proof against detection. Immune to any detection spells. No enemy can use spells to break the state of stealth of the person wearing this legendary equipment. Soren's figure disappeared into the shadows. This legendary equipment did not have many additional abilities. In addition to the force field of proof against detection, it only added an additional 30 points of sneak. However, this was already very useful for Soren. After putting on this cloak, he went into stealth again without the slightest trace, as if he had completely integrated into the darkness. Gotcha. A slight noise was heard. A shadow gradually approached from the outside, and the figure of the ancient mummy appeared outside the dark room. However, it did not find any trace of Soren. Instead, it looked around blankly. The undead had a certain ability to detect invisibility. However, after putting on the cloak of proof against detection, only creatures born with true sight could discover Soren's trace. Chapter 405. The required database has been filled up. Bow. Thank you, everyone. There are 2 updates today. Rogues were actually a profession that could be easily cheated. Although rogues had all kinds of abnormal means, and warriors had all kinds of resistance and endurance, they were naturally proficient in a variety of skills and had mastered the most basic skills. Rogues did not lack the level of cheat-like achievements. For example, killing monsters of more than 10 monster levels, sneaking alone into a dungeon with a challenge rating of 12 or above to steal treasures, or using a combination of high agility and items to play a little shocking acrobatics, and forcibly dragging a group of professions to death. This kind of thing was not rare. Rogues were a profession system that made it easy for people to play their own strengths. They could sneak, attack, assassinate, dig holes, pick locks, steal, alchemy, poison, have good knowledge, perform well, have good hearing, and are easy to get up in the wild. In the comprehensive basic skills, no profession was more versatile than rogues. Rogues had the most basic skills. So after bypassing the ancient mummy and getting what he wanted, Soren had a new idea in his mind. He was ready to kill this legendary ancient mummy because the slaughter EXP it gave would not be much less than an adult white dragon. Soren was less than 200,000 slaughter EXP away from entering the legendary realm. With the anti-detection cloak, even if he encountered a powerful enemy, as long as he did not have true sight, no one could stop him. The ancient mummy was not easy to deal with. There were 2 main headaches. The first was that as a high undead, it was quite resistant and belonged to the undead species at the meat shield level. The second was that it was born with a spell-like ability called Ghoul Touch. In the case of ordinary attacks, it could launch negative energy erosion, making people with insufficient immunity to directly freeze in place, and it was possible to steal some of their attributes through negative energy erosion. Ghoul Touch Level 2 spell. After hitting the target, a mandatory test of fortitude will be triggered, and the target that cannot pass will enter a state of paralysis. When activated, it will produce a stench, making nearby enemies feel nauseous and slightly affected. The difficulty of Ghoul Touch is affected by the spellcaster's casting level, or the level of the creature. Vampiric Touch, Ghoul Touch. These 2 spells were not high-level spells, but they were very useful. The most disgusting thing about the ancient mummy was that its normal attacks would automatically carry the Ghoul Touch effect. Soren wasn't afraid of this spell. After all, his physique was very high, and his toughness was comparable to many warriors. Among the people he brought here today, except for the Oriental dancer, whose toughness was relatively low, the others had a high chance of passing. Swoosh. Soren did not approach the primordial mummy. He took out his elven war bow and shot an arrow at it. Hoo-hoo-hoo. A strange sound came. After being attacked, the ancient mummy found Soren's position in an instant, and then rushed over at an amazing speed. Prepare for battle. Soren put away the elven war bow, and the master battlemaster gloves were instantly switched to curved sword icing death. As his figure rushed out of the shadows, a monster wrapped in bandages also appeared behind him. The ancient mummy was different from other mummies. The bandages on its body had almost been integrated into its body. The dry skin and the bandages were stuck together, and the whole body seemed to have an extra layer of skin. A stench filled the air. The Oriental dancer wrinkled her nose involuntarily, but the others were not affected. It's an ancient mummy. The desert warrior had a lot of knowledge about mummies. When he saw the monster behind him, his face immediately changed and he said, "Be careful not to touch it. Its attack can paralyze people." After all, he was still a little slow. Seeing the ancient mummy chasing after Soren, as a qualified meat shield warrior, the dwarven juggernaut directly raised his shield and rushed over. Shield charge. Bang. The primordial mummy's figure was blocked by the dwarf warrior. The dwarf warrior was like a wall. forcing the primordial mummy to take a step back. Shield bash. The two sides collided in an instant. The moment the dwarven juggernaut came into contact with the ancient mummy, he trembled in the blink of an eye, as if he was shivering, but he quickly recovered. He swung his heavy battle axe and smashed it down, roaring, "Damn undead! What the hell is this?" Immunity passed. Among all the people present, the dwarven juggernaut was undoubtedly the strongest. Seeing this scene, the desert warrior could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he waved his curved sword and joined the battle. Soren had been paying attention to the movement behind him. After finding that the dwarven juggernaut could resist the immunity test, he could not help but turn around and join the battle group. As long as the meat shield was not afraid of the effect of ghoul touch, it would be much easier to kill the ancient mummy. Shadow strike. Sword form beheading. Soren jumped up from the left and instantly slashed the head of the ancient mummy with his sword. The enemy's body was extremely tough. It felt like he was chopping on dry iron wood. At the same time, at the moment of contact with the other side, there seemed to be a piercing chill. This was the negative energy field of the ancient mummy. Wind cut. The main force responsible for the output was still Soren and the Oriental Ronin. The role of the desert warrior was still the second meat shield. If the dwarven juggernaut could not withstand the immunity and was paralyzed, then he would temporarily act as the first meat shield. The only one who did not dare to get too close was the Oriental dancer. She did not know if it was for psychological reasons or her fortitude was too low, but when she was slightly touched by the ancient mummy, the woman's face was a little pale. After only hitting the enemy once, the Oriental dancer turned to harassment and attack. It seemed that she did not dare to get too close, but it was her move that made the ancient mummy, who had a certain amount of wisdom, list her as the first target because she looked like the easiest one to break through of all people. Touch of the undead. The ancient mummy suddenly gave up its defense under Soren's storm-like attacks. Its whole body shrank suddenly, and then the bandages on its body suddenly flew out like a poisonous snake. In an instant, everyone had no time to dodge. Whether it was Soren or the Oriental Ronin, they were all blocked by the flying bandages. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes in an instant. Attacked by the ancient mummy. You've been attacked by the spell-like ability, Touch of the Undead, of the ancient mummy. You've been seriously eroded by negative energy. Test of fortitude failed. You've received 42 points of negative energy erosion damage. You've been temporarily absorbed 2 points of strength and 2 points of constitution. Damn it. It was a spell-like ability that absorbed attributes. The 4 melee professions present were all hit. Each of them lost 4 points of attributes, and their combat power suddenly decreased by a lot. However, the ancient mummy did not continue to attack them. Instead, it turned its eyes to the wandering Oriental dancer. In an instant, it rushed over, and the bandages on its body wrapped around her like a whip. Hazy dance. The Oriental dancer's face was pale, her body turned into 3 phantoms, and she retreated frantically at the same time. But it was a step too late. All the phantoms she turned into were hit by the bandages, and then her whole person seemed to be frozen in place. Sure enough, her fortitude could not be immune to the effect of Touch of the Undead. A trace of despair emerged. Seeing the ancient mummy rushing over, the Oriental dancer, who was completely stiff and had lost the ability to move, couldn't even close her eyes. Legendary monsters always had the ability to crush enemies below the legendary level. The shadow of death came, just when it was too late for others to rescue her, and they thought that the Oriental dancer would die in the hands of the ancient mummy. Soren's figure suddenly disappeared. Evade sight. Shadow jump. At this time, there was no way to hide her strength. Although Soren and she were using each other, he did not want her to die like this. Bang. At the moment when the Oriental dancer was desperate, Soren's figure suddenly appeared from behind her shadow, and then directly knocked her body away. He gritted his teeth and took an attack from the ancient mummy. Stone skin. The cold and biting negative energy emerged with a stench. Soren, whose attributes had been reduced by a full 4 points, could not resist the fortitude immunity in an instant, and his whole person stood stiffly in place. Bang bang bang. A series of attacks fell on him like a storm. It would obviously take some time for others to rescue her. In this case, Soren's only way to save his life was to rely on Stoneskin to resist. With just 2 attacks, the Stoneskin gradually collapsed. Every time the ancient mummy touched him, Soren would be affected by negative energy. Any of its attacks would have an additional 10 points of negative energy erosion damage. Even with Soren's more than 200 HP, he was suddenly put into a seriously injured state. After all, they were not long-term teammates. The speed of the others' rescue was obviously half a beat slower. Especially the Oriental dancer, who was knocked away by Soren. She didn't seem to think that Soren would save her in this situation, and she was stunned for a second. This stupid woman. Soren could not help but have a trace of violence in his heart. In the case of being paralyzed by ghoul touch, the possibility of these teammates in front of him saving him was less than 30%. The paralysis effect would not disappear soon. If he did not use his trump card, it was very likely that he would die in the hands of the ancient mummy. Finally, Soren decided not to hide his strength anymore. His eyes were instantly bloodshot, and his originally stiff body let out a crackling sound. A violent aura appeared on his body, and at the same time, the paralysis effect of the ghoul touch was forcibly removed. Slaughter form. Sure enough, he couldn't be too soft-hearted. He actually forced himself to become a slaughter. Chapter 406. Slaughter, Death, Destruction. A violent aura emerged from Soren's body. Since the cost of transforming into the slaughter form became higher and higher, Soren rarely activated this ability. But he didn't expect that he didn't use this ability in many fights on the North Coast. Today, in order to save a woman, he had to activate the slaughter form again to protect himself. Because the ancient mummy was a legendary monster, Soren didn't have the confidence to resist the effect of the ghoul touch until the end. Sure enough, he had to pay a price for not being hard-hearted enough. An invisible energy field burst out. When Soren transformed into the slaughter form, some of his abilities were also automatically activated. Fear Gaze Divinity. Deathwalker Legendary. Slaughter and death were always inseparable. When Soren transformed into the slaughter form, a substantial domain power also burst out. The Oriental dancer, who was grateful to Soren for saving her, turned pale under Soren's aura. Even her delicate body trembled slightly. Her pale face seemed to have seen something terrible. A row of data appeared. Activated the slaughter form. Transformation completed. Divinity activated. Immune to negative energy erosion effect. Undead touch negative status removed. Strength +6, agility +2, physique +2, wisdom +2. Combatability transformed to a warrior of the same level. Resistance to any abnormal status increased by 10 points. Slaughter will activated. Immune to mind control spells. Slaughter Thirst activated. You are under the negative status of Slaughter Thirst. Unable to satisfy the Slaughter Thirst, you will enter a state of madness. Soren's pupils turned into a blood-red color. Facing the attack of the primordial mummy, Kieran suddenly raised his palm. Bang! Soren caught the attack of the ancient mummy with his bare hands. A shockwave of the collision of forces appeared. Soren stood still, but the ancient mummy's wrist was slightly bent. How terrifying was this power? Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, especially the Oriental dancer, who had fought with Soren before. Her face was full of disbelief at this moment. Soren's strength was only 19 points when he didn't use any spells. But if he transformed into the slaughter form, then his strength could reach a terrifying 25 points. This strength could almost crush many legendary level warriors. As a warrior with 15 points of strength, all of his energy was focused on training his strength. He would only have 25 points of strength after entering the realm of legends. However, as the price of this unorthodox training, his vitality, agility, and so on would be greatly weakened. Die. Soren's expression. The ancient mummy's arms armed Soren's hand, ants violently. He lifted his foot and performed a beautiful shoulder throw. Along with the trembling of the ground, the ancient mummy was directly smashed into the ground by his brute force, and a human-shaped pit was forcibly smashed out. Clang! The legendary curved sword, Icing Death, flashed with a strange silver light. Soren waved his curved sword and slashed down. In an instant, a cold light shrouded the ancient mummy. Before it could even stand up, there were amazing sword marks on its body. Sword form beheading. Soren changed from holding the sword with one hand to holding it with both hands. He jumped up and slashed towards the ancient mummy's head. Poochie! The sound of an object being cut through came out. Soren slowly retracted his curved sword, and there was only a mummy's body with its head cut off at his feet. Soren's slaughter form, vs Ancient Mummy. KO. After dealing with the ancient mummy in front of him, he turned to other people who were still in a daze. The dwarven juggernaut looked at him and could not help but swallow. His forehead was full of cold sweat. The Ronin's hand holding the hilt was trembling slightly, and the muscles of his body had been stretched to the limit. The desert warrior's expression was even worse, and there was obvious fear on his face. As for the oriental dancer, who was saved by Soren at the beginning, she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but when the words came to her mouth, it was as if someone was strangling her throat and she could not speak. Soren's eyes were too cold and terrifying. The pressure seemed to penetrate into their souls, making it difficult for them to even speak. Thirst for killing. The soul of the ancient mummy satisfied part of the thirst for killing, but even if it was a legendary monster, it could not satisfy Soren's thirst for killing. More killing. Soren was now like a person who had been hungry for a long time and barely ate half full. More thirst made him gradually lose control. Stay here and wait for me. A cold and emotionless voice sounded. Soren's figure flew out in an instant, and then smashed a closed passage with his fist. He directly relied on his terrifying brute force to open a path. Then his figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving only 4 teammates standing in the same place with frightened expressions. The surrounding scenery was quickly retreating. Dark vision allowed Soren to easily shuttle through here. Some undead appeared in front of him, but none of them could withstand Soren's sword for a second. Even the skeleton undead with a monster level of 15 could only resist 1.5 of Soren's sword. He killed all the monsters he saw without any expression, because he knew that if he did not satisfy his desire after transforming into a slaughterer, he might fall into a state of madness and kill all his teammates and the human laborers outside. The merciless harvest continued. Soren estimated that his challenge rating in the slaughterer form could reach more than 18. In the entire ruins, the only one who could fight with him was the Baler that was sealed in the deepest part of the ruins. Thirst. The thirst for killing came from the soul. These trashy monsters wandering in the ruins could not satisfy Soren's thirst for killing. He needed stronger enemies and stronger souls to satisfy his thirst for killing. The scorching hot air was spreading. The temperature of the ground had risen unknowingly. If it was a normal person standing on the ground, they would probably feel their feet burning, but Soren did not feel the slightest bit. The light of the flames appeared. In the depths of the ruins, there seemed to be a reflection of the flames, and a huge and twisted figure. The Baler. As a high-level demon from the abyss, it also felt the aura of slaughter, death, and destruction. This aura was very familiar to it, because it felt like it was the same kind of aura. The Baler brought slaughter and destruction in the flames, and death was its favorite feast. Chapter 407. Scorching Flames. In the depths of the underground ruins, which should have been pitch black, flames had been ignited near the passageway. The torches that had been there for an unknown period of time, as well as the lamps that were filled with oil, were all ignited automatically under some kind of power. It was said that the land where the Baler walked would burn. Although there were very few people who had seen this terrifying monster, legends about it were still circulating in the mortal world. Because in the stories of mortals, the Baler was close to the most powerful enemy. The challenge level was equivalent to an old red dragon, and most of the dragons that appeared in the stories of mortals were young and adult dragons. If one went higher, then one would basically need to challenge the existence of the deities. The abyss was a place of chaos and evil. There were many types of demons, and new types were born almost every day. But there was no doubt that the true master of the abyss was the Tanari demons, which were the current third-generation Abyss demons. Before them, the ruler of the Abyss was the Orbis demons, the descendants of chaos and destruction. They were the creations of the first batch of chaos demons, and once ruled the Abyss for a long time. But then, humans were born. Before the current order had truly taken shape, the souls of dead humans began to enter the bottomless abyss. The Orbis demons were very interested in the souls of these mortals. They used their own chaotic power to transform these souls, and finally created the Tanar'ri demons of today. The demons created by fusing human souls were abnormally powerful and numerous. In the end, the chaotic war in the abyss broke out. The Tanar'ri demons overthrew the second-generation demon lord, and became the ruler of the abyss. Now, even the many demon lords in the abyss were also born as Tanar'ri demons. They had the spiritual power of humans. The Balor was the best among the Tanar'ri demons, and also a high-level demon that inherited the power of chaos and flame. Even in the abyss, the Balor demons were the absolute ruling class. They stood at the top of the demon race, second only to the demon lord. They were one of the few high-level demons born with divinity, and had always been the main force on the abyss battlefield. A Balor demon was the demon lord in any place in the abyss and controlled a large number of demon armies. Note: to challenge the Balor demons in the abyss, one must face the demon army. Name: Balor, high-level demon, large otherworld creature. Race: Tanar'ri demon. Attributes: Strength 35, Agility 25, Constitution 31, Intelligence 21, Wisdom 24, Charm 26. Alignment: Chaotic evil creature level, 25 plus challenge level, 20 plus HP, 360 plus godhood. Non-divinity, lesser divinity domain, flame, chaos evil. Treasures: Standard coins, double treasures, plus 3 abyssal beheading sword, plus 3 abyssal flame whip. Basic skills: Deception 310, Focus 330, Negotiation 350, Disguise 100, Hide 260, Intimidation 330, Knowledge 300, Listen 380, Sneak 300, Search 300, Discerning 300, Spellcraft 300, Detect 380, Survival 70, Use Magic Device 310. Special skills: Burning Explosion, Bind, Spell-like ability, Summon demons. Specialty abilities: Cleave, Powerful Cleave, Proficient in First Strike, Proficient in Dual Wielding, Fierce Attack, Advanced Fierce Attack, Instant Cast Spell-like ability, Telekinesis, Advanced Dual Wielding, Longsword Expert, Beheading Sword Master. Spell-like abilities: Blasphemy, Dominate Monster, Advanced Dispel Magic, Advanced Teleportation, Soul Assimilation, Decree, Intimidate, Telekinesis, Evil Spirit Light, Firestorm, Internal Explosion. Innate ability: Flaming Body. The Balor. It was a textbook monster in the abyss. Almost any adventurer who was ready to go to the abyss would remember the basic information of the Balor. When Soren felt the surrounding temperature rise, a large amount of data had already appeared in his mind. When he first went to the abyss, the Balor was one of the monsters he paid attention to, because if he encountered this monster, he had to know enough about it to defeat it. It was too strong. Challenging the Balor was not much easier than challenging a demigod. The thirst for slaughter continued. Soren's mind did not disappear because of his transformation, but there was an extra desire to fight and kill. The Balor was the only enemy here that could satisfy his desire to kill. Flames. A huge shadow. When Soren went through the dark tunnel, the light in front of him suddenly became abundant. In front of him stood a huge monster that was burning with raging flames. It had a pair of demonic horns and a pair of wide demonic wings on its back. However, it was basically useless in this narrow underground ruin. The Balor was more than 12 feet tall, and weighed more than 5,000 pounds. In its hand was a huge abyssal beheading sword that was burning with raging flames. The Balor was also a high-level demon that mastered dual wielding. Its other weapon was the level +3 abyssal flame whip. The temperature was gradually rising. The Balor was like a huge flame, and any creature that approached it would be incessantly burned. However, just when this huge monster appeared in front of Soren, a strange silver light appeared on the legendary curved sword Icing Death. It was as dazzling as the stars, isolating the scorching flames. At the same time, It automatically extinguished the magic flames caused by the Baler in a burst of magic aura. This legendary curved sword had killed the Baler before. After sensing the evil aura and discovering a new enemy, it even trembled slightly in Soren's hand. The flames became a little weaker. The raging flames on the Baler seemed to have dimmed a lot. Then a pair of heavy shackles appeared in Soren's sight. The shackles with a silver-white metallic luster bound its hands, and there seemed to be a barb piercing through its huge demon wings. It had been sealed here for a long time. Even after thousands of years, it still couldn't break free from the seal here, because it was imprisoned by the great arcanists of the Arcane Empire. Demon? No. A human? The pupils of the Baler were like jumping flames. It stared at Soren, who appeared in front of it, and said in the ancient demon language, "A human with the aura of a slaughterer. Mortal, come here, release me. I will give you everything you want." Soren sneered. He didn't care about the Baler's words at all, because demons were untrustworthy. They didn't abide by the law of contract at all. Anyone who made a deal with a demon could be eaten by them in the end. Besides, Soren's purpose was to take its life. An arrow on the bow. Soren took out the elven war bow and directly shot an arrow at the Baler in front of him. Clang! The Baler's huge beheading sword instantly blocked the arrow. At the same time, the wooden shaft of the arrow instantly burned, and even the steel arrowhead showed signs of melting. The terrible strength of a superior demon was undoubtedly revealed in an instant. Unless it was a legendary existence, it couldn't even get close to it, because the body of the Baler was scorching hot. Note: any enemy caught by the Baler will receive 36 fire damage per second. The power of the seal was still there. The furious Baler let out a roar. It took a step forward, and in an instant, the shackles shackling it appeared with a faint magic aura. Then it groaned. The chain was connected to the wall behind it, and there was a huge 9-pointed star array on it. There were slight traces of cracks on the surface of the array, and there were wreckage after the battle nearby. These were left behind by adventurers who had explored this place before. The mark of the Baler on the map was also left behind by them. Damned mortal! The Baler let out a roar. The shackles that bound its hands couldn't stop it from attacking Soren. The Baler fiercely waved its flame whip and flew toward Soren in front of it. A flame that was more than 10 meters long. The flame whip came with a whistling sound. It was as flexible as a poisonous snake and blocked all of Soren's escape routes. Ha! Soren's eyes narrowed. His figure rose into the air, and he didn't have any intention to dodge. Instead, he directly slashed at the flame whip. A silver stream of light appeared. The flame on the flame whip seemed to dim, and then gradually extinguished. Then the Baler shook its hand and took it back. It stared at the curved sword in Soren's hand. The flame in its eyes jumped, and it said in a deep voice, "This weapon has a disgusting aura." The first round of confrontation. It seemed that both sides were probing attacks. Although Soren saw the shackles on the Baler with his own eyes, he didn't have the slightest idea of attacking rashly. The sealed flame Baler was still a flame Baler. No matter how it was trapped in this underground ruin, its challenge rating of more than 21 would not lie. Soren had encountered this kind of sealed high-level demon more than once. Although they were trapped somewhere, it didn't mean that they had no fighting power. For example, even if Soren had no weapon, even if his hands were shackled, his powerful attributes and abilities could still turn him into a terrible killing machine in an instant. The seal here had been loosened. There were 2 broken pillars behind the Baler. Originally, the shackles on its hands should have been wrapped around it, but now only the barbs on its back were connected to the wall. This allowed it to have some mobility. Soren's mind was working quickly, thinking about ways to kill the Baler in front of him, and also calculating its danger. Ooh! The flame whip once again turned into a flame. The chaotic nature of the Baler made it so easy to be provoked. It shook the flame whip and wrapped it around Soren, as if it was going to catch him to its side. Huh! Soren jumped away again. The Baler that was chained in place had a limited attack range, so the danger to him was reduced a lot. But, just as Soren jumped away from the attack, a grin appeared on the Baler's face, and it growled, "Mortal! You can't escape." Spirit summon. The evil magic aura emerged. The Baylor raised its hand and pointed at Soren, and it launched its spell-like ability. Soren's body was hit in an instant. Immediately, a row of data appeared in front of his eyes. You've been attacked by the Baylor's spirit summon. Slaughterer form activated. Divine power transformed. You're immune to this spell effect. Soren landed safely. The Baylor's expression seemed to be a little unbelievable. It roared and waved the flame whip again, and at the same time, launched another spell ability toward Soren. Law Intimidate. The flame whip whistled past, and the evil magic aura fell on Soren again. But this time, Soren didn't even plan to dodge. He directly resisted the spell of the Baylor, and at the same time, waved his curved sword to cut the flame whip. A data prompt appeared. You've been attacked by the Baylor's Law. Intimidate. Slaughterer form activated. Divine power transformed. Your HP is higher than 200. Toughness passed. You're completely immune to the effect of this spell. Soren's mouth showed a sarcastic smile. He dared to come here to challenge the high-grade legendary Baylor, because he was basically immune to the opponent's control ability when he transformed into a slaughterer. Spells like Law, Intimidate, were very likely to be ineffective against Soren, who had a strong HP. Few of the Baylor's control spells could work on him. As if it was unbelievable, the Baylor suddenly cast several spells toward Soren. Mind Control. Immune. Evil Aura. Immune. Blasphemy. The angry Baylor uttered ancient blasphemy. This evil language seemed to have some kind of powerful magic. When it spoke this depraved language, the air around was filled with evil energy. This time, Soren was no longer unmoved. His expression changed a little. It seemed that he was in pain and crazy. His body trembled involuntarily, as if he was suffering great pain. The Baylor couldn't help but laugh. The arrogant enemy in front of it finally fell under its spell, and the blasphemy had an effect on him. Soren let out a painful howl. And then he stood up trembling. There was a strange blood-red light in his pupils, and the violent atmosphere on his body became stronger. He opened his mouth gently and said a blasphemy that was also full of evil. Blasphemy. A dense data display appeared in front of Soren's eyes in an instant. Chapter 408. Rewind time to 1 second ago. When the Baylor uttered the blasphemous words, Soren's brain also seemed to be struck by lightning in an instant. A burning breath emerged from his body and flowed all over his body in an instant. Not only that, but Soren's powerful memory ability also seemed to be activated by some kind of power, and he instantly remembered these blasphemous words that he could not understand at all. This was the power of the oldest evil god, and one of the abilities that the gods of the evil alignment were good at. Pain. Soren's brain seemed to be pierced by some kind of power, and he instantly understood the ancient blasphemous words. Blasphemous words, pain. This power seemed to be so compatible with him at this moment, and Soren actually mastered it in an instant. A series of data appeared. You are affected by the effect of blasphemous words. Divinity of Slaughter Transformation. Divinity of Fear Transformation. Slaughterer form activated. Eidetic memory triggered. Encyclopedic knowledge triggered. Your alignment is lawful evil. Divinity level is minor divinity. You are immune to this blasphemous damage. The compatibility between your level of evil and blasphemous words is 91%. Divinity mastery ability activated. You have learned a new ability, blasphemous words. Blasphemous words. As the name suggested, it was a special power of the evil alignment. This was the oldest blasphemous words. Only some powerful and evil beings with divinity could master this ability. Otherwise, they could only master the lower level of blasphemous words, which was the special spellcasting ability used by the blasphemous priests in Whiterun. Some priests who were favored by the gods also had this ability, but they mastered Word of Truth. If they could become the chosen or favored by the gods, this ability could be upgraded to Holy Word. Good and evil. The abilities mastered by these two camps were different, but the most fundamental power of evil was still blasphemy. Under normal circumstances, even if Soren wanted to master blasphemous words, he had to go through an evil sacrificial ritual, and perform a depraved blasphemous ritual during the sacrificial ritual. The ritual process was different according to the god sacrificed. If it was a demon, then it was likely to be a bloody ritual. If it was a devil, then it might be some terrible conspiracy. Of course, there were many choices for this ritual sacrifice because the evil gods of the abyss and Bator Inferno could also give this ability. For example, the Queen of Succubus, the easiest sacrificial ritual to please her. Because she was the demon god in charge of lust, depravity, and ethics, it was easy to please her with certain taboo pleasurable rituals and obtain her rewards. The blasphemous abilities bestowed by demons, devils, and evil gods all came with a price. Although it could strengthen one's own power, it was also equivalent to falling into their control. Soren's mutation at this moment was different from all the blasphemy rituals. He automatically mastered and understood the blasphemy language. Just this point. Even he couldn't understand it. He could only vaguely guess that it was related to his camp, the bloodline of the slaughterer, or the weak divinity. Because having divinity was equivalent to stepping into the realm of the gods. If the Baler in front of him didn't have a master, then the blasphemous words it mastered was also because of its own divinity. The Baler's body was trembling. Even if it had a powerful flame body, it still suffered a lot of damage under the power of the blasphemous words. Blasphemous words, Pain's special ability. Speak the most ancient blasphemous words and turn this blasphemous language into the power of Pain on the enemy. Any non-territorial power can't be immune to this damage. True damage is equal to your own profession level plus divinity value. This ability can be used once a day. Soren stood up expressionlessly. The power of Pain gradually subsided. He stared at the Baler in front of him, and there was a strange blood-red light in his eyes. At this moment, he looked full of evil and depraved as if he was some kind of demon from the abyss. The Baler in front of him seemed to think of something. Suddenly, its face changed and said in a deep voice, "Son of Slaughter?" No, you're too weak. It seems that I've met the descendant of the son of Slaughter." There was a trace of greed in the Baler's eyes. It suddenly roared and stepped forward. The barbs that pierced its back were instantly pulled taut, and then drops of demon blood slid down the chain. The Baler let out a painful howl, but it still didn't retreat. Instead, it clenched the abyss beheading sword in its hand, and took another step forward. The sound of flesh being torn apart was heard. The flames on its body were much weaker. The huge demon wings were torn apart by the chains, and a rather hideous wound was exposed on its back. Divinity of Slaughter. There was a trace of fanaticism in the Baler's eyes, and it roared, "Ha ha ha! I actually met the descendant of the son of Slaughter. Mortal, let's have a showdown. The winner has everything. The loser will become a sacrifice. The one standing in front of you is the descendant of flame and destruction." High Demon Belother Kendi. As long as it was still imprisoned, it would be difficult for the Baler to really kill Soren. Because even if it couldn't kill the Baler in front of it, Soren could escape at any time. And the Baler was confined to a certain area by the chains. The Baler didn't know that Soren in front of it had a thirst for slaughter. If this thirst for slaughter was not satisfied, it would fall into madness. It just felt the divinity of slaughter in Soren's body. This power activated its crazy nature, so in order to kill Soren in front of it, it was ready to break free from the chains. Slaughter and destruction. The two most powerful divinity in the abyss. Although they were not the gods who controlled these two divinity, these two powers still created a level 27 Baler, and Soren, who was now above the ordinary legends. Boom. A trace of cracks appeared on the wall where the chains were connected, and a tearing wound appeared on the Baler's body. Its hands were still shackled, but the chains that imprisoned it in place were pulled out little by little. There was a sharp barb on its back, almost piercing through its shoulder blade. There were strange silver runes on it, and this was the power that kept it in place, unable to leave. But now it was forcibly breaking free, and with a gush of demon blood gushing out, the Baler roared in pain and madness, and once again took a step forward. Its injuries were getting worse, but the power of the seal was getting weaker and weaker. Greed and madness appeared in the Baler's eyes. As long as it could kill the mortal in front of it, and take the divinity of slaughter, then the price it had to pay now was nothing. As a powerful high demon, it was confident that even if it was heavily injured, it could still kill the mortal in front of it. Baylor Belotherkendi. Monster level 27, heavily injured. Seal weakened. Grade 6. Soren slaughter form. Class level 18, grade 4. Chapter 409. Drops of demon blood dripped on the silver chain. It seemed to contain some kind of powerful magic. After the demon blood touched the silver chain, it burned like gasoline. The Baylor stared at Soren with a crazy expression, and took another step forward. Then a stream of demon blood gushed out from its wound. It was like adding oil to the fire, making the raging fire spread all over the silver chain. The light on the chain was gradually dimming. It seemed that the demon blood eroded its power, and the ancient runes on it. Soren, who was about to make a move, stopped. He stood in place and looked at the Baylor, who was walking forward step by step with a ferocious expression. Demon blood. The origin power of high-rank abyss devils was a bloodline ability they were born with. This kind of power was quite precious. In the abyss, only after the other demons under their command had made considerable contributions, the higher demons would give them this kind of power to promote the weaker demons. This kind of promotion would reduce the power of the higher demons, so it was also an ability that was rarely used by the higher demons. Most of the time, the lower demons needed to rely on killing to promote bit by bit, from the weakest dretch to the intermediate demons. Although demons had bodies, they were still soul creations in essence. Their souls had transformed into corporeal entities. Therefore, their growth had a mutation type. The power that the Baylor used at this moment was the demon blood. This blood was not only its vitality, but also part of its own strength. It used this as a price to break the seal on the chain. In short, if it was Soren who was trapped now, then not only would his HP be reduced at this moment, but also the slaughter EXP he had gained in the past battles. This kind of loss of power was permanent. The lost HP could be gradually recovered, but the lost slaughter EXP needed to be regained. The Baylor was breaking the seal in this way. The price it paid was that its power would be reduced, and it might even directly drop a grade. The Baylor was willing to pay such a price, which meant that Soren's value was amazing in its eyes. After confirming that the Baylor was using the demon blood to corrode the chain, Soren was not in a hurry to launch an attack. Although the Baylor was now trapped in the chain, its combat power was not affected much. As long as Soren was within 15 meters of it, the Baylor could launch a fierce attack at any time, and even turn the nearby area into a sea of fire. Soren waited silently, waiting for the moment when the Baylor broke the seal. When the seal was completely lifted, the Baylor's strength would be reduced to the limit. At that time, his chances of winning would be higher than now. Both sides wanted to kill each other. In the eyes of the Baylor, Soren had an incomparably delicious divine power. In Soren's eyes, killing the Baylor that also had minor divinity. The slaughter form limited Soren's spellcasting ability. This was a bit disadvantageous for him, because the slaughter form was similar to the Tansen's polymorph. Although it changed his combat power to that of a warrior of the same level, it also made him unable to cast spells. Soren could only use the abilities brought by divine power, as well as the spell-like abilities of his own talent. Note: spellcasting requires concentration and a clear mind. The thirst for slaughter greatly affects spellcasting ability. However, Soren's chances of winning were not low. Otherwise, he would not just stand there and wait. He had challenged the Baylor in the bottomless abyss, so he was very clear about the fighting style of this powerful monster. The narrow terrain here limited its ability to fly, and it also limited the fighting skills of large weapons. Without enough space, the power of the Baylor's 2-meter-long abyssal beheading sword was greatly reduced. Soren would not fight a battle that he was not confident in. Only when his chances of winning were more than 50% would he take the risk. Boom! The Baylor roared and took another step forward. At this moment, the silver chain on its back was stretched to the limit, and the silver runes on it became very dim. The true demon blood turned into a raging fire, and melted it little by little. The source of the Baylor's power was fire. Its true demon blood was the hottest fire in the bottomless abyss. Even the seal left behind by the Arcane Empire could not resist this powerful force. Crack! When the Baler's huge body of more than 5,000 pounds took another step forward, the already fragile chain directly broke. It roared and suddenly raised the abyssal beheading sword and rushed towards Soren in front of it. Although the moment when the seal was broken was the moment when it was the weakest, it was also the moment when the Baler's aura was the strongest. After breaking the seal at a heavy cost, the Baler's crazy expression showed an indomitable will to fight. This strong will to fight was matched with its huge body and the 35 points of strength that it was born with. It was enough to cause crushing damage to any enemy. It was even confident that it could kill the weak mortal in front of it with one hit. 35 points of strength. This was a terrible power that mortals could never reach. Its strength was not only because of its own spell-like abilities, but also because of the powerful attributes brought by the high demon blood. Rumble! The Baler rushed over like the bravest warrior. It swung the 2-meter-long abyssal beheading sword with one hand as if it was weightless. At the same time, the flame whip swept from the side and directly blocked all the space that Soren could dodge. No matter which angle he dodged from, Soren could only choose one of the abyssal beheading sword and the flame whip. Never underestimate any high demon. The Baler's body looked fat and heavy, but it actually had as high as 25 points of agility. Note: adult dragons only have 10 points. And it also had the skill of greater dual wielding. Regardless of any spell-like abilities, just relying on its own attributes, talents, abilities, and fighting skills, the Baler was enough to easily crush a legendary orthodox warrior. Unless there was a cheat-like existence that could kill it with one slash. Even the incarnation of the gods would have to pay a little price to deal with the Baler. Mighty slam! A burning flame appeared on the Baler's abyssal beheading sword, like a huge burning torch. The sharp edge of the sword was hidden in the fire, and it directly slashed toward Soren's head. The flame whip came from the side at a tricky angle. It was clearly an attack from two different directions, but it was so easy to use it. Shadow leap. Shadow strike. A strange blood-red light appeared in Soren's eyes. In the face of the Baler's attack, his figure disappeared in an instant. He had been standing in the shadow. The next moment, Soren's figure appeared in the shadow behind the Baler. He only jumped less than 6 meters away, then pulled out his curved sword and stabbed into the back of the Baler. The fiercer the attack, the harder it was to take it back. The Baler's attack that had accumulated to the limit hit the open space. The abyssal beheading sword directly split the ground with a loud bang, leaving a terrible gully in the place. A piercing pain came from behind it. The Baler let out a crazy roar, and the flame whip in its hand instantly hit its back. The whip was a very flexible weapon, and the abyssal beheading sword was a very overbearing weapon. These two weapons were extremely difficult to master. Only the Baler could use them so well. Sword form, heavy hack. In the face of the flame whip coming from the side, Soren's expression did not change at all. The hot flame enveloped him. This was the fire of the Baler. Ordinary people could not even get close to this terrible monster. However, Soren was not afraid of the flame, because the curved sword was emitting a strange silver light. No flame could get close to his body. Even the nearby magic flames were extinguished by this legendary weapon. Time froze at that moment. The flame whip swept over with a roar. Soren suddenly rolled sideways and dodged the Baler's crotch. The opponent was 12 feet tall and weighed more than 5,000 pounds. It was too big for Soren. He had enough space to use the swordsmanship from the Underdark. With a cold and ruthless light, Soren directly launched the sword form, heavy hack, under the Baler's crotch. Poochie! A gush of blood spewed out. Then, like an unstoppable fountain, Soren cut a 30-centimeter-long wound in the Baler's groin amid its painful and mournful screams. Its huge body gave it terrible power. However, this size also gave Soren enough space to perform. At this moment of life and death, he did not care about any face or demeanor. No matter how bad the skill was, Soren would not hesitate to use it. Damned mortals! The immense pain made the Baler's body tremble. No male creature would be able to continue fighting as if nothing had happened after being cut in the groin. Soren's cold eyes did not change at all. When he rolled under the Baler's crotch to dodge, he also appeared at the lower corner of the opponent, which was also the attack range of the Abyss beheading sword. The Baler, who was proficient in dual wielding, shook the flame whip and instantly retracted it. At the same time, it waved the huge Abyss beheading sword and slashed at Soren. It wanted to cut the damn mortal in front of it in half. Its 35 points of strength gave it enough confidence to crush the enemy in front of it with one sword. Swing sword form. Soren slammed his palm on the ground. The huge force made a clear palm print on the ground. The reaction force from the ground made Soren's body fly half a meter in an instant. Then the curved sword Isingdeath's body bent about 30 degrees when it touched the hard rock. The second reaction force took effect on Soren's body. He rotated at a 360 degrees angle and moved about a meter away. The next moment, the heavy Abyss beheading sword swung down and cut a crack more than 2 meters deep on the ground. Soren, who almost dodged the sword edge, did not hesitate and slammed his palm on the ground again. The huge force made his whole body fly back and directly move a distance of nearly 5 meters. As the top legendary rogue in the past, his fighting skills were not just limited to the sword form. Although he didn't have Shadow Realm or Shadow Step, and he couldn't use the unpredictable surprise attack ability, his strong enough attributes had allowed him to use many extraordinary combat skills. No rogue could casually stand at the top. Soren used to challenge a saint as a legend. Fighting with only the abilities of a rogue was undoubtedly courting death. Sword form, horizontal slash. Shadow strike. The fighting skills from the east required the support of ki. The monk's windwalk, non-stealth ability, traceless steps, and chain steps allowed them to instantly rush to the enemy's side. As a rogue, although Soren did not master these special fighting skills, he also had other ways to accomplish this. Soren slammed his foot on the wall, and then his figure flew out like a sharp arrow. He rushed over from the left side of the Baler, and his curved sword turned into a stream of light and pierced the enemy's heart. The Baler, who had been thwarted several times, seemed to be crazy. It almost did not dodge and slashed its sword at Soren as if it wanted to die with him. The powerful body of a higher demon made it difficult for it to die so easily. The flame body of the Baler was no longer an ordinary thing. Just stabbing the heart could not kill it immediately. On the contrary, it was difficult for Soren to resist the power of the sword in the hands of the Baler. Shadow leap. Time froze again. Soren flew out like a sharp arrow. This seemingly fierce attack went straight to the heart of the Baler, but after rushing about 3 meters in front of his body, Soren's figure entered the reflection of the stalactite above the underground ruins. Then in the next moment, Soren disappeared into the shadow, and then appeared again in the shadow behind the Baler. Shadow leap 7 meters. The fighting skills of a top rogue were undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Soren successfully launched Shadow Leap in less than a millisecond after entering the shadow, and then appeared behind the enemy in an instant. Sword form Waist Slash. Shadow Strike. Soren held his sword with both hands and slashed at the body of the Baler in an instant. The hot demon blood spilled on his body along with the fire. Even at this moment he was still expressionless. But he looked so cold and ruthless, like the most terrible killing machine. This was his real strength at the peak of his strength. Only after transforming into a slaughterer, Soren's basic ability could support him to burst out with the real legendary combat power. P.S. If you have a recommendation vote, please vote for it. Chapter 410. The gentle sea breeze blew through the port of Mordor, and the sound of waves hitting the reef came from afar. There were people coming and going in the port, and merchant ships full of goods were docked near the port. Occasionally, a team of heavily armed and expressionless guards patrolled by. The merchants who came and went could not help but give way in awe after seeing them. Occasionally, the legendary drows could be seen here, but they were not as evil as in the stories. They just looked a little cold and indifferent to everyone. These drows were quite strict in law enforcement, and the means used to bribe other guards did not seem to have much effect on them. Stephen Hogg jumped down from the deck, touched his money bag after landing, and then looked at the Billow Tavern on the south side of the port. This was a tavern run by a priest of the Sea Temple. On the other side of the dock was the more luxurious Golden Crown Inn, which was the best place to spend money in Mordor, with the most expensive wine and the most beautiful maids. However, Stephen was just an ordinary pirate. He couldn't afford to go to that kind of place. He just occasionally drank a few glasses of rum in the Billow Tavern. He was now a man with a family. Naturally, he needed to be more careful, so after thinking about it, he turned and walked towards Mordor City. Forget it. Stephen lowered his head and muttered, refusing his companion's invitation to go to the tavern for a night of fun. As he returned to his station, he thought to himself, now is the time to use money. The money I saved is enough for 300 Kindler. Enough to buy a piece of land in the city. I heard that the mainland is not very safe recently. I'll bring her and the child over after a while. Thinking of this, Stephen could not help but show a happy smile on his face. He was not young anymore. He was 35 years old this year, which was relatively old among pirates. As a human, Stephen felt that his physical energy was not as good as before after entering the age of 30. Although he had the strength of grade 2, and his combat experience was quite rich, after all, age was unforgiving. People in middle age could not avoid aging. This was the same even for advanced professions. In the last decisive battle with the pirate King Ashrod, Stephen was stabbed in the abdomen and lost a lot of blood at that time. Although he had recovered now, there were still some internal injuries. Stephen drifted on the sea for a long time. After so many years of life and death battles, he was already tired of it, so he planned to apply to join the city guards after handing over this mission. Change to a more stable job. In Stephen's long career as a pirate, he had followed many pirate leaders, but he had never met anyone like Sir Soren, who filled him with hope for the future. Order. Everything in Port Mordor was in good order because there was a strict order here. Although the law had not been fully established, the rules set by Sir Soren had always been strictly enforced. Anyone who challenged the rules would be mercilessly crushed. Stephen had never seen a pirate leader like Sir Soren, who could control the rebellious pirates so well. Although some of the processes were bloody and cruel, that was only a small problem. As long as they got used to Sir Soren's order, they would find that their lives were not as bad as before. He didn't have to worry about being stolen and thrown into some stinking ditch after getting drunk, nor did he have to worry about his wealth falling into the hands of others after fighting to the death. You should be rewarded for your efforts. In Mordor, any job could allow people to support themselves. Even the most humble slave could get freedom because of hard work and live a good life in the city of Mordor. What reason did Stephen have not to believe that he would have a better future than those slaves who were freed? The money is almost enough. There was a paved road in the port that led directly to the city of Mordor. The neat road was repaired every once in a while. Stephen did not receive any education, so slightly complicated calculations were a bit troublesome for him. Although he had been spending money to learn words and arithmetic recently, unfortunately, because of his age, Stephen had been learning a bit difficult. So now he had to count with his fingers while he was on the road. With the merits I've made in the past, I should be able to buy the land south of Mordor at the most favorable price. Almost enough to buy 15 acres of land? Note: the size is about the same as an acre. 1 acre is about 6 acres now. These lands have been cultivated by slaves. Looking at the growth of the land, there should be a good harvest this year. After buying the land, I'll spend some money to buy 2 slaves from Shipwreck Bay to farm. Even if I'm old in the future, I can live a good life. When I get the land deed, I'll bring her and the children over. Then I'll spend some money to ask a priest to hold the wedding. Haha. An honest smile appeared on Stephen's face, which softened the hideous scar on the left side of his face and made him look less frightening. He had a lover. She used to be a prostitute in Shipwreck Bay. Her husband used to be a sailor, but unfortunately he died in a shipwreck. After her husband died, she struggled to raise 2 children alone. Unfortunately, it was too difficult for a woman to raise 2 half-grown children. In the end, she made up her mind and hooked up with men behind closed doors, relying on the sex business to support the 2 children. Then she met Stephen, a pirate who looked fierce but was very gentle to her. After crippling a drunkard who did not pay after sleeping with a woman, Stephen got together with her. She was a very gentle woman. She was not very beautiful, and her voice was a little soft. She was 26 or 27 years old. Her waist was a little thick, but her skin was white. She was very gentle and good at housework. She would clean the room and have a big butt. At first glance, she was a woman who could bear children. As for the sex business, Stephen did not care so much. A woman who could make up her mind to do this kind of business to support children only made him feel awe. He was just a pirate. It was a bit too much to say that his hands were covered in blood, but there were definitely many people who died under his hands. There were people who deserved to die, and there were also innocent people. Occasionally he would go to the temple to confess his sins. Once, he even cried in her arms like a child. Maybe the older he got, the more soft-hearted he became. This time, when he went to Shipwreck Bay to escort goods, Stephen encountered a young thief. If it was in the past, he would definitely cripple the child's hand. But this time, when he saw the child's yellow face and thin body, he could not help but think of the two children. Not only did he let the thief go, but he also gave him a few silver dirhams. Because life was difficult, and the door was always half closed, the older of the two children had also done some sneaky things in the past. Now the 13-year-old child only had 8 fingers. Stephen was tired. He was not young anymore. In a few years he would be 40 years old. When a man reached 40 years old, he could only rely on rich experience to fight. He wanted to change to a more stable life. There was a woman. There was a group of lively children. A stable job, a stable home. So many years of wandering on the sea had honed him into a real man. He could fight bravely without fear of death in battle. But this did not mean that he wanted to live a life of uncertainty all the time. He was a little different from other pirates. Maybe when others reached his age, they would become eager for all this. The gate of Mordor City appeared in front of him. Stephen could not help but speed up his pace and rush towards his station. He had his own house. Although it was only a small brick house, after all, it was an industry that he fought for with his life. But most of the time, he still stayed in the station because the house was empty. It was not as convenient as staying in the station. When he picked up the woman, he would consider moving in. I have to buy some furniture too. Stephen thought so in his heart. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his face showed an expression that all men understood. Hey, there are 3 rooms. Maybe I should buy a bigger bed. At this time, there was a noise at the gate of Mordor City. Then a large pterosaur climbed out. Its head was much bigger than a cow. There was a rope around its neck. It seemed to be led by someone, but it was blocked. The pterosaur walked forward arrogantly without looking at the guards around. When it came out of the gate, it couldn't wait to flap its wings, blowing up the dust all over the sky. Okay. Little Black, stop it. I'll let you out to play now. A crisp child's voice came from behind. Although he still couldn't see the person, Stephen couldn't help but change his expression. He quickly bowed his head and knelt down on one knee. Miss. This was the treasure of Mordor. Her status in Mordor was similar to that of a princess. Everyone knew that Sir Soren valued her more than his life. Whoosh. The pterosaur's figure rose into the air. Then Vivian, who was standing at the gate in a black princess dress, appeared in front of Stephen. The little girl didn't even notice Stephen kneeling on one knee. After letting go of the pterosaur's rope, she clapped her little hands gently and said, "Let's go. Lulu, I'll take you to catch fish today." The petite cat girl was full of happiness when she heard this. She nodded desperately and said, "Meow. Catch fish. Lulu wants to eat grilled fish." Under the sun, Vivian held the little cat girl's hand and walked towards the beach. Stephen also quickly stood up and rushed to the station. He still had to hand over the mission today. Battle after battle. Desperate battles over and over again. Blood, slaughter, death. In the cruel and ruthless game of life and death, the city of Mordor finally stood on this overseas archipelago. Soren didn't just change the fate of Vivian. This city, which was full of vitality, changed the fate of many people. Vivian finally had a stable environment to grow up in. She could live a life her age should have in her free time. Happy, carefree, living like a child. After all, she was only 9 years old. And Soren. He would continue to move forward in the killing, because of the promise, and also because of the protection. Chapter 4:11. Fresh blood dripped down. Soren's breathing was a little rushed. Continuous high-intensity bursts of energy were quite taxing on his body, especially in a battle where the precision was on the millisecond level. It was a great test for his body. However, his current vitality was extraordinary. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Soren had already adjusted his breathing. Vitality not only affected his physical limits, but it also determined his endurance in battle. With his extraordinary vitality, Soren only needed to adjust his breathing a little, and he would be able to return to his peak condition. There was a burnt smell on his skin. Perhaps it was because he was burnt, but Soren didn't feel too much pain. The Baylor standing in front of him wasn't any better. There were 7 or 8 wounds on its body, especially on its back, where Soren had directly hit it twice. Unfortunately, the Baylor's vitality was too strong. With 31 vitality, Soren's attack should have cut it in half, but it was only able to injure its spine. The Baylor's vitality was too tenacious. The HP of a high-level demon was basically above that of a legendary warrior. Soren was barely able to push it to the brink of death. The Baylor was also panting. Even if it was as strong as it had lost a lot of blood and was heavily injured. The speed of its recovery was far from the speed of its recovery. The demon's madness allowed it to fight even when it was heavily injured and on the brink of death. It raised its heavy abyssal executioner sword again, and at the same time, waved its flame whip and rushed toward Soren. The flames on the Baylor's body had dimmed a lot. There were only some flickering flames left on the flame whip, and then a dark green barb was exposed. This was the reason why Soren's left arm was heavily injured. The barb hooked onto the flesh of his arm, and then a piece of flesh was forcefully torn off. Soren's injury wasn't light. Although he had only been hit by the Baylor once, that one hit had caused him nearly 100 points of damage. The flames on the Baylor's body were too strong. Even with the power of icing death protecting his body, Soren was still slowly burned every time he got close to it. This kind of enemy was simply impossible for mortals to defeat. It was even more difficult to deal with than a giant dragon because ordinary people would be burned to ashes if they stood in front of it. Soren was already a little numb from the roasting. Icing death prevented him from burning directly. This legendary weapon's ability to extinguish magic flames was still in effect. However, a scorching aura penetrated deep into Soren's bones from his skin, making him feel as if his chest was on fire. His throat was so dry that it felt like it was about to split open. The silver light was still dazzling. The Baylor's flames made it even colder. Soren held it in his hand like a block of ice. I've already used up my shadow jump. Even if Soren was fighting at his peak condition, he still couldn't withstand a few jumps of 100 meters. Both sides were at the end of their tether. That was why Soren had no choice but to roll and dodge the Baylor's crazy attacks. The huge abyssal beheading sword slashed the wall behind Soren, creating a 2-meter-long crack. At the same time, because of the Baylor's strength, a crack appeared on the wall. Go to hell, mortal. The Baylor had made up its mind to force Soren into a corner. The enemy in front of it didn't dare to take a single hit from it, so it completely gave up on defense and used the most violent method to force Soren to take its attacks. Rumble. Soren could only dodge again. The Baylor's strength was too high. He didn't dare to take it head-on, even when he was in his slaughter form. Not to mention that the Baylor's body was huge. The abyssal beheading sword once again hit the ground. The terrifying brute force caused web-like cracks to appear on the wall. The wall rumbled, and the cracks extended to the top of both sides' heads. Solon seemed to have discovered something in an instant. That was why when the Baylor swung the abyssal beheading sword again, he turned around and returned to his original position. The wind howled. The flame whip whipped toward Soren, and the abyssal beheading sword swept out. Rumble. The wall shook again, and the cracks were very obvious. At this moment, Soren was almost forced into a corner. The Baylor's face showed a ferocious smile, and it suddenly swung the abyssal beheading sword at him. This damned mortal finally had no room to dodge. Clang. When the Baylor swung the abyssal beheading sword again, Soren gritted his teeth and held his sword with both hands to block the attack. Poochie. Blood gushed out from the wound. Soren's whole body flew out as if he was hit by a speeding car. The huge force caused him to hit the wall with a bang, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Strength suppression. The huge difference in size and strength between the two sides made it easy for the bailer to deal crushing damage. Crack. Soren hit the wall behind him. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The cracks on the wall spread in an instant, and a shadow suddenly fell from the top of the bailer's head. Rumble. A sharp cone-like stalactite hit the bailer's head, and at the same time, a lot of debris fell to the ground. This level of damage couldn't kill the powerful bailer, but in the case of the head being hit, the bailer's attack was instantly full of loopholes. Its huge body became a burden at this moment, and most of the falling stones hit its huge body. Die. At this moment, Soren suddenly jumped out with a ferocious expression. His thin body easily crossed the falling boulder, and then after getting close to the bailer, he suddenly reached out and pressed on it. Vampiric touch. A life force full of burning breath poured into Soren's body, and the injuries on his body suddenly recovered a lot. A strange fiery red color appeared on his pale face. Soren jumped up and gently touched the back of the bailer. Then he held his sword with both hands and chopped at the bailer's head. Sword form beheading. A cold light suddenly appeared. Then blood gushed out crazily. The huge body of the bailer was stiff in place. The next moment, it suddenly seemed to be burning. The bailer's body was full of raging flames. Its whole body looked like a huge fireball. Burning explosion. As one of the most difficult higher demons to challenge in the abyss, the bailer's horror was not only its power, but more importantly, it would automatically activate a burning explosion talent ability after death. This talent ability would make the bailer explode like a fireball, causing hundreds of explosion range damage to any enemy around it. Back then, countless people had died under the self-detonating corpses after killing their enemies. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and terrible flames surged out. Soren, who had just slashed the bailer's head, was shrouded in a terrible explosion in an instant. Chapter 412. I'm back. Now there are a bunch of relatives' children over there. Fu Tu changed back to the original place to write. Today 3 chapters. Rumble. Suddenly there was a violent vibration from the ground. The dwarven juggernaut, who was searching for loot, shook and almost fell to the ground. The others next to him also looked at each other with surprise and uneasiness. The desert warrior quietly put away a statue made of pure gold, and then turned to look at the few people present as if nothing had happened. What happened? The dwarven warrior picked up the well-preserved crystal on the wall and blew on it. Did something happen down there? He asked in a low voice. The 4 people present looked at each other. I don't know. The Ronin held his weapon in both hands and frowned slightly. The captain's expression just now seemed a bit wrong, and the hostility on his body was too strong. I guess something big must have happened down there. The desert warrior rolled his eyes and said with a meaningful expression, I heard that there are demons sealed in such underground ruins. The movement just now didn't look good. The oriental dancer's face changed slightly, and a trace of worry appeared on her beautiful face. She suggested, should we go down and find him? No. The desert warrior decisively rejected. He glanced at the others and said in a deep voice, just now, the captain asked us to stay here. We don't know the situation here at all. If we go down rashly, if there is something terrible down there, I'm afraid we will all die here. Speaking of this, the desert warrior could not help but lower his voice and said, I think everyone has a good harvest today, and more importantly, no one was injured. Why don't we stop here today, go up and divide the loot first, and then wait for the captain to come out? Anyway, he is a very powerful rogue. If he wants to leave, there are very few people who can stop him. If he can't leave, we will die if we go. He wanted to slip away. The situation in the underground ruins was a bit wrong. The vibration just now caused some places to collapse. It was likely that something big had happened down there. Not many people were injured in the previous few battles. After Soren left, they found some chests and secret rooms. They found quite a lot of valuable loot. Even if they divided it up, there were still several thousand Kindler coins. Since the situation was not right, everyone had found a lot of spoils of war. Fortunately, no one was injured. The desert warrior already had the idea of leaving as soon as he could. After all, he and Soren were only in a temporary party, and they didn't have much of a relationship with each other. It wasn't strange for them to run away as soon as they saw that something was wrong. The desert warrior's words obviously attracted the approval of one person. The Ronin stroked his sword silently. He had come to the desert area to train. He had only accepted this mission because he didn't have enough money. The situation here was a bit dangerous. He had encountered a legendary ancient mummy so easily. And this was only the second floor of the underground ruins. He didn't want to lose his life here. Since he already had the spoils of war, and he wasn't injured, leaving with the benefits to continue his cultivation was undoubtedly the wisest decision. The dwarven juggernaut looked a little hesitant. It seemed that he wanted to leave, but he felt a little guilty. The dwarven race was still more credible. Leaving in this case meant abandoning his comrades. Among the people present, the one with the most complicated expression was undoubtedly the Oriental dancer. Her face looked wavering, as if she wanted to stay and leave. After all, Soren had just saved her life. Reason told her that leaving now was the wisest decision, but she felt that it was too much to do so. The difficulty of the underground ruins was a bit high. She knew very well what was below. If Soren really encountered that kind of monster, she was afraid that the possibility of him coming back alive was not high. Baylor. It was difficult for a legendary rogue to kill a Baylor alone. Rumble. After the explosion from the underground caused the first batch of collapses, it seemed to have broken the support in some places, which obviously formed a chain of collapses. There were sounds of collapsing in many places, and a large amount of dust fell here. We can't stay here any longer. The desert warrior looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "If you want to stay, then stay. I'm ready to leave. It looks like this place may collapse. Maybe we will be trapped here." After that, he ran directly towards the square. The Ronin glanced at the others and quickly followed. This was a desert area. If the hole above was blocked by the collapse, it would be very troublesome to get out. The dwarf hesitated, glanced at the Oriental dancer and said, "Shall we go out too?" The Oriental dancer's expression gradually calmed down. She glanced at the dwarven juggernaut in front of her and said, "No, I'm going to go down and see. After all, he just saved me. I can't abandon him like this. I will definitely feel guilty about this in the future." Hearing her words, a trace of guilt appeared on the dwarf warrior's face. Immediately, he took out a few bottles of healing potions and a bottle of fiery red potion, threw them to the Oriental dancer, and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry. I'm going to leave here. This is the healing potion bought from the temple, and a bottle of strength potion from the Grey Valley dwarves. It can temporarily improve your combat effectiveness. Good luck." The dwarven juggernaut picked up his axe and ran out. A lot of dust had fallen here, and there were vibrations in the distance. The Oriental dancer glanced at their backs, gritted her teeth, and ran into the dark passage ahead. "I'm just doing this for the mission." The Oriental dancer rushed into the dark passage and muttered to herself, "The mission given by the Empress has not been completed yet. If I go back like this, she will definitely be unhappy. Yes, I have to go in and see. He shouldn't die so easily, right?" The surrounding scenery flew back quickly. The vibration in the distance continued to come. There should be a fault below, so many ruins collapsed. Boom. The Oriental dancer turned to avoid a falling stone, and then stopped. There was a big pit in front of her. It was obviously blown up by a terrible explosion. Below it were all large and small pieces of debris. The road here had been cut off. If she wanted to go, she could only jump down and then find a passage to move forward. But at this moment, a rather embarrassed figure climbed up from the fracture in front. "You're not dead." The Oriental dancer's face glowed in an instant. She seemed to be relieved and said, "Great." Bah. Soren spat a mouthful of saliva after climbing up. His blood was mixed with dust. He was almost directly shrouded in the initial big explosion. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough to resist the explosion, he might have been buried alive. Soren's whole body was gray, and there was a thick layer of fallen sand on it. He spat out the soil in his mouth, raised his hand to wipe his face, and then said, "Why are you here? Where are they?" Soren glanced behind him and found no trace of other people. At this time, the Oriental dancer didn't even need to speak. He seemed to already know everything, and said slowly, "Gone? Teskete." This kind of temporary team is really unreliable at critical moments. Catch. The Oriental dancer, who just wanted to say something, suddenly saw Soren raise his hand and throw a gem with a strange luster. She quickly reached out and took a look at it. Her face immediately showed surprise. This was the task item she needed. Rumble. There was a sound of collapse behind them. Soren's face changed slightly. He rushed up quickly and said in a deep voice, "Let's go first. The bottom has been blown up. Even this area might collapse." The two sprinted toward the original road at high speed. Soren seemed to be seriously injured. The dust on his body was all stained with blood, and it was mixed together and condensed into blood clots. Even though their speed wasn't slow, by the time they arrived at the square, it was already pitch black. All the torches were extinguished, and the position of the dug passage was blocked by falling sand. The passage collapsed. This kind of temporarily dug passage could not withstand such a collapse, but the others seemed to have escaped in advance. "What should we do now?" The Oriental dancer glanced at Soren and whispered, "The passage has collapsed." Clang. Soren turned and glanced at her. He raised his hand and threw a shovel over. He said angrily, "What else can we do now?" "Dig out." Chapter 413. Bah. The Oriental dancer was all wet with sweat. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead with the shovel in one hand, and immediately a white and delicate skin appeared in the dust. Digging in a sandy environment, if she wasn't careful, she would be covered in dust and sand. Now a beautiful woman had become like a beggar, spitting out a mouthful of sand. The structure of this underground ruin was not very good. If she dug a little bit, the quicksand would pour down. Just now she was almost buried. Ho ho ho. The Oriental dancer opened her mouth and gasped for breath. After turning around and glancing at Soren on the side, she couldn't help but complain. "Hey, haven't you rested well? How long will it take for me to finish digging?" At first, Soren threw a shovel to her. She thought it was two people digging up, but she didn't expect that she was the only one doing it. After a long time, she only dug a little bit. If this continued, she didn't know how long she would be trapped. As for Soren, he had been sitting there to rest for almost 5 or 6 hours now. Every time she was tired from digging, or after being drenched by sand from head to toe, the Oriental dancer would look back at Soren. He was still sitting cross-legged there. Every time she looked at him, there would be more resentment in her eyes. "He's not a gentleman at all," the Oriental dancer muttered in a low voice. Then she raised her hand and moved her long hair. Her hair was full of dust, which was very uncomfortable for someone who loved cleanliness. After digging for a long time, she sweated a lot. The sweat mixed with dust stood on her body, making her feel as if she had been rolling in mud at the moment. But after complaining for a while, she finally dug hard because she could see that Soren was seriously injured at the moment. In fact, Soren was seriously injured now. Under the burning explosion of the baler, he was directly put into a state of near death. The reason why he could still move freely now was entirely because of his extraordinary constitution. At this moment Soren seemed to be resting, but in fact he was rememorizing spells. The Oriental dancer didn't know that Soren was still a wizard. Naturally, she thought that Soren was resting and recovering. Moreover, other wizards needed to take out a spellbook to memorize spells. She had never seen a wizard like Soren who relied entirely on memories to memorize spells. Although he paid a lot of slaughter EXP, the spells that Soren currently mastered were all imprinted from memory. He didn't need a spellbook to memorize spells, and he basically didn't have a spellbook on him. Ooh. Soren slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the Oriental dancer who was working hard in front of him, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now the Oriental dancer was no longer as charming as she was at the beginning. She was completely a countrywoman covered in mud. Her appearance was really pleasing to see. There were a lot of messages prompts in front of him. The top one was, attacked by balers, incineration explosion. Conditioned reflex passed. You successfully avoided the core area of the explosion. You received 52 points of explosion damage. You received 12 points of fire damage. Critical point triggered. Ability breakthrough. Your ability minor fire resistance has been upgraded to minor fire resistance. Critical point triggered. Ability breakthrough. Your ability minor fire resistance has been upgraded to medium fire resistance. The baler was a ball of fire. Soren was suffering from fire damage from the beginning to the end. If it weren't for the support of the power of icing death, which could extinguish the magic flames on his body, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. So after the battle, the first thing that broke out was the fire resistance that Soren had originally trained. It actually increased from minor fire resistance to medium fire resistance in one breath. Medium fire resistance, personal ability. The power of divinity allows you to increase your resistance against fire damage. From now on, you are immune to any fire damage below 5 points. When attacked by spells or spell-like attacks, any damage with fire effects will be reduced by 10 points. With the strengthening of the power of divinity, the effect of your fire resistance ability will gradually increase. Eventually, you may be immune to fire damage. Resistance was a very useful ability. After upgrading to high resistance, it could greatly increase survivability. However, if you wanted to be immune to a certain type of attack, you may need a more powerful ability. This was the domain of the gods. Soren currently had 2 types of resistance, minor cold resistance and medium fire resistance. Then, below were some other data. You have killed the baler, extracting the target's soul energy. You have gained 165,100 slaughter EXP. The target has divine ability. Divine power activated. Absorbing the target's remaining divinity. Divine transformation. You have gained 5 divinity points. More than 160,000 slaughter EXP. Although it was not enough for Soren to advance into the legendary realm, it was not much less than that. He still needed to get another elemental stone on this trip. At that time, it should be enough for him to advance into the legendary realm. As for the 5 divinity points, this surprised Soren. He did not expect to get so many divinity points from killing a high-level demon. It was a pity that this kind of thing was difficult to encounter again. After all, the difficulty of challenging a high-level demon and a demigod was not much different. But it was not surprising. The demons of the abyss had always had a divine bloodline. Many powerful demons clearly did not have divinity and clergy, but they could still use part of the power of the gods. This was the divine bloodline that they had. The children of the abyss demons. This time he was lucky to kill the baler. Soren knew very well that if the opponent was not sealed here, he would have almost no chance of winning in a head-on battle. If he wanted to deal with such an enemy in the future, he would have to wait for the arrival of the Avatar crisis before entering the bottomless abyss. At that time, the baler would be the backbone of the first batch of demons. When the Avatar crisis began, the bloody war in the abyss came to an end temporarily. The demons and devils turned their attention to other planes. Patter. Soren stood up slowly. He took out a shovel and began to dig silently. The most important thing now was to leave this place. About 3 hours later, another message appeared in front of him. War of the Baler Legendary Battle. In early April 1676 of the New Moon era, you encountered a sealed baler in the ruins of the ancient Arcane Empire. After a tough battle, you finally defeated this powerful enemy. The fall of a high-level demon made your existence begin to be noticed by the abyss. The baler you killed is a descendant of an ancient baler. Your existence will be sensed by some powerful demons. Legend +2. It was a little strange. Soren only got 2 legend points. Logically speaking, the baler should be the most powerful monster he had challenged so far. But the legend points it gave him were only 2. Moreover, this time, the legend points appeared very quickly. It seemed that it did not take a long time to appear like in the past. This made Soren fall into deep thought. Why is it like this? Soren thought quickly in his mind and secretly said, "This Baylor is so powerful. Why is it only 2 legend points? Even a naval battle's legend points are higher than it. Could it be that the legend points are not directly related to the enemy's strength? Or are there other conditions that determine how much legend points are?" Soren frowned slightly, because he seemed to have found something. The legend points were not necessarily the more powerful the enemy was. Of course, defeating a powerful enemy would naturally give more legend points than defeating a weak enemy. But there seemed to be a benchmark that determined the number of legend points. Audience. Many of the legend points that Soren got in the past were because of the wide range of spread. Many battles were not as dangerous as today, but the legend points obtained were very high because these things were spread far and wide. But today Soren didn't seem to have an audience at all. He wouldn't go to the tavern to brag about how he killed the Baylor. Among all the people, only the Oriental dancer vaguely guessed that Soren defeated the Baylor. Maybe this was why the legend points were low. Chapter 414. Soren was trapped. In fact, he and the Oriental dancer were trapped in the underground ruins for a whole day and night. By the time they finally dug out a tunnel and returned to the surface, the two of them were already a little exhausted. It looked like they had crawled up from the ground after rolling in the ground. Soren's body was a little better. After all, he was wearing tights. He just shook off the sand and mud on his cloak. But the Oriental dancer was wearing a long dress. When she climbed out, her whole body was gray. Only when she occasionally wiped her sweat would she wipe off the dust, revealing a piece of white skin. "Finally, I climbed out." When the Oriental dancer came to the ground, she threw away the shovel directly, then sat on the sand unladylike, and then jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. At this moment, although the sky was getting dark, the temperature in the desert area was still very high. There were no traces of laborers and other teammates nearby, but there was a lot of garbage not far away. The wind and sand during the day were very strong. They had probably taken away everything that could be taken away. Now there was only garbage left on the entire ruins. Soren reached out and pushed the sand away. He touched the burnt charcoal and said in a deep voice, "They left not long ago. They should have packed up and left in the morning." The Oriental dancer came over and nodded gently. "These guys. Forget it." Soren shook his head indifferently. He had seen too many things worse than this when he was in the Underdark. At least this time, the people he met did not stab him in the back. He looked up at the sky and said slowly, "Let's rest here for a night. We will leave tomorrow. You have found what you want. We will separate tomorrow. Since you plan to go back to the Eastern Kingdom, let's leave early. It won't be long before this place becomes a place of trouble." The Oriental dancer nodded gently, and her eyes fell on Soren. She looked at him quietly for a while, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said softly, "Thank you." Soren waved his hand and said nothing. He just said, "I'm going to find some water. There should be an oasis nearby." Water. Hearing Soren's words, the Oriental dancer suddenly felt very uncomfortable. She couldn't help but quickly follow up and whisper, "Is there an oasis nearby? I'll go with you." There should be an oasis nearby, because an adventurers' gathering place had once been established here. It was very difficult to resupply in the desert. The area near the underground ruins had been explored before they found this oasis as a camp. Soren followed his memory, and soon saw a patch of green in the distance. A very small oasis. It was probably only about 100 meters wide. There were all kinds of vegetation growing on all sides, as well as some tall trees. In the middle was a deep pool. It was a miracle in the desert that an oasis could be preserved in such a place with such strong sandstorms. Great! The Oriental dancer couldn't help but speed up her pace. When she came to the pool, she leaned over and drank a few mouthfuls. Then she held the water and washed her face. As the dust on her face was washed away, a charming face was also revealed. It had obvious Oriental characteristics and looked full of exotic charm. After she washed her face, her expression suddenly became a little shy. There was a slight blush on her charming face. She turned to look at Soren next to her. It seemed that she wanted to say something but couldn't. Soren was also washing his face. The cold water made him breathe a sigh of relief. He simply wiped his body, and then noticed the Oriental dancer's gaze. "What's wrong?" Soren frowned slightly. The Oriental dancer's expression was a little shy. She seemed a little embarrassed, but she still whispered, "I want to wash up. Can you wait for me outside first?" It turned out that she wanted to take a bath. Soren stood up helplessly. He glanced at the dusty and embarrassed appearance of the opposite side and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you outside." Soren turned and left. After the Oriental dancer confirmed that he had gone out, she carefully untied her belt, but she still quietly glanced back and whispered, "I don't know if he will peek. Such a powerful rogue, if he turns around and sneaks back, I guess I can't find him, right? I don't care so much. I'd better take a bath first." The long skirt on the Oriental dancer's body was taken off, revealing a pair of slender legs. She explored the water with her feet, and then slowly unbuttoned her blouse. Her full breasts were like white jade in the moonlight. The Oriental dancer slowly entered the water with her hands in front of her chest. The water was sparkling, and her white legs and slender waist were faintly visible. She sighed contentedly, and then began to wash the dust on her body. "He is a good man. It's a pity that the person I like is D. Otherwise he would be really good." The Oriental dancer's whole body was soaked in the water, and her wet long hair spread out like water plants. She gently wiped her face, and some thoughts ran wild in her mind. Her face was slightly red, and she said, "Is he peeping?" In fact, she really thought too much. Soren walked out from the beginning. He was not interested in peeping at others taking a bath. In terms of beauty, Gloria was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. It was estimated that only Vivian might surpass her when she grew up in the future. So with Gloria, Soren was not so thirsty that he would turn around and peep at others taking a bath. Faint moonlight. Soren stood on the edge of the oasis and waited quietly. But when he felt that it was almost time to go back, there was a slight noise in front of him. Someone was approaching. Soren's figure instantly disappeared into the darkness, and then quietly moved in stealth. A person. A woman. Before Soren got close to the target, he saw a tall figure with long black hair hanging down naturally. He could recognize that it was a woman at a glance. The other party was wearing tight clothes, revealing the exquisite curves of her body. Her facial features were Oriental, but she was taller than the northern woman. But this was not the key point. The key point was that Soren did not see any weapons on her, only a pair of black gloves. "Who?" A cold voice sounded, and then the woman in front of Soren stopped. Her figure flew up in an instant, and directly locked onto Soren's position. Then she turned into a shadow and approached Soren. Her leg was mixed with a whistling wind, and she kicked at Soren with an amazing momentum. There was no sign of it. Soren didn't even know how the enemy determined his position. He could only be sure that he was not directly exposed. The other party seemed to be able to find him because of some supernatural ability. Was I discovered? Soren's expression was a little surprised. The rolling sand exposed his position. Bang! In the face of the enemy's high-speed kick attack, Soren had no time to dodge or draw his sword. He could only block it with his hands in front of his chest. Accompanied by the dull sound of flesh colliding, Soren took a little half-step back. The vigorous figure quickly retreated after colliding with Soren. She floated in the air like a goose feather and landed on the ground. Her eyes instantly became fierce and she said, "Rogue? Clap!" The woman in front of him clapped her hands together. As her palms clapped together, a faint magic aura immediately appeared on the gloves, followed by a jumping arc between her palms. This strange arc kept jumping in her palms, but it was not her own ability. It should be the power of the pair of gloves. This was a very special rare weapon. Lunged sideways, raised her hand. The familiar posture made Soren's expression dignified for a moment. He slowly pulled out his curved sword Icing Death and said in a deep voice, "Pugilist? Pugilist." This was the first time Soren saw a woman advance into a pugilist. As an advanced extension of the monk profession, although there was no mandatory advancement requirement for a pugilist, it was extremely rare for a woman to advance into a pugilist as a profession. Soren had seen a female priest advance into a pugilist's modified version of Divine Fist in the past, but he had never encountered a female profession that accepted the orthodox pugilist's cultivation. Moreover, the opponent's strength seemed to be not below his. Chapter 4:15. Landslide. The tall figure came like a storm. As an advanced profession that leaned towards the monk class, the strength of a pugilist was basically above the advanced level. The woman in front of him kicked more than 10 meters away. Her figure flew through the air, and her slender and strong thighs rolled up the wind and sand, directly whipping towards Soren's abdomen. Clang! The curved sword icing death was instantly unsheathed, and Soren swung it horizontally. In the face of Soren's attack, the tall woman did not panic at all. Her slender and strong legs pulled back, and she actually rose directly from the ground. She continued to soar in the air without any relay point. Soren's pupils shrank in an instant, and he suddenly bent his body and stabbed his curved sword towards the opponent's lower body. Cloud ladder. Ethereal form. In the face of Soren's attack from below, the tall woman slightly frowned her beautiful willow-like eyebrows. She only saw her palms together, and crackling lightning jumped in her palms. She swooped down towards Soren, and while her figure fell at a high speed, she strangely moved half a meter away. When she passed by Soren to avoid the attack, her palms turned into a gust of wind and hit Soren's vital parts. Gale attack. Arcs of lightning jumped in the air. Soren was shocked in an instant. He quickly protected his chest and blocked the enemy's attack. The opponent did not need a relay point at all. In the case of no foothold in the air, she could still launch continuous attacks. The enemy's fist hit Soren's body, but when she retracted her fist, Soren felt a shock in his chest. The force seemed to have passed through his arms and hit his internal organs directly. The subtle electric current jumped on Soren's body. Even with his strong physique, he felt numb all over. If it were anyone else now, they would have been paralyzed by the electric current. 1-inch punch. Soren's figure fell from the air, and his chest rose and fell violently. Suddenly, his throat moved, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. 1-inch punch. Or it could be said that it was internal force, as well as hitting a cow through a mountain. It was a battle technique that could ignore the opponent's defense. Soren's defensive equipment was basically useless against such an attack, and the enemy's attack directly penetrated his internal organs. This was an ability that could turn a fully armored heavy soldier into an idiot. Under such a special combat technique, any physical defense would basically be rendered useless. Evade sight. Soren's figure disappeared as soon as he landed on the ground. The tall woman also landed on the ground. She furrowed her beautiful eyebrows and looked around. It was quiet all around. It was as if Soren had evaporated into thin air. There was no trace of him at all. Shadow leap. Soren's figure suddenly appeared from behind the enemy's shadow. His scimitar flashed with a cold light as it pierced towards the enemy's heart. However, the moment he launched his attack, the tall, slender woman clearly didn't notice his existence, but her body suddenly trembled, and she quickly turned around to avoid the cold light behind her. Evade instinct. Super sixth sense. When Soren realized that the enemy had actually dodged his attack, he immediately knew that things weren't going well. He immediately swung his scimitar horizontally. Clang. However, what happened next was a little different from his previous combat experience. The tall woman in front of him suddenly closed her palms and caught Soren's scimitar. Catching a blade with bare hands, crackling electricity appeared, and the electricity flowed along the weapon to Soren's arm. The tall woman in front of him sneered, and then suddenly twisted her waist. A pair of strong legs instantly clamped onto Soren's neck. Her legs locked onto Soren's neck, and then she suddenly used all her strength to flip him over onto the sand. Legendary. This woman was definitely a legendary pugilist. With such a reaction speed, such a predictive ability, Soren even suspected that she had mastered the terrifying ability, Sixth Sense. The tall woman stuck close to Soren. She was less than 5 centimeters away from Soren. At such a close distance, Soren could even feel her long black hair fluttering in the wind. Just as Soren was about to raise his scimitar, the woman's elbow hit his abdomen, and then her fist landed on his shoulder joint. In an instant, Soren's entire arm was completely numb, and he almost couldn't hold his scimitar. Elbow knee 1-inch punch. A series of continuous attacks landed on Soren like a storm, and he didn't even have the chance to fight back. Every attack Soren made would be detected by the enemy in advance, and she would instantly hit his weak points, making it impossible for Soren to fight back. Especially the pair of gloves that kept jumping with electricity. Although they couldn't do much damage to Soren, the electric arcs were a nightmare to Soren. Every time Soren was hit by the gloves, he felt like he was touching a high-voltage electric current. In this case, he might not even be able to use 30% of his usual combat ability, the close combat ability of a pugilist. Being stuck by the tall woman in front of him, Soren took more than 10 punches in just 1 or 2 seconds. He was like a human sandbag being hit by the opponent. If it weren't for his amazing physique and strong vitality, he would have been finished off by the opponent. Clang! In the face of the enemy's storm-like attacks, Soren finally made a decision. He directly let go of the scimitar in his hand, and instantly turned around and slammed into the opponent's body with his shoulder. Mountain lean. With the dull sound of flesh hitting flesh, the ferocious tall woman was finally knocked back a few steps by Soren. The distance between them was instantly pulled apart. Soren quickly reached for the scimitar on the ground, and the tall woman rushed forward and slapped him in the chest. Crackling electricity leaped about. A sneer appeared at the corner of Soren's mouth. He suddenly withdrew his hand that was grabbing curved sword icing death. The next moment, a pale golden cold light appeared in his palm. At the moment when the tall woman in front of him rushed over, he waved the fine gold dagger and stabbed the other party's chest. It was a trap. The tall woman's expression was stern. When the forward momentum disappeared, she instantly twisted her body and dodged. At the same time, her slender and strong thighs whipped Soren's chest. Bang! Both of them were sent flying. Soren pressed his hand on his chest and coughed slightly, while the tall woman pressed her hand on her elbow, where there was a slight bloodstain. If it weren't for her strong dodging ability, she would have lost half of her life. After all, a pugilist would not use other weapons except for boxing gloves, and would hardly wear any armor. Note: armor type. It's definitely the sixth sense. Soren gently moved his feet, and placed the fine gold dagger in front of his chest. The pugilist's ability to rush forward was too strong. Once the distance was too close, the scimitar would become restrained. It was not as good as the small fine gold dagger. The woman in front of him should have mastered a supernatural ability like the sixth sense. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to continuously dodge Soren's attacks, and even predict the position of his attack. Soren also had the ability, danger sense, but when fighting with the tall woman in front of him, it was as if it didn't exist at all. The only explanation was that she had a more powerful supernatural ability that completely suppressed Soren's danger sense. Expeditious steps. The woman in front of him looked at Soren coldly. She took a hairband from her left arm, and did not look at the bloodstain on her arm. She just gently tied up her long black hair. It was not until now that Soren noticed that there was still a hairband tied around her arm. After tying her hair into a neat ponytail, the tall woman's momentum suddenly became more aggressive. Seismic strike. 1-inch punch, landslide. The tall woman suddenly jumped up and swept through the air like a wild goose. Her long hair was tied into a single ponytail flying in the air, and she rushed toward Soren with a fierce blow. Stop! But just when Soren was about to face her with the fine gold dagger, the figure of the Oriental dancer suddenly appeared and shouted at the tall woman in the air. Stop fighting. He's not an enemy. Chapter 416. The tall woman's figure landed. However, she still moved her right leg forward and put on a half-bow posture, ready to attack again at any time. Soren also squatted slightly, holding the fine gold dagger in his hand, ready to fight at any time. The loss just now made him feel a little aggrieved. Even if it was a legendary fistmaster, he should not have been so helpless. What made him most afraid was not the opponent's fighting ability, but the damn gloves. The electric current was too disgusting for a rogue like him. There were all kinds of elemental attacks. Electric damage was the most likely to trigger negative statuses, which people who had accidentally touched household circuits knew. This pair of gloves might not be legendary equipment, but it was not far from it. The Oriental dancer quickly came to the tall woman's side, almost threw herself into her arms, then hugged her slender waist, and said in a happy voice, "Dee, why are you here?" The tall woman's attention was still on Soren, and she whispered, "I heard that the princess assigned you a task. I was a little worried about the difficulty of the task. I was afraid that you would be in danger, so I came here. Be careful of this man. He's very dangerous and seems very evil." Aura. The other party seemed to have seen the aura on Soren's body through some means. As the pirate king who ruled the three seas, if Soren used a detection spell on him, it would definitely be a very evil magic aura. There were many mysterious means in the East, but it was not a paradise for wizards. Professionals from the East seemed to be able to master some special abilities in their cultivation. Sixth sense. One of the most powerful supernatural abilities. The ability that Soren longed for but could not get. In fact, he had spent a lot of effort to get a weakened version of danger sense. If he wanted to get a more powerful sixth sense ability, he could only rely on some kind of adventure, or enter the realm of the gods himself. As for the more advanced super sixth sense, it was a legendary ability. The number of people in the world who had mastered this ability was less than 2 digits. Note: the sixth sense is equivalent to a natural superpower. It is basically impossible to train it. You can only master danger sense through training. When a legendary monk reaches a certain level, his perception may be further strengthened to the sixth sense ability as a natural-born supernatural ability. He's fine. The Oriental dancer raised her head and looked at Soren. The expression on her face was a little complicated. She said softly, "I'll tell you this later. Can you stop now? He saved me once. They're not enemies. Dee, why don't we sit down first?" Hearing the words of the Oriental dancer, the tall woman raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly, then glanced at Soren and slowly withdrew her stance. Soren frowned slightly and looked at the Oriental dancer and her. Then he put away the fine gold dagger. He pulled out the curved sword icing death from the ground, and his eyes fell on the tall woman. Fistmaster Dee. She was a very strong woman. However, Soren wasn't afraid of her if she used all her trump cards. Fistmaster and Sword Saint had the same fighting style. They both pursued the extreme path. This kind of fighting technique might be very powerful, but it also had an obvious weakness. They could be killed in an instant if they seized the opportunity. This kind of advanced profession might be very powerful in a one-on-one fight, but if there were too many enemies, the situation would be very dangerous. In short, Soren had been punched by her more than 10 times, and now he was only a little injured. However, if she was hit by Soren once, then the injury would be very serious. Because Fistmaster only wore gloves to fight, and there was basically no armor on his body. Note: Fistmaster can't even wear leather armor. At most he can only wear arm guards. The woman in front of him did not wear arm guards. The group approached the oasis. The Oriental dancer whispered to her. It seemed that she was talking about what happened before. From time to time, the tall Dee would look back at Soren with a slightly surprised expression. Soren sat by the campfire and quietly wiped his curved sword. He seemed to be uninterested in their conversation. "Wait a minute." Dee looked at Soren again and whispered. "You mean he may have killed the Baylor below? How is this possible? Even I am no match for the Baylor. With this man's strength, I'm afraid it's difficult to get close to it." The Oriental dancer glanced at Soren quietly and whispered. "It's probably true. It's all collapsed down there. But I didn't see it either. Maybe he didn't show his real strength just now, or it's because he's still injured." Dee shook her head gently, as if she still didn't believe it. After a while, she slowly came to Soren and whispered, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, Yukari would be in danger today." Yukari. Was that the name of the Oriental dancer? Their names were really strange. They were all monosyllabic, and it seemed that they didn't even mention their surnames. Soren looked up at her. At this time, he saw the real appearance of the woman in front of him. Willow leaf eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, an oval face, a small cherry mouth, a high nose and long black hair. It seemed that from any angle, she had all the beautiful characteristics of an Oriental woman. Obviously, she had the kind of weak beauty with the aura of the East, but he didn't expect her to be so fierce and vigorous in battle. Full breasts, slender waist, slender and strong thighs. Soren's eyes stopped on the white and slender thighs of the other party. It was not that he hadn't seen a pugilist before, but it was the first time he met a pugilist who could practice hidden power on the legs. Chi. Soren wasn't sure if it was the power of Chi, or the other party's talent was really amazing. However, the woman in front of him had undoubtedly left a deep impression on him. She had even mended some of the loopholes in his fighting style. Her kick, which seemed to be incomparably ferocious, was actually mixed with hidden force. In the future, it would be best to be more careful when encountering professionals from the East. He had traveled in the Eastern Kingdom in the past, but he hadn't received the training of the Eastern Kingdom. Maybe he could try it in the future. Even droll and rangers could learn from the professionals of the Eastern Kingdom. As a rogue, he should also have the opportunity to learn from them. Let's take a break. Soren stirred the bonfire, looked up at the dim starry sky, and said slowly, I'll keep watch. I'll leave tomorrow. Since you've got what you need, you should leave here early. As soon as he finished speaking, the Oriental dancer who came over could not help but tremble, but not because of Soren's words. She raised her hand and pointed to the sky in surprise. Her expression seemed a little horrified, and she said incoherently, Look. You. Look over there. Stars. No. No. It's the stars. It's falling. Soren immediately turned and looked in the direction pointed by the Oriental dancer. Dee also quickly looked up at the sky, only to see a star in the distance that suddenly became very dim, like a light bulb that was about to go out. Then it suddenly disappeared without a trace. But this was just the beginning. Just after its light completely disappeared, suddenly a very dazzling brilliance appeared in its original position. This was completely different from the light at the beginning. In the past, its light was like a star. Although it could be seen clearly, it was far away, just like the earth and the starry sky. But now its light felt so close. It was as if it had been in two different latitudes before, but now it was in the same plane. The dazzling star crossed the sky, falling like a meteor. Although it only flashed for a moment, it still made people feel a strong shock. The kind of shock that could not be described in words. Soren stood up. He had been looking at the direction where the star fell, and his expression was unprecedentedly dignified. Because a god had fallen. He didn't know which god had fallen, but he knew that if such a vision appeared in the sky, then a true god must have fallen. He was dead. Even the high and mighty gods would die one day. Chapter 417. Soren was not on the south coast. No one knew when it started, but the news was spread out by others. The legendary pirate king was not on the south coast, and naturally, it inevitably caused others to be restless. There was no doubt about Soren's deterrence. His existence was a legend on the south coast. As long as he was in the south coast, no one dared to make any moves. But now there was news that he was no longer on the south coast. It was very likely that he was in the Frost Kingdom on the other side of the continent. This made many people who secretly spied on them to take action. The Pirate King of the Amazon. The Pirate King active in the Amazon Islands seemed to feel threatened by Soren's strength, but she did not launch an attack. Instead, she expanded the scope of her activities a little more than before. It was obvious. The territory under her control was about to connect to Soren's overseas route. But this was not the biggest threat on the south coast, because the Pirate King of the Amazon had always been very cautious. She should not have any intention of going to war with Soren at the moment. Therefore, their actions were only a test, a hidden provocation. The real threat was the Principality of Rossard. In the battle to defeat the Pirate King Ashrod, Soren also severely damaged the navy of the Principality of Rossard. He even killed the Duke of Red Dragon's wife once, forcing her to use life hiding to resurrect. This kind of hatred was very strong. To some extent, it was almost impossible to resolve. So after getting the news that Soren was not on the south coast, the navy of the Principality of Rossard immediately took action. This action alarmed the half-elf first mate who was guarding the eastern route. He could deal with the pirates in the east, but he could not deal with the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Without any way to contact Soren, the only thing he could do was to ask for help from Mordor. Raging Sand Island. This used to be the base of the pirate King Ashrod. Now it was the transit station of the eastern route that the half-elf first mate was in charge of. At this moment, the port was solemn, as if a storm was coming. The Principality of Rossard's navy was moving abnormally. Through some unknown means, they had secretly equipped more warships. There was news that the Amazon pirates were secretly supporting them, but there were no more specific sources of information. The only thing that was certain was that the navy of the Principality of Rossard had been replenished with a large number of warships, and had rebuilt a powerful navy. In the entire south coast area, the only ones who could support them with so many things, other than the few nearby kingdoms, were the Amazonian women. It was impossible for the kingdom to send its own warships to support the navies of other countries, so the possibility of it being an Amazon woman was the highest. The Amazon Islands were originally overseas. The warships were their standing force, and it was not difficult for them to support the Principality of Rossard. A warship gradually approached Raging Sand Island. At this moment, many people had gathered at the port, including the half-elf first mate and other pirate leaders. They were all waiting at the port. The entire south coast. Other than Soren, there was only one other person who could make them wait so respectfully. Gloria's figure appeared on the deck. She was wearing a black wizard robe, and her face was covered with a veil. Even so, at this moment, she still looked so beautiful, as if with a mysterious color. Next to her was little Vivian. Today, Vivian was wearing a pure white princess dress, and behind her was Lulu, who looked a little confused. Finally, in the dark corner of the cabin, there seemed to be another figure wearing a wizard robe. She did not directly show up, but stood quietly behind. Your Excellency. The half-elf first mate knelt on one knee, and the pirate leaders behind him all knelt on one knee and said, Your Excellency. Miss. Soren's intentions were becoming more and more obvious. His ambition made the enemy feel uneasy. Not only did his men understand something, but his enemies were also aware of something. Especially after taking over the west coast and the north coast, Soren's former enemies were obviously more and more uneasy. At the same time, some rules were quietly changing. The pirate leaders, who used to be lawless, now began to learn the law and rules. They needed to learn how to become managers, because they were no longer pirates who ran away after robbing, but a ruling class that each had a territory to manage and build. Get up. Gloria walked gently like a noble princess. She reached out and took little Vivian, glanced at the other pirate leaders, and slowly said, Let the others gather in the council hall. Yes, the half-elf first mate said respectfully. It could be said that in the whole south coast, besides Soren, only Gloria could control these unruly pirate leaders. Not only because of her identity in the Northern Witch Council, but also because of her strength. It could be said that since she followed Soren to the outer islands, Gloria's identity and status were destined to be extraordinary. In the absence of Soren, although she rarely intervened in the affairs of the outer islands, there was no doubt that she had the right to speak. Night fell. Gloria rubbed her forehead tiredly, and then put down the file in her hand. The situation in the Eastern Sea route was not very good. The Principality of Rossard's navy was growing stronger, and the possibility of a war with them was too high. New hatred and old hatred. Gloria was also a powerful spellcaster. She knew how much the Duke of Red Dragon's wife hated Soren. Today they discussed in the council hall for the whole afternoon. All the intelligence showed that the Principality of Rossard may threaten the Eastern Sea route, and the female pirates of the Amazon seemed to be ready to make a move. These Amazonian women were not simple. They were not simple pirates. Behind them stood the Amazons and the Church of God that believed in the Storm Lord. Soren's expansion was too fast. Everyone in the vicinity felt threatened, and the number of enemies increased. Sister Gloria? Vivian's clear voice sounded. The little girl walked up with a plate of snacks and said very cleverly, "Look, I brought you some delicious food." Lulu followed behind like a little tail, looking at the exquisite snacks with a face full of desire. Just one look, and one could tell that it was delicious. Meow. Gloria's beautiful face could not help but show a smile. She just opened her mouth and was about to say something. Suddenly, her face changed slightly and she disappeared, leaving only a shadow. "Vivian, you stay here." Short distance teleportation. Gloria's figure appeared on the roof in an instant, and there was another figure that appeared with her. "Mother." She looked at the empty sky and said with a dignified face, "Let's force her out." A ray of magical light appeared. Gloria's figure rose into the air, and Fallen Witch, who was covered in a black robe, also flew up. In front of them, there was a strange chuckle, and then under the magic light, a figure wearing a fiery red dress with a pair of huge red dragon wings behind her appeared. "You are Gloria?" The figure was very hazy under the moonlight, but it was not difficult to identify her. Gloria's expression was very indifferent. She turned around and looked at Fallen Witch behind her, and said slowly, "Mother, let me meet her. I just recently finished a little thing." Snap. Gloria raised her hand and snapped her fingers. This action seemed to be learned from Soren. A pale golden light appeared. A deck of tarot cards appeared in Gloria's palm. With a gentle wave of her white fingers, the tarot cards in her palm all fluttered in the air. 56 cards revolved around her body, shining with a strange arcane brilliance. These tarot cards were like mysterious runes that revolved around her body. Although only 56 cards have been completed, it should be enough to deal with you. With a smile on her face, Gloria gently flicked her finger on a tarot card. The next moment, a shocking bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the surging electric light directly struck the enemy in front of her. Lightning! A dark golden card emerged. This was a card that Soren had seen before. At this moment, it was held between Gloria's fingertips, but she didn't seem to want to use it. Tarot cards. There were a total of 78 cards, 22 main cards and 56 secondary cards. The dark golden card between Gloria's fingertips at the moment was the queen of the 22 main cards. This dark golden card seemed to have a powerful magic that was completely different from the other 56 secondary cards. Chapter 418. Under the night sky, it was quiet. Soren sat cross-legged by the campfire, holding the curved sword Icing Death with both hands on his knees. This was the cultivation method of the Sword Saint, a mysterious realm similar to meditation. At the moment when the mind was calm to the extreme, the sensory world would capture the tremor in an instant, so the Sword Saint's moves were always so accurate and fatal. This was also the basic cultivation to master the legendary ability, Insight into Weakness. For a rogue like Soren, it would take a lot of effort to master it in the future. Dee was also sitting cross-legged. However, she was not meditating, just sitting in a very ordinary meditation. Her whole person seemed very relaxed. She was vaguely similar to the boxing master Soren had seen before. The Oriental dancer rested her head on her slender and strong thighs. The relationship between the two women made Soren feel a little strange. He didn't know if they really just had a good relationship, or there was some other special relationship. Dee in front of him looked like a gentle big sister at the moment, occasionally reaching out and stroking the long hair of the Oriental dancer. Her eyes were clear. Soren had never seen such clear eyes. It was a pure heart and a pure power. Body, spirit, soul. The cultivation of a boxing master was very similar to that of a monk. They could get a pure body through exercise and be completely immune to any disease effect. With further exercise, the physical body of a boxing master would gradually approach perfection, and they would be immune to any poison effect. When the cultivation reached a certain level, the spirit of a boxing master would become very pure, and their body and spirit would enter a mysterious state of emptiness. In the end, a boxing master would also cultivate to the realm of transcendence, like a monk. In simple words, the woman in front of him had cultivated to the point where spirit, chi, and spirit were integrated. Her clear eyes represented a real power. Your mind is not calm. Dee looked at Soren for a long time, and suddenly said slowly, although you have extraordinary concentration, as long as your mind is not really calm, you will never feel the real way of cultivation. Soren slowly raised his head and said in a deep voice, what should I do? I can't teach you. Dee shook her head gently, took off the hairband behind her, and let her long black hair fall. She raised her hand and stroked the side of the Oriental dancer's face, whispering, in the Eastern Kingdom, everyone's way of cultivation is different. Even monasteries of the same school have different ways of cultivation. You have a very strong conviction. I can feel it. This is a very good thing. When you find the path of cultivation, this belief will become your greatest motivation. Dee paused for a moment before continuing. When I left my hometown, I met a droll. Like you, he comes from the other side of the continent. Although he has some mysterious magic that allows him to reach the Eastern Kingdom very quickly, he is still a magician. But in the end, he still chose to travel on foot. He spent more than a year walking tens of thousands of miles, passing through forests, grasslands, deserts, and finally arrived at the Green Dragon Lake in the Eastern Kingdom. Before I left, he had already stayed there for 3 years. Every day, he would plant trees, flowers, and grass, and then meditate there to cultivate. He said that he was comprehending the way of nature. Droll's way of nature is different from our path of cultivation. The power you use is not the same as ours. So if you plan to cultivate, you should find the answer from the source of your own power. At this point, Dee stopped. She slowly closed her eyes, as if she was not interested in saying anything more. Soren was lost in thought. If the source of Droll's power was the way of nature, then where was the source of the power of rogues? Combat skills? No. In terms of combat skills, rogues were above many professions because they were the most proficient group of people. Soren looked at the bonfire and noticed the shadow under the fire. Shadow. He gently spread out his palm, his expression a little thoughtful. The source of the power of rogues should be the shadow. This was the only supernatural power they could use, and it was also the support of most supernatural abilities. But for this ability, Soren was not so familiar with it, nor did he have many clues to improve it. More often than not, it was more like a bloodline ability that penetrated into the body little by little with the improvement of profession level and strength. From the moment they advanced into rogues, their bodies began to adapt to the power of the shadow. The mysterious Eastern Kingdom. They seemed to have a completely different path. No wonder more and more professions went to the Eastern world in the past hundreds of years. Soren did not have many clues. After all, he did not know much about the cultivation of the Eastern Kingdom, but he was more familiar with something. That was the Sword Saint. The existence of the Sword Saint was the perfect combination of different profession systems on both sides of the mainland. They inherited the explosive power of the warriors on the mainland, and also mastered the most mysterious chi in the Eastern Kingdom. Ki-Chi/. This was the most iconic ability of the Sword Saint. It burst out one's combat power at the peak in an instant. Now all the sword moves that Soren had mastered were basically extended from the explosive skill of Chi/. Soren felt that there was a fog in front of him. He seemed to see something, but it seemed that he did not see anything. He thought of the Storm Ronin he first encountered. Although it was an advanced profession of the Ranger Warrior, its combat skills obviously had traces of storm attack. Maybe I should go to the Eastern Kingdom again when I have the chance. Soren stood up slowly. He turned his head and glanced at Dee behind him. He whispered, "It's almost dawn. Let's part here. Take care of yourselves. I hope we can meet again when we have the chance." A glimmer of light gradually appeared on the horizon. Soren turned and walked away without saying much. The Oriental dancer also slowly opened her eyes. She watched Soren's back as he left. Her expression was a little complicated, a little reluctant, but in the end, it turned into calmness. "Let's go too." Dee slowly stood up and gently stamped her feet. The sand in front of her collapsed and buried the bonfire. She turned and stroked the side of the Oriental dancer's face. She slowly said, "The princess is still waiting for us to go back." Recently, the monasteries all over the country seem to have taken action. I'm worried that the evil things underground will run out again. Guarding the evil things. From the fall of the arcane empire to the present, the ancient evil things sealed underground had always been the great enemy of the entire Eastern Kingdom. The two tall figures gradually went away. Before leaving, the Oriental dancer looked behind her again. Soren's figure had gone far away. She could only vaguely see a small black dot. The wind and sand gradually spread. This desert was the border between the two countries, and it was also the place where the arcane empire was really destroyed. In this desert, there used to be the most brilliant arcane civilization that radiated throughout the multiverse, but now it had become the most barren and dangerous desert of death. Energy radiation destroyed everything. This desert covered more than a quarter of the land of the entire continent, and also isolated the two countries for thousands of years. It was not until the ascetics from the east appeared and the south coast opened the eastern route that the connection between them began to gradually increase. However, for ordinary people, the Eastern Kingdom was still an unreachable unknown place. The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. Recently, there was one more famous person in Arendelle. That was the descendant of Queen Isabella, Lady Adele Isabella. In other parts of the continent, it was not so easy for a woman to get a title, but in Arendelle, there was no such concern. This Adele Isabella was the new favorite of Arendelle. She not only had a noble bloodline, a beautiful face, and amazing wealth, but also had a close relationship with Princess Anna of Arendelle. She would be invited to almost every palace banquet, and always sat beside Princess Anna. She was like Princess Anna's closest friend. Her existence was even heard of by other kingdoms in the south. After all, the bloodline of Queen Isabella had different meanings. It was also on this day. The new famous person in Arendelle, Lady Adele Isabella, left here. She was going to take a merchant ship to the south coast because she still had her own business in Shipwreck Bay. The news had spread to the kingdoms on the south coast. Many of the nobles in the south began to arrange for people to meet this woman with a noble bloodline. Her beauty, her wealth, her status, all of them made the nobles in the south restless. A woman with a noble background could not only increase the value of the family, but also share a huge wealth through her. They could also build a relationship with the rich Arendelle, both the woman and the wealth. Many nobles in the south were planning their own wishful thinking. Soren's plan had begun to brew. Chapter 419. About 300 kilometers south along the desert. There was a special place where there was a volcano, but it had not erupted for hundreds of years. This volcano was Soren's destination, and the third elemental stone was on the altar near the volcano. Fire elementals were the most difficult to deal with among the four major elements, but for Soren, he had just killed a Baylor, so dealing with some fire elementals was as easy as child's play. With his current fire resistance and the power of the curved sword Icing Death, he was basically not afraid of the fire on their bodies. But there was also something here that he was more afraid of. A dragon. Dragons had always lived all over the world, but most of them did not like places with human activities, so many dragons built their lairs in deserted areas. And Soren's current location naturally met all the conditions of a dragon, so his destination was actually the territory of an adult dragon. Although it was not the first time Soren fought against a dragon, he was not naive enough to think that he could easily fight a dragon alone. Especially the dragon entrenched here, it was not so easy to deal with. It was a brass dragon. The brass dragon was a dragon of the chaotic good alignment. It was different from the pure-blooded dragons Soren had encountered in the past. The brass dragon belonged to the metal dragon, while the red dragon and the white dragon belonged to the pentashade dragon. Most of the metal dragons were dragons of the good alignment, so they were not very aggressive. Unfortunately, as an evil alignment, the danger of the metal dragon was not much different from the pentashade dragon to Soren. This was the disadvantage of the evil alignment. It was easy to fight with the good alignment, but it was also easy to fight with the evil alignment. The one entrenched here was an adult brass dragon. Its existence had long been known by others, and even a desert caravan had encountered it and called it Desert Wind. The brass dragon was a very special kind of dragon. The reason why they were special was because they had a special characteristic, and that was that they liked to talk nonsense with others. There was a passage that recorded them like this. Brass dragons are extremely talkative and can speak well. Sometimes they can provide some useful information for adventurers, but it usually takes a long time of chatting and hinting that they want to give it a gift before the brass dragon will tell the news. The pupils of a brass dragon will gradually darken with age, until they look like molten metal balls. Brass dragons like dry, high temperatures. They spend most of their time bathing in the scorching sun of the desert. They give off a strong smell of metal or sand. They like to build their nests in high caves. Brass dragons can eat almost anything, but they usually eat very little. They can get nutrients from the morning dew. Since the habitat of brass dragons and blue dragons was the same, blue dragons were the most dangerous enemies for brass dragons. If it's a one-on-one battle, the bigger blue dragon will have the upper hand. For brass dragons, talking to adventurers is more attractive than fighting. That was right. You didn't read it wrong. Brass dragons were labeled as extremely talkative, good at speaking, likes to chat, and so on. In the simplest and most straightforward words, brass dragons were the talkative kind among the pure-blooded dragons, and they were born to be talkative. There was such a saying back then. What's the easiest thing to produce in the chaotic camp? Without a doubt, it's a joker. Note, since ancient times, chaos has produced jokers. Brass dragons. They were the jokers among the dragons. They were born chaotic, kind, and talkative. Not only were they jokers, but they were also the battle bee of jokers. The place where Soren was now, it was the territory of the brass dragon called the Desert Wind. It once did a very funny thing. It kidnapped a team of adventurers. Then it forced them to chat with it for 3 days and 3 nights. After satisfying its desire to be a chatterbox, it released the adventurers who were about to be played to the point of breaking down. Because it didn't do anything bad, and its strength was quite strong, no one came to crusade against this brass dragon. Basically, this desert area was its independent kingdom, and it lived here well until the end of the Avatar crisis. Maybe most of the guys who were born to be funny were lucky. Anyway, Soren didn't hear of anyone who killed it. Note 1. There are not many brass dragons, and most of them live in the deserted desert. Note 2. Because of living in the deserted desert, the brass dragon's desire as a chatterbox often cannot be satisfied. A volcano appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Fortunately, the figure of the brass dragon did not appear. The dragon slept for a long time in its life. It was not difficult to find the elemental altar. Because all the elemental altars had a symbolic feature, there was an elemental nearby. So if you found the fire elemental, you could find the location of the elemental altar. Fly. Soren carefully looked around the volcano, and soon he found traces of the fire elemental. It was not difficult to deal with these fire elemental. Soren's fire resistance was enough to ignore the fire on their bodies, so it was easy to kill a large number of them. Slaughter EXP was constantly accumulating. When Soren cleaned up a lot of the fire elemental near the elemental altar, he gradually approached the center of the altar. Then he began to look carefully. Time went by little by little. Soren's expression became more and more puzzled. At last, he frowned and stood in place, seeming to be lost in thought. The fire elemental stone was not here. This was a very strange thing, because according to the information in his memory, the location of the 4 elemental stones should not be wrong. Although the specific details were not announced at that time, the general location would not lie. The fire elemental stone should be here. Soren's previous 2 elemental stones were obtained from the altar. Why couldn't he find the fire elemental stone here? He did not give up and looked again. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. However, Soren found the hidden compartment of the elemental stone. It was empty. The fire elemental stone was taken away. This discovery suddenly made Soren feel troubled, because the 4 elemental stones could not be missing. If it was really taken away by someone, he did not know if he could get it back. Even if he could find it back, he did not know how much time it would take. Now Soren was in a race against time, and he could not afford to spend too much energy on it. If the fire elemental stone was really missing, he was afraid that he could only give up. Just when Soren could not find any clues at all, suddenly a voice came from above him. "Hey, where did this rogue come from? How dare you come to my place and steal things?" The voice was very loud, but there was a hint of naivety in it. When Soren heard this voice, he almost turned over and retreated in an instant. At the same time, he pulled out his curved sword, icing death with a clang. He bent his body slightly and squatted down, ready to fight at any time. "Me." When Soren raised his head and looked forward, his expression suddenly froze. Standing about 50 meters in front of him was a little lowly about 1.2 meters tall. She was wearing a golden princess dress with broken lace, inlaid with dazzling gems. Her pale blonde hair hung down naturally. Her face looked very cute, but her expression was old. At this moment, she stretched out a pink finger and pointed at Soren in front of her. She pouted and said, "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Why did you come to my place to steal things? Hey, are you mute? Are you an idiot? Are you scared by my domineering aura? Are you really scared? I can't be so unlucky, right? It's not easy to catch a human." Before Soren could speak, just when he was stunned, the little lowly in front of him had already said a lot of things. However, he seemed to know who she was. P.S. Today's 2 chapters. Take a break to recover your energy. Chapter 420. Brass Dragon. To be honest, Soren had a hard time connecting the cute little girl in front of him with an adult brass dragon. However, most dragons knew magic, so it wasn't that difficult for them to transform into human form. However, many dragons didn't like to transform. When they transformed into other creatures, their combat power would be weakened. Polymorph. Advanced polymorph. There were many spells that could transform into a human. It wasn't easy to retain combat power. Most dragons rarely transformed into human form. They thought that this form was too weak. However, small creatures also had their own advantages. Occasionally, some dragons would prefer to be in human form. In this regard, the good metal dragons preferred to transform, while the evil pentashade dragons preferred to be in their dragon form. There were many reasons for this. For example, the pentashade dragons had more enemies and needed to maintain combat power at all times. The metal dragons had stronger magic, so it was easier for them to transform into human form. Here, I have to mention the dragons' combat power ranking and some of their general characteristics. Evil pentashade dragons. Red dragon, one of the evil pentashade dragons. Its habitat was volcanoes. Its dragon breath was fire. Its natural disposition was arrogant. Its strength was ranked first. Blue dragon, sky dragon, one of the evil pentashade dragons. Its habitat was sand. Its dragon breath was lightning. Its natural disposition was belligerent. Its strength was ranked second. Green dragon, one of the evil pentashade dragons. Its habitat was forests. Its dragon breath was poisonous. Its natural disposition was cunning. Its strength was ranked third. Black dragon, one of the evil pentashade dragons. Its habitat was abyss. Its dragon breath was acid. Its natural disposition was berserk. Its strength was ranked fourth. White dragon, one of the evil pentashade dragons. Its habitat was ice. Its dragon breath was frost. Its natural disposition was dark. Its strength was ranked fifth. Weakest, good alignment metal dragon. Gold dragon, one of the good metal dragons. Its habitat was Dragon City. Its dragon breath was fire and lightning. Its natural disposition was arrogant. Its strength was ranked first. Silver dragon, one of the good metal dragons. Its habitat was Dragon City. Its dragon breath was frost. Its natural disposition was passionate. Its strength was ranked second. Brass dragon, one of the good metal dragons. Its habitat was sand. Its dragon breath was fire. Its natural disposition was talkative. Its strength was ranked third. Bronze dragon, one of the good metal dragons. Its habitat was water. Its dragon breath was lightning. Its natural disposition was curious. Its strength was ranked fourth. Copper dragon, one of the good metal dragons. Its habitat was barren mountains. Its dragon breath was poisonous. Its natural disposition was ranked fifth. Its natural disposition These were the 10 most common types of pure-blooded dragons. There were also gemstone dragons, but unfortunately, they were rarely seen in the material plane. Most gemstone dragons lived in elemental planes. Adventurers liked red dragons the most, many spoils of war, white dragons easy to deal with, and silver dragons affectionate by nature. Green dragons very cunning, brass dragons funny and talkative, and copper dragons often mischievous, were the most hated. The metal dragons were slightly smaller than the pentashade dragons. Red dragons were the largest commonly seen dragons, but metal dragons had an advantage in spellcasting. On the whole, the metal dragons were more powerful than the chromatic dragons. For example, the little lowly in front of Soren had always fought with the blue dragons, azure sky dragons, the most aggressive of the chromatic dragons. A dragon was still a dragon. Even though the person in front of him was a cute little lowly who didn't seem threatening at all, Soren didn't let his guard down at all. He stared at the other party's expression and slowly said, "I'm here to look for an elemental crystal stone." There was one thing that had to be mentioned. There was a very troublesome thing when dealing with the good metal dragons, and that was that they liked to use the spell lie detection. If they were deceived from the beginning, there was a possibility that they would fight directly. Note: an important tip in the Dragon's Code. Oh! The little lowly in front of him raised her hand and gently lifted her light golden hair. She looked at Soren with her small mouth and blinked her pale golden eyes. She tilted her head and said, "It doesn't look like you're lying to me. Elemental crystal stone. Let me think about it. Ah, yes. Is it this thing?" The little lowly raised her hand and gently waved it. The space in front of her directly cracked open, and then a dazzling golden light could be seen. Then she stretched out her white and tender little hand, and took out a fiery red elemental crystal stone. Seeing this scene, Soren's pupils shrank slightly. The other party had mastered the dimensional storage spell. It seemed that her spellcasting level was not low. The metal dragons had an advantage in spellcasting, and the most powerful gold dragon was even famous for being a scholar. Note: gold dragons have long whiskers on their faces, and they look very knowledgeable. Elemental crystal stone fire. When he saw the fiery red elemental crystal stone, Soren's expression immediately changed. However, the little lowly standing in front of him smiled and put it away. She tilted her head and looked at Soren in front of her and said in a clear voice, "You want it? Even if you want it, I won't give it to you. It's mine. Everything on this mountain is mine, including the nearby desert. Now you're mine too." The little lowly laughed with an insufferably arrogant face. She was clearly so cute, but her expression was so infuriating. It made people feel like she was a silly Chinibu child who needed to be properly educated by an adult. However, Soren was not so relaxed. His expression was even a little nervous. His whole body was tense and slightly bent, ready to fight at any time. Yes. The little lowly in front of him laughed arrogantly, and then her eyes fell on Soren. She said with a playful expression, "I'm going to take you back now. Are you going to resist? Resist? Or resist?" Speechless. When Soren heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He slowly held the hilt of his sword and said in a deep voice, "Do I have a choice?" The atmosphere of battle was about to be triggered. Hee. The little lowly tilted her head and chuckled, then said in a clear voice, "Of course not. It's not easy for me to catch a toy. Of course I have to play with it. No matter what kind of dragon it was. Whether it was good or evil, there was always one thing that was very annoying about dragons. That was, they were extremely arrogant and self-righteous. Basically, they never considered the thoughts of other creatures. They acted completely according to their own preferences, so if you wanted them to talk to you properly, you had to show them your muscles first. Even if it was a good dragon, if you didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't take you seriously. Hold human. The battle broke out in an instant. The cute little lowly in front of him instantly flew up, raised her white little hand and pointed at Soren in front of her. There was no room to dodge. At such a distance, Soren was hit in an instant, and then a row of data appeared. Spell hit. You've been affected by the brass dragons. Hold human spell. Mandatory judgment immunity. Test of fortitude passed. Test of will passed. You're completely immune to the hold effect of this spell. It was completely useless. Soren's tenacity and willpower were not to be trifled with after practicing his internal strength for so long. It was not so easy for this kind of spell that wanted to knock people down in an instant to take effect on him. Shang. The cold light of the sword appeared. Even if it was a cute little loli in front of him, Soren didn't have the slightest intention to be merciful. Haste shoes activated. Soren's figure flew out in an instant and slashed at the opponent's head without any mercy. Advanced spell armor. The little loli in front of him looked a little surprised. She gently waved her little hand and opened an energy shield. Transforming into a human meant losing the natural advantage of a dragon's physical ability. How could Soren not seize the opportunity to close the distance? Arcane Missile *5. The overwhelming arcane missile shot out wildly. Facing the enemy in front of him, Soren didn't hold back at all, and instantly activated the spell from his memory. When a dragon transformed into a human, under normal circumstances, the dragon's magic resistance would also be lost. Huh. The little loli's expression changed from surprise to surprise. She clapped her little hands and said, "You can even cast spells. This is great. Looks like you'll be more durable. You should be a very fun guy." She didn't even look at the arcane missile that filled the sky and let them fall on her body. The next moment, Soren's eyes almost popped out. He murmured, "This is impossible. How can a human have such high magic resistance?" Unscathed, it was as if the arcane missile never appeared at all. Chapter 421. Spell Resistance. It was an ability that was difficult to obtain through conventional means. Among all the known professions, the one with the highest spell resistance should be the monk. Legendary monks had an incredible spell resistance. They could stand in place and let a spellcaster with a profession level of 15 or below use up all their spell slots. Basically, as long as a spellcaster's profession level of 15 or below, it was impossible to threaten a legendary monk. This was because in front of the legendary monk's spell resistance, many spells could not even be resisted, and the effect of all elemental damage was so low that it could be ignored. This was an ability that was higher than any elemental resistance, and had an effect on all spells. To a certain extent, this was also the foundation of the monk's cultivation. It was precisely because of the qualitative change that they were immune to any ordinary weapon damage. Soren had no spell resistance. Basically, most rogues did not have spell resistance. Elemental resistance could be obtained through training, but spell resistance was often innate. The monk's spell resistance was accumulated little by little in their daily practice. If others wanted to obtain spell resistance, they could only rely on legendary equipment or advance to the realm of transcendence. Saint form. It was basically impossible for spells below the third circle to threaten a saint in the form of a god. Dragons. They were creatures that were born with spell resistance. And the dragon's spell resistance was very high. Many times, it could directly make them immune to some low-level spells. Even high-level spells may not be able to pass through their spell resistance. There was only one way to deal with them. The metamagic ability Spell Penetration. If that did not work, then the legendary metamagic ability, Legendary Spell Penetration. If that did not work, then add Mana Structure, Legendary Mana Structure, and so on. If there was still no way, with the use of spells that reduced the enemy's spell resistance, there was always a way to break the enemy's spell resistance. Unfortunately, at present, Soren could not do it. In fact, what puzzled him was that he had not encountered a dragon that transformed into a human in the past. In his memory, once a dragon transformed into another creature, its spell resistance would disappear. Because this transformation was equivalent to temporarily transforming oneself into a human, and humans were creatures that were born with no spell resistance. Hee. The little loli waved her little white hand nonchalantly and giggled. "You're scared silly just like that? This kind of spell can't threaten me. Do you have any more powerful spells? Let's try it again." Soren's pupil shrank. In the next moment he pulled away and began to rapidly cast spells. Brute Strength Maximum Spell. Cat's Grace Extreme Spell. Melf's Minute Meteor Extreme Spell. The legendary curved sword Icing Death disappeared in Soren's palm, and 2 dazzling flames were ignited. Soren's figure landed on the stone pillar of the altar. The multiple buffs greatly increased his combat power. Dazzling flames danced. The little Loli's expression finally changed. She stared at the minute meteor flame in Soren's palm with a hint of panic. She then stuck out her little tongue and licked her lips. She seemed to be a little excited as she said, "Oh, I think I've gone overboard. I didn't expect you to know this spell. Tisk tsk. What are you going to do? Do you want to slay a dragon? I'm so cute. Do you really have the heart to do it?" She was clearly showing her weakness, but the expression on her face was still the same as before. Wahaha. The little Loli suddenly laughed excitedly. Her figure was strangely suspended in midair. There was an evil smile on the corner of her mouth. She provoked. "Come on. Weak human. Even if you know this kind of spell, you may not be able to defeat me. I'm the princess of the Brass Dragon Kingdom. The Brass Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Island." Soren seemed to have caught something for a moment, but there was no time for him to think. The little Loli in front of him suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already above Soren. Dragon's Breath. A scene that completely subverted Soren's previous knowledge happened. The brass dragon in front of him could actually use the dragon's ability in human form. She took a deep breath, and her little chest was bulging. Her mouth and cheeks were bulging high. When she opened her mouth and spat at Soren, a terrible dragon's breath fell from the sky. Raging fire spewed out. This seemingly petite body actually spat out a terrible dragon's breath that was comparable to an adult red dragon's breath. In an instant, it covered Soren's figure. Shadow Leap. Evade sight. Soren's figure fell under the reflection of the stone pillar on the altar, and then disappeared without a trace in the distorted shadow. Huh. The little Loli stopped spitting out the terrible dragon's breath. She tilted her head and looked down. She raised her hand and touched her light golden hair. She had an expression of a cat playing with a mouse. She said excitedly, "Are you hiding? I'm very good at hide and seek." "Where are you? Let me see. Where are you hiding?" A strange shadow appeared. Soren's figure appeared in the shadow of a rock on the top of the mountain. He leaped up in an instant, and the burning micrometeor in his palm instantly hit the little Loli in front of him. Boom. There was a violent explosion. The terrible penetrating power of Melf's micrometeor destroyed the energy shield on her body in an instant, and at the same time, there was a violent explosion on her body. A petite figure was sent flying backward. But soon she stabilized her figure, but the beautiful lace princess dress was a little tattered, revealing a white and delicate thigh. There were scorched marks. Soren's spell had obviously broken through her magic resistance. But the next moment, something strange happened. The little Loli's scorched skin quickly recovered after being hit by the spell, and she returned to her white and delicate appearance, as if she had not received any damage at all. Damn it! Soren's face changed slightly, and he disappeared in an instant. The dragon's regeneration ability is also preserved. What kind of monster was this? In the case of transforming into a human, she could still retain the ability of the dragon form. Not only could she use dragon breath, but she also had the regeneration ability of the dragon body. Spell. This was definitely some kind of legendary transformation spell that he did not know about. Woo woo woo. The little Loli covered her cute face as if she was crying, but there were no tears in her eyes. Instead, there was a competitive spirit like a child who had found some kind of interesting game. She pretended to cry for a while, then said with a small mouth, "You actually ruined my favorite dress. I only have this one dress. I'm angry. Now I'm serious." Buzz. Suddenly, a gust of wind escaped from the air. Dragon wing form. A pair of huge dragon wings appeared behind the little Loli. Her body was still in human form, but there was a pair of huge brass dragon wings behind her. She looked a bit similar to the Duke of Red Dragon's wife that Soren had seen before. Therefore, when the Duke of Red Dragon's wife transformed, a pair of huge red dragon wings also appeared behind her. However, the dragon wings of the little lowly in front of him were bigger and more threatening, just like the wings of a real dragon, flying sand and stones. As the huge dragon wings flapped, a terrible wind swept out, and the sand in front of her was immediately blown away. Soren's trace was exposed in the wind. Even if he was still invisible, there was no way to hide his general outline from others. After all, the stealth of a rogue was not omnipotent. Being invisible to the naked eye did not mean that there was no other way to find him. Found it. There was a hint of excitement in the little lowly's eyes. Her petite body swooped down with the huge dragon wings, and she shouted, "This time I'm serious. Please don't die like this." Dragon wing strike. A terrible power broke out in an instant. The huge dragon wings swept down with unparalleled force. The most threatening move of a pure-blooded dragon. The damage caused by the dragon wing strike was enough to move any profession. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.